like a bomb squad. Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the playoffs here.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome to
my name is Bo Protroid. Joining me is Counterfeit. Counterfeit, my friend. It's been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing very well indeed. I'm just, coming into this one here, I'm expecting some truly astonishing stuff. It's quite a journey ahead of our players here today.
Yeah, and they've had quite a journey to get here. They played through 4 different weeks of the standard season, and now they have a little bit more time to go. Now, if you have been watching those 4 weeks, this is going to be a little bit different in structure. So for the first 2 blocks today, we're going to be playing these groups that you see right here, a Lobby A and a Lobby B. The top 2 are automatically going forward. They don't have to play any more TFT. The bot 2 are completely eliminated, and the rest are going to be going to a sudden death at the end of the day.
Yes, it's one of those formats I think once you kind of sit down with it, it's like, okay, you do well, you progress immediately. Otherwise, you just have to keep fighting and fighting. Of course, it's also worth mentioning the players who did finish out the top 8 places from the Marauder League do get to bypass this first day. So there's no chance of them low rolling and, not even getting to see day 2 at all.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty good for some of these players, too. I mean, you look at our standings, for example, Nazrat Tarzan is at the top of our leaderboards. The fact that they're able to sit pretty with 101 points, take notes on what all their potential competition is going to be doing today, that's got to feel pretty good. So those top 8 players, they can either using this as an off day to relax, recharge, or they can be looking to do a little bit more prep as they get ready for the next week.
Of course, we are in 13.3. I think, one of those patches that's definitely had a lot of changes coming in. I think a lot of sort of lower impact changes, but in terms of what they do for the field overall, we've still got a lot to take account of. Not even, of course, considering the biggest one of all, those 4 hero augment rerolls.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're saying low impact changes, and the immediate thing that I think of is, but I keep thinking of the fact that I can now go click, 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 and just keep hitting reroll even more than I already do. So it is a known problem that I really hit the reroll button too often. And now that I can do that with augments and be punished even less and potentially even hit more, that's absolutely ridiculous. And that's a power that I am more than happy to abuse.
So we'll definitely be talking about some of the early hero once we come into our first game. Because, of course, you said, there's much more force ability here. Now, Protroid, we've got a few big names in the lobby, including not exactly Bacon, who is 9th place coming out of the group of the main stage of the competition. As you said, top 8 bypass day 1. So not exactly Bacon is our top performing player currently playing today.
Yeah, they really came short of that last little point. I think it was maybe like 2 points off. Yes, it was behind Bonglord. So as a result, they need to start making up that energy in today's lobby. They need to start working things through, and they're going to be doing that with an MR start, which I'm not usually as big a fan of. It just feels a little bit less flexible to me.
No, we're in the area where you're a little bit less enthused to see perhaps a Dragon's Claw come in early on, but we know certainly not exactly Bacon can at least potentially go down the route where you have one of those Omega tanks and get that big regen to make them worthwhile.
Yeah, it's not really as strong as it used to be when you had Misfortune running around absolutely everywhere. It was just an ideal Misfortune counter, but it is still a nice thing to have. I mean, for example, you can build a lot of Ionic Sparks with that, provided you find the rod.
That's true, and of course, Ionic Sparks go very well with the side of Laser Core. One of the big changes, one of the big small changes for our patch for them.
Not just Laser Core, too. I mean, it's also quite effective if you're going to go for that Renegade with Viego. It's just generally all around. There's a lot of different great ways you can play it. I think just right now, you want more options than just the Dragon's Claw, as you have already said.
Yes, I mean, for not exactly Bacon, absolutely, we're looking more, basically some of our first couple of items, trying to build up a strong front line and just let the back line eventually kill the opposition. Still, though, I think you made a really good point. This start definitely does lead us towards perhaps a Renegade route as well. We'll see as the Zoe comes in. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a 2-item start.
It's going to be a 2-item start. Look at that. They also got another 2 recon units if they want to go down that path. So there's a lot of interesting options at play here. Do you just immediately take Tiny Titans?
Well, apparently, not something Bacon does. That's really interesting. Again, it's a big tournament players finish. Because again, we're in a kind of a weird situation with this lobby, aren't we? Where if you finish out top 2 from these games, or these initial set of 4 games, then you go straight through. But if you go anywhere up to top 6, you will get a second chance.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, though, because if you are not exactly Bacon, you're trying to make sure you have as much of a cushion as possible. You have this early weight behind you that you can try to take advantage of. Looking over here to Gaga Mao, though, they're hitting with a early 2-star Poppy. This is, I think, one of the strongest early game tanks that you can really see in the meta right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot to like about sitting behind that shield. Gagamo? Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what they've got going here, because again, we've seen some of these recons dropping early, and certainly from what we've been seeing recently, recons are very much the flavor of the early patch.
Yeah, I think recons have just been a really solid composition pretty much entirely through the life cycle of this set, right? There's been a lot of different reroll compositions that have taken advantage of it, primarily the threat version. And since you have so many players, Gaga Mount, not exactly Bacon, just getting these early recons left, right, and center, why not play them? They're just so useful.
Yeah, and we've got a stronger frontline of defenders we have to sit behind as well, so really liking what we're seeing so far. We've even got a chance to actually bring in the recon and bring that online by bringing out our friend Ezreal. But it looks like instead it's going to be just a little hodgepodge. So do take a little glance around the lobby. Of course, starting out here with Silver Augments, we're really looking for a lot of our board strength to come from our units.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do like the placement of that Yasuo. It's enabling duelists, making it so that it is easier for the Vayne to cast more, get those true damage procs off. Just generally quite effective. Switching over to Plop's perspective, though, they have a pretty scary front line here, but not too much backing it up in the back line in the form of the KL1.
No, so I imagine this is going to be one of those ones where they hope to get a kill, hope to proc that through the hunt, and get some more, get at least one enemy unit off the board. But as you can see, when you're down a level, it's quite hard to get the kills. I think the kill will just about manage it, and there we go. There's the one kill that Plot wanted.
Maybe 2? No, not going to be 2. But no, I completely agree. This is always the double-edged sword side of the thrill of the hunt, where it is great to get that burst of HP if you're able to get the kill. But if your board is just too dang weak in the early game, you're not going to be able to have that reset. You're basically going to be done in augment. So there really is a lot of board strength dependency in that augment, as opposed to other augments that can just be the board strength multiplier on their own with no special bells or whistles attached.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of shares that characteristic with, I believe there is a player who's running Anima Squad, Heart, so far in the library, I think we got a glance across very briefly. That's another competition that loves getting its early dominance in and making sure you get those kills and get rewarded for it. For Plop, I think they're going to keep on trying to just make sure they don't bleed too heavily on the loss streak.
Yeah, and to be fair, loss streak is still a good place to be. You're trying to get that higher gold early income. You have higher item priority onto the carousel. I just think it's unfortunate that you keep going to these very scary opponents. Look at Not Exactly Bacon, for example. They managed to fully get in the laser core right now, so that's going to make them even stronger in some of these fights.
Yeah, slamming in the Dragon's Claw I think makes a lot of sense early on. Again, not exactly Bacon. It's a little bit of an awkward spot having gotten a 2-item start and then combine that with the Tiny Titans. It means they're not going to be able to get primary pick on the items for quite a long time, if ever.
Yeah, but into the first carousel round, we get to see what Plop and America is going to be doing here right now. And I got to say, some pretty basic stuff here. Plop seems to be going for that Last Whisper. That would imply going for that style of, if I'd say, Samira, which, granted, I feel like has fallen off a little bit as nerfs have trickled down, but even then, she's still quite strong.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's hard to deny, even post-nerf, that Short Shot is extremely good. And with Aphelios, I think having a lot of popularity, maybe replacing Samira in that kind of spot late game, just knowing that if you go down the Short Shot line and build those kind of items, that you've got a guaranteed strong late game board, it's going to be very tempting indeed.
Yep, if you hit, though, and honestly, that's the problem with a lot of those 5-cost options, where with Sure Shots, it can be great just being able to run the healing factor that comes with the Sivir, but you really are going to be angling towards Aphelios, which feels like the highest cap unit in this game after seeing the buff to all of his guns.
Interesting choices here from Bacon. So Bacon's just got a 1-round win streak right now, and at least a pass the carousel, so that Tiny Titans won't be affecting basically. Oh, there we go. So Fiendfire is our Anima Squad player right now, though they don't have a strong Anima Squad carry built up. Instead, Lux carrying the items instead of the Jinx.
I mean, I like that, honestly, for now, though. It is a Lux 2 that is going to be a lot of extra multiplicative damage. You still have to worry about the cast going wide, as it is wont to do, it feels like. But honestly, when an early Lux is able to hit, it hits hard.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We're looking at some of the results for these early augments now. We know everyone's going to be re-rolling for them forever, and Lux can be extremely strong. Now, though, Bacon goes back to losing again. Fortunately, Bacon does have money in the bank.
They have money in the bank, and they also have the potential to go for another loss as they go into the first PvE round. It is usually warranted. You usually want to get a larger kind of streak, win or loss going in here. But if you're just going to walk in with a 2-game loss streak, you can feel a little bit okay about that.
No, for sure. I mean, that's the very straightforward ways to use the HP from the Tiny Titans. Just say, I'm going to spend all this HP to basically just turn it into a pile of gold. For Bacon, I think they're just caught a bit in the middle as they will go up against America, who is on a loss streak of their own. I imagine America will want to make sure it stays that way.
Yeah, and seems like they are going to maintain the loss streak as well. So not exactly Bacon is going to be mostly just waffling here, there, everywhere this 4 duelist board.
Yes, it's a little bit awkward, but I suppose at least Bacon doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out early on, whereas America going down to sub 60 HP, they are playing with fire. We've seen plenty of players go down very low and stay low.
And that's honestly the scariest thing, too, because I used to talk about in previous sets of TFT where 60 HP is the warning bell around the Wolf round. And the fact that we see the damage numbers shifted around to the point that we're having this conversation around Krugs absolutely terrifies me. Switching over to Plop, like we said, they have slammed those early items that we expect to go for the Smear, have also found the sure shots, but everything is still only 1 star.
So again, for anyone who did come on late, just a quick reminder that we'll be playing 4 games with no reseeding across the day. We'll be switching to the other lobby in our 3rd and 4th game of broadcast. But these players will all be playing each other repeatedly. If you're getting through to the top 2, you're guaranteed to make it through straight to next week's repeat of this process. If you're in anywhere from 3rd to 6th, you will play again. And if you're in the bottom 2, when all 4 games are done, then you are out of the playoffs immediately.
And again, it's more reason for Plop to be looking for those little advantages, like being able to run the early Tiny Titans. This augment that we're going to be seeing after this round, though, can be incredibly defining, too, as more players are trying to figure out what their board is going to be looking like.
It's something like the itemization of Plop right now, especially as a player who's on a loss streak, in a lobby that also has America, who's on a massive loss streak as well. There's a certain amount of luck, a certain amount of skill, perhaps, for both of them to keep their loss streaks going. And it looks like that won't change for Plop, at least this round.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a bit of a Goldilocks effect, too, because you want to make sure that you're maintaining the loss streak, but you also want to make sure that you're not losing all of your health incompletely, so that can be a bit scary. So, yeah, I agree. It's going to be a bit of a balancing act. Also going to be a little bit of a blessing for Mortog that you're not going to be going against each other, as I'm sure Not Exactly Bacon was not exactly thrilled about going into Nan last round.
So that leaves us in an interesting position here. So Fiendfire is looking pretty darn strong. Oh no, Plop! You're too strong. You didn't know your own strength. And you had to punch Fiendfire, who I believe was in 2nd or 3rd there. So
yeah, I mean, that was
4 items.
I mean, that was the transition, though. They moved everything off of the Kale. Here's the hero augment, and here's going to be those 4 rerolls that we were talking about. They can force the endless pizza.
All right, there we go. We thought maybe this would be more appealing for players who picked up a lot of defensive items, but instead Plop with barely any defensive items at all, but a great suite of items for a Samira.
Yeah, and for now, too, they even have a Belbeth, which is not just an excellent Samira item holder, but also an excellent carry with those items in her own right. So I would be too surprised there. Switching back up to Not Exactly Bacon, they're taking a little bit more time with their decisions here for their hero augment selection.
Oh boy, we know Spirit of the Exile still remains incredibly powerful, but oh my gosh. Well, that's a different direction for Bacon to go.
Yeah, I have to say, you don't really see this version of the... Excuse me, why is my brain completely failing right now? You don't really see this viewer healing augment just too often right now, just because a lot of these duels compositions have been falling a little bit more out of style, I feel like, in the past couple of patches, but still incredibly strong.
All right, yeah, well, for Bacon, they're still caught in the valley of death here, unable to put together a win streak or a loss streak. They're still pretty much economically where we saw them before. Pajaro, who looks like they've managed to take advantage of this hero augment to actually set up their underground and set up their later game.
And remember, this is 13.3 underground, which means we're going to have a slightly different trait structure here. So because they're running 4 underground, I believe it's still the same 2 locks opened on win, but it's now 4 on loss. So if Marauder wants to really go deep, they have a real shot at some of those later heists.
Yeah, it really creates this interesting point where you would normally be just sort of swapping out one of your underground units for a better one, that you can just double down on your loss streak in pushing towards that strong later game. Also, we still got to consider we've got Catch so far unaccounted for. Only player on a win streak right now is Bacon's Tiny Titans, keeps them at the top of the scoreboard, but perhaps not the actual top of the power.
Yeah, I mean, that said, though, they've at this point invested 28 health into other parts of their board, most likely just being able to maintain the loss streak. That is going to be that Lee Sin augment with the cleansing safeguard that we have heard so much about, Peter, leading into this. Basically, if you are not familiar with what's happening here, you are going to be running double Lee Sin here, so that way each of them are able to take advantage of the effect. He's able to absolutely spam his ability and sheds all negative effects and heals himself for a hilarious amount. Try getting through that wall.
Yeah, absolutely nightmarish. We've seen that combined into late game boards. Even keeping in these two-star Lee Sins to give your Urgot some ridiculous amount of AP to just really just fuel an entire board of terrifying backliners.
And this is why we joke about TFT being a game of reading comprehension sometimes, right? You're able to look through the augment, you recognize the fact that it doesn't have that one little tricky keyword in there of being able to say exclusive or strongest particularly. And as a result, it's every single Lee Sin that gets the use out of that ability.
I do wonder if that might change sometime soon, because it does seem to be a little bit over the top.
I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we did see that shifted around. Or, honestly, it could be one of those conversations where we see a number reduction, but keep the ability to run multiple Lee Sins, because, honestly, that is fun. I just think it's overtuned right now.
It's definitely one of the TFT things, and I think this is also true for League of Legends to an extent as well, where you kind of end up in a weird situation when you end up balancing around like the best case scenario. So in this case, your ability to run two different Lee Sins and have this sort of degenerate, unkillable front line. I know, I guess we'll see what happens. For not exactly Bacon, though, their reality has become a little bit more clear, actually managing to put together a loss streak. And they'll be going up against a big pile of Laser Core.
Yeah, and I believe, by the way, that's the new 5 laser core. I usually talk about how you don't need to run the double 4 at this point. However, you're just able to find that early Zed. You're able to find that early Sejuani already. More power to you. That's amazing.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Gagamo there. It's worth noting, of course, when you didn't watch the group stage, Gagamo had some very, very strong finishes before. Just a really diabolical week 2 that have kept Gagamo from coming through in a higher seed.
Yeah, and honestly, that is going to be one of those tricky kind of things where you have some players that are able to run a very consistent day-to-day patch. So to point someone out here in this lobby, Baharo, they have run pretty consistently top 4s or just generally good, strong finishes that brought them to this middle-of-the-pack standpoint. Now, though, these players are going to start trying to swing for the fences, especially if they want the buy.
Yeah, I mean, getting that buy when we've got such a game of variance here as TFT, you want to remove as much uncertainty for your tournament run as possible and give yourself a chance to be crowned AML champion up against. I'm going to rely on PlayStation skills.
Yeah, I believe that's Vordborn. And honestly, yeah, I really want to see how this cleansing safeguard works here. If they're able to overcome the Sejuani, and it seems like it's going to be a bit on the trickier side. So at least we have the proof that the Lee Sin can bleed right now.
Well, this is the thing, it's a DPS race with that kind of composition. If you don't have enough to put down the Lee Sin in short order, he's just going to heal up 18%, get the shielding back on him as well, and just be completely unkillable. If you have got enough single target DPS, that I think Gagamo does have here, then the Lee Sin can look massively less effective.
On top of that, too, because you already have that early Zed, because you're also able to give it the edge of night for the aggro reset, that is just going to mean it's much harder and slipperier to actually track down that Zed, focus him down, and he can also just bypass that Lee Sin entirely as the game goes on.
Yeah, we'll be looking for the hacker, of course, to enable that going forward, but what we've got right now for Gagamo is looking pretty solid, even if they're only in the middle of the table. With the amount of money Gagamo's got in the bank, I can imagine they could make a fairly substantial rise in the near future.
On top of that, too, they've already pretty much slammed, I think, everything they're going to want in terms of carry items. They're just right now spread across 2 different units, being the Vayne as well as the Zed. Now, I have to say, personally, I think there's a lot of interest in just running a Vayne carry over a Zed carry because the Vayne is able to stay a little bit safer. So I don't necessarily think we're going to see those items moved over anytime soon.
No, I'm with you here because, I think it's very easy to conflate, Duelist Z and Laser Core Z because they look the same in a lot of ways. But you're right, in this case here, there's a lot more safety in being able to put your DPS on the backline and, just have that consistent damage output without having to worry about positioning, without having to worry about your prime carry getting sniped off early.
It is such a tricky thing. Going into this fight, though, by the way, I do also have to call out this entire team is being ramped up even further by the Blade of the Exile, the Yasuo support augment, which, weirdly enough, through each of these patches, has had one of the highest win rates of all of these 1 and 2 cost options that we have here.
I think that's partially to do with how strong Laser Core are, but yeah, it's just the kind of value you're getting here from just basically doing nothing that you really care about. Playing the exile positioning doesn't seem like you're really giving up very much. And the sheer value you're getting across your whole board is just fantastic.
Yeah, really like the reroll here, by the way. There wasn't anything really too great for a quick rush down composition like Gagamao is currently running. So rerolling here, picking something safe here like the component grab bag, that should be nice to help try to round things out.
Yeah, giving a good selection of items there. So we know, of course, that we're likely to want, a little bit more damage. I was wondering if we might actually see a last whistle being brought in because, so much of the duelist damage is physical, but instead going for raw damage for the Giant Slayer.
Well, remember, Vayne is still proccing true damage with her ability, so that does help a little bit with that armor stacking that you can see in some of these late game compositions. And these, those 2 stars are also going to help quite a bit as well. I am still surprised, though, that we are seeing that further double down into damage on the Vayne. I was expecting for some kind of safety. Whoa, that absolutely hurts right there.
And this is Catch, who I think has been waiting for this fight for a while. Gagamo's been building up a win streak. Catch has been on a win streak for a while. One of these two leaves the round as a dominant force in the lobby for now.
Yeah, and Gagamao is unfortunately got to be the one that takes the L against Catch. I gotta say, Raider Spoils is still one of the craziest augments that you can run because you have people not really backlining the Ezreal in these cases. They're moving it up just that little bit more to put it onto things like frontliners like this Poppy in order to try to see if they can cheese out the Blitzcrank hook and just get these kinds of unexpected wins.
And Protroid, I hate to say I told you so, but America played with fire and will be out of this lobby already. -2 as of the last round. We've talked about how dangerous these lost streaks are, and now we have the evidence for it.
Yeah, just generally, it is so hard to play Lost Streak effectively in this patch, I would say. And just generally, the set, just because of those damage numbers, it is much more tricky. I feel like I've been dipping down a lot of health myself. And if you look at this lobby, I think everyone's hurting more than usual.
I think you just have so much more room to maneuver when you've got HP in the bank. Even if you don't have a win streak or anything like that, you've got other ways of making money. Underground, of course, just being one of them. In this case, to check in with Fiend Fire, another player who is expected to do well, came in 11th overall. So much like Not Exactly Bacon, we're expecting big things from Fiend Fire.
Yeah, and Fiend Fire just generally, she does play really good. She still has a few different compositions up her sleeve. If I had to guess here, this looks like it's going to be more in the realm of the Misfortune carry, although she can just pull out a full 4 ace if she so desires.
So this leaves us in a situation where Not Exactly Bacon is also in perilous situations. Gagamo, if Gagamo had won that previous round, this would be a very different lobby, but we're still left at the position here where Catch is still putting down so much pressure. Again, 13th overall, one of those 3 players with the high rankings coming out of the group stage. I don't know if Catch is even going to let up on the lobby this stage.
Yeah, honestly, Catch's board looked absolutely terrifying when we saw it in that last fight. Granted, some of that strength did come from the RNG of being able to roll that Blitzcrank hook, but they're also trying to build that crazy recon board that I was talking about. Try to reroll for all those free star free costs. They have a Rammus too. They have another not Samira, excuse me. For some reason, Kaisa's name always seems to escape me when I least suspect it. That is just going to be incredibly strong, and I agree. I don't think Catch is changing anytime soon. I also have to call out bottom leaderboard. We saw them very quickly right there. Not Exactly Bacon. If they didn't pick up the Tiny Titans, they'd be dead at this point at 25 HP. This is where it can really start to hurt.
I can see what Fiend Fire is going to be facing up against here, though. So Born with a pretty solid board. We know, of course, this is the heart board from before, and we're starting to see some of those units that benefit from all these extra heart stacks coming into the field. Born's got enough HP to be able to build a really strong late game board that will maximally take advantage.
And that was a really good cast right there from the Misfortune. It's not going to be enough because, again, that Lee Sin is going to be very strong, and it's pretty hard for Misfortune to deal with anything with a Dragon's Claw these days. But that was still a much better loss going into this fight than I think 12 Feetfire was kind of expecting.
All right, we've got to check across on Bacon, though, because things are looking a little spicy. Bacon definitely going back to the old style of play. We've got Set, we've got Samira. We don't have 4 aces, but we do have a surprise visitor of the Aphelios.
Yeah, Aphelios on 7 just feels like one of the highest high rolls you could possibly get on the set. And it comes down a moment too soon with not exactly Bacon on a 9-game loss streak at risk of not making it to the 4-7 creep round. This is absolutely terrifying. This is when all the alarm bells should be going off here in this fight.
And going up against a whole bunch of threats. I've not got a good feeling about this one for Bacon. They've not got any money in the bank. They've basically got to play with what they have and hope it's good enough to force through a win streak for pretty much the rest of the game.
Yeah, Set is quite strong when mech'd up, but unfortunately is still only a set once. There is still a lot to be desired. Not only that, Rammus found their way into the backline so early. Not much that can be done with this huge chain of CC. Not exactly Bacon's going to finish, not exactly 8th, but still a 7th.
Wow, and that's pretty shocking for the favorite player coming out of groups into this stage to take the immediate 7th. Of course, we will be expecting to see Bacon in particular be a player to fight back and at least make it through to our best of 3 once these 4 initial games are done, but that's not the way you want to start the playoffs.
And it means you have to play so much more aggressively as the day goes on, where if you're a player like Bahara, like I was talking about, they're fine just going for top 4, just playing good TFT consistently over and over again. But now, instead of just maybe swinging for the fences in order to make it to those top 2 advanced positions, if you are not exactly Bacon, you have to swing for the fences just to make it for the chance to play in the group stage, and assuming in Block C.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big ask for the players that remain. At least now they don't have to deal with an unbeatable Catch, who has, of course, been running recon through all of this and is starting to build up their threat board. So we definitely haven't seen the last of our top player, but we've got a new top player for now.
Yeah, Verborn has also been going absolutely crazy. I really like a lot of the adaptations they've been making, just going, for example, for that Belveth over the Smear that they were looking for, just because, again, it is still such a strong carry, especially after the buffs here. By the way, I think we're seeing part of the reason why Catch's board is so strong here, and that's actually going to be Gaga Mao. Both of these players are looking to reroll a lot of different free costs, and they're helping boosting each other up, making sure they're each able to find what they're looking for.
Yeah, and of course, that's one of the things that's really, fascinating to keep track of, just the sort of the micro meta in this particular lobby. Of course, one facet of the micro meta is that Catch is damn strong, and that's a second big L thrown out to Gagamo, who is starting to look like they might be plummeting out. 6th and 5th place are both very possible to have acquired in the next few rounds.
Yeah, again, I talked about how they're boosting each other up a bit, but also Gagamel's trying to drag down a little bit too. They're both contesting that vein, so as a result, it is going to be a little bit on the trickier side. Switch over to Plop, who, excuse me, this is the player that was running the Belveth. I misspoke just a little bit earlier. Also in a very strong position here.
Yeah, this is really fascinating. So Plop, again, one of those players who would have otherwise been a bit of a dangerous spot, but this win streak is working really well. And even though we've got the short shots in the backline, most of our damage here is actually coming from Belveth.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, if I was Plop right now, I'd be considering taking out the Senna here, trying to find something else for a little bit more utility and support. But considering how that's a 2-star Senna, I'd be hesitant too.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working okay so far. And of course, Catch has been trying to build up a frontline of threats as well, which, of course, we can see that Plop has already gotten onto. It does seem like this is a lobby where threats are being heavily prioritized. And being as generic as they are, that makes sense.
I mean, hey, their easy splash have tons of utility. Fiendfire, by the way, goes down to 3 HP. Very low. Has to play very cautiously as this game goes on. Is that a 3-star Ramps per Pyro? No, it is just shy.
Yeah, I was checking out for that for Catch. I think Catch just hit their 3-star Kaiser. They did. So that is very bad news for the rest of the lobby. Honestly, given how strong Catch was before, I would not have blamed anybody for holding Kaisers, but now it's too late.
Silver lining, though, they are out of gold, so they aren't going to be able to really try to buff up too much more in the immediate future. That said, though, as you're pointing out, I'm not quite sure how much more you need to buff up once you hit that 3-star Kai'Sa.
I mean, you've definitely got the option to just, to break away and say, I'm not going to be able to 3-star all the threats, so maybe I find a different long-term frontline. Maybe that's going to be Zac, maybe that's going to be Aegis. Certainly for Fiendfire, who is almost dead, trying to make sure this Miss Fortune gets all the time she needs to be able to cast, but the frontline is evaporating, and I think this could work at the end of the line. Battle for 6th, my apologies, has been lost. We're down to a top 5.
Yeah, and by the way, this is just more and more why you should be looking out for that Lee Sin composition. If you're watching the micro of that fight as it went on, they were shielding each other, literally just dancing back and forth between them to jump to each other to get that extra health. That is absolutely insane, and it's no wonder why players are struggling with this composition right now.
Pretty spicy carousel, as we will, of course, be keeping our eyes closely on this duelist board here for Gagamo. Again, Gagamo wanted to challenge the top players in this lobby, got thrown back, and it's now down to minimal gold, trying to put together a board that's strong enough to build up a win streak, because there's not enough money in the bank to do too much more with this board, trying to hit Neither 3, but it isn't going to happen.
They could hit the vein, and they do actually. That's going to be a pretty big change up right there. That was really important in the role as well. You saw for a second they were able to try to go for another Fiora 2. They decide against it, recognize the fact there are nowhere near anywhere that could get them a Fiora free. So they decide to focus eyes on the prize on these free costs, are able to hit the carry in the vein, which is much better than the Nyla, and still keep their Nyla dreams alive.
Up against Catch, who's of course also running relatively similar units to those recons. You can see the Vayne doing a really good job with all that attack speed, so Gagamo gets to hold on, try and find that last Neela, and really get Gaga's board online as well.
Well, again, this is this rushdown style that you see with duelists. They're able to try to get down the front line, so that way they're able to work towards that excuse me, why do it's Kai'Sa, I don't know why. Trying to work towards that Kai'Sa as quickly as possible, and that just meant that the Vayne was able to start focusing and auto-attacking down the Kai'Sa before Kai'Sa could do the same to Vayne. It just worked out great for Gagamao. The one thing that I will say quickly, though, is that I feel like very, very soon you have to start thinking about dropping some of these duelists and going down to 4. Because really, is Gangplank helping you at this stage? Do you really want to be running the 2-star Fiora? I don't really think so.
No, I'm with you there, and I think we'll find a quick conclusion to this one way or the other. Gagamo is still barely holding on. It's a good stun across most of the team, and Vayne is doing a ton at 3-star. We can see we can see a direct comparison between Belveth and the Vayne, and it's looking like this time it will not go so well. Gagamo will barely be taken out, but that will be a 5th. Top 4 has been secured for everybody else.
Perfect 0 always hurts so much in some of these losses, because you always think of, I could have just, if I killed one more unit or did this other thing slightly differently, I would still be here. But unfortunately, Vayne Tree is not enough to save the day. Bjornborn, by the way, has been dipping down to 4th place, but did just pick up a Syndra 2. That is incredibly powerful, just because the ability to throw in additional units. Quite exciting to see. Other top 4 are Plop, not Pop, Baharo and Catch. No real big surprises here.
Yeah, we're following up on Catch's having had that incredible win streak from earlier on. So I think if you are able to, general players, definitely try and play more aggressively, because as you see, even if it doesn't last forever, a top 4 is very likely, and Catch might even be able to recover and turn it into a top 2.
Yeah, and again, these top 4s are impactful. Yes, it's still early in the tournament. Yes, there is still a lot of TFT to play today, but they're still able to, if not rest on their laurels, at least feel comfortable about where the start they have and start building up a cushion where they could have a little bit of a rougher game and low roll and still be fine.
Well, for Plop, they've managed to find what they were looking for. We've got the 4 sure shot in, even if only we've got 1 item across all 4 sure shots. So they're getting 20 AD, 20%, and we've got a 2-star Aphelios. Surely the Belveth gets sold.
Yeah, I was going to say, I still felt a little bit weird about that just because you still have the Belveth, but that last minute Aphelios 2 is going to be absolutely huge here. That was also, by the way, an Ornn artifact carousel, so that means, oh no, that Aphelios is gone, so Plop is going to be running down it.
Oh no. And unfortunately, the hook is going to be no good either. Fortunately, Plop's got enough in the tank HP-wise to shrug off this loss, but
wait,
a lesson
so much
learned
AD. Oh, not enough. Sorry, I was getting excited because like, hey, we're taking a lot of AD for Sure Shot 4. Surely something could be I got way too excited. I'm so sorry. But it is still an important thing to note.
I mean, it's so good when you've got ways to multiply up, like with the crit we've got for the Aphelios, as we see a very careful placement of Aphelios no longer in grab position. There's only going to be so much room to work with, as Plop will be going up against Catch. Both Vorborn and Plop are in elimination zone.
Yeah, it'll be very tricky. That's a nice roll of the Thieves' Gloves, though, being able to give you a little bit of extra support with the Zephyr here. And again, even though you're probably not going to be running against any more hooks, it's just good to... You feel better moving your Aphelios towards the center, I feel like. And ooh, there's another hook. Again, griefing, but it goes wide.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that was the interaction there. The Zephyr looked like it stopped the hook from working, as I missed my guess. So that means I'm going to say now I can't say Kaiser either. But Catch, the front line actually falls down. The Zephyr works pretty well to keep the DPS out of play, and that means that Catch takes a big L. Vorbion is close to dead. I think it's going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, I don't think this Lee Sin is going to have enough in the tank, but I've been surprised before, and nope, Belveth does #just Belveth things.
Jaro is now on the streak with 26. I think for Plop, we've got some very deliberate last-second changes to be made, including thinking about bringing in 2 civilian here to get a few more casts off. Because we know that we're looking to really build up those sure shot stacks and then have a big cast out of our Senna, our Samira, and of course, ultimately our Aphelios as well.
Not only that, it is windy weather. That means there's going to be an additional force multiplier coming in onto the Aphelios, can be even stronger in some of these fights.
The Zephyr's not going to hit onto the Aphelios. The hook isn't going to pull the Kaiser in either, so we have a straight front-to-back fight. Unfortunately, you can see Vel'Koz is going to make it pretty hard for this almost single carry to stay up and fighting, but I'll eat my words immediately because the front line is evaporated, and I think Catch is about to take a major loss, but barely survive.
Yeah, 1 HP and Dream for Catch at this point here, but unfortunately for them, Pajaro has just started streaking, so even though they're going to get to this next carousel pick, this next item, it might be a little bit more on the trickier side. However, just if I had to call out one more thing about Plop's board, just generally, Sure Shot is absolutely insane. They are really buffing up the Aphelios at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy stuff. As long as the Aphelios doesn't get CC'd or otherwise deleted. Our last items coming in are players drawing their battle lines here in the Marauder League playoffs. This is only our first of the 4 games we'll be playing in this part of the playoffs. Then we'll have the 3 more games again today for a total of 7. This is going to be quite the journey for every player.
Yeah, and by the way, Pajaro trying to go for the kill. Level up to 9. Move the Nunu and Willump 2 at this stage. They're looking incredibly terrifying here. I feel like if both players go into them, both for real and against a ghost, I think we might see a double KO.
Let's see what Plop can do. So the hook will not land too much of anything. Keep your eyes on that Aphelios at the bottom of the screen, because that's when most of the damage is coming from. Go long enough and the other sure shots will make a difference.
That's so much CC, though. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for the Aphelios to really be able to squeak on through. It's not going to be. That's at least 1 kill. Is it going to be 2 coming in here? I think it is. Pajaro, you have been a consistent player, but now you have made a first place. That's a great way to start out the day.
Good call there, Protrade. Exactly as you said. Enough in the tank to be able to wipe out the opposition. And, you know, we were talking about it before it all started. This is a day to be able to show that you can get, you know, you can turn the consistency you've previously shown into explosivity when the moment calls for it.
Yeah, just honestly, that was absolutely insane. I was absolutely terrified, by the way, for Plop's Aphelios in that last fight. You were able to move it away from the corner in order to make sure it wasn't going to hit by a Blitzcrank hook, but you have to remember, you are running an Aphelios that's not in the corner anymore. That's in range of the Sejuani. That means it's also easier for the Urgot to pull it in, get that chain CC over and over and over again. That was just spelled the end at the end of the day.
Yeah, but still, Again, we still do live in the land of the sure shots from this point forward, and probably forever. I don't know how many times they're going to nerf it. Probably going to end up with like one AD percentage per.
We've only nerfed the 2-piece variant. I'm sure the 4-piece can get a nerf at some point later.
They absolutely deserve it. I did love to see that we had plenty of Belvest knocking around as well. One thing which I was missing and I was hoping we would maybe get to see, I think maybe we didn't see because the set didn't work out, is these 4 defender boards which do so well against Belveth and against the sure shots, perhaps for game 2 and onwards.
Yeah, it's something for these players to think about. They are going to be, remember, staying in this group. They get a lot of learning potential out of this. They can start trying to piece together what they think this meta of this lobby is going to be as they figure things out. But I think it's about time that we finish wrapping up trying to figure things out on our end. We've outsourced that this time around. So joining me now is the Aegis Endless Desk. Guys, please take it away.
All right, really appreciate it, man. And great cast, guys, for the first one. Welcome on in. I got myself Expired, who's a little off center there, and then we got August over on the other side. Expired, center yourself, dude. What are you doing? Yo, you guys couldn't hear me because I was muted in the Discord. What's up, guys? How you doing? The broadcast heard me. I was chatting along.
You freaked me out, man.
Center yourself,
I was just sitting here trying to listen to you. I'm somewhere.
There you are.
I had to switch to the broadcast, and I was like, "Are we listening on the broadcast to ourselves?" I was a little confused.
Yeah, I forget sometimes. I don't mute myself in the correct spots, or unmute myself. But welcome on in, guys. Expired in August, AML guys. You guys know a ton about this league, but enough of me. August, go ahead. We'll leave it to you first. People have seen Expired. Not as many people have heard from August. Who the heck are you? What are you doing here? If you even know.
I don't really know. Like you said, my name is August. Multiple, AML player. Been to the playoffs once, trying to get back there. Knocked out by multiple times now. Pajaro, who is apparently a really good player, taking this first, put himself in a really good position to not have to worry about playing extra games today.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've been around the scene for, was this your second or third time playing AML?
I think this is the third.
The third time playing AML. Gotcha. Yeah. Expired. You're brand new to the scene. Not only brand new to AML, but brand new to TFT.
This is my first serious season, man.
This is it. But this like, where'd you come from? Who are you? What is Expired?
Retired StarCraft washed up pro, esports team owner, overpriced consultant, some would say. A lot of things, and really bad at TFT.
I feel that. I'm with you. Terrible at TFT. I'm not even good enough to make it to the AML, so thankful to have you guys on to break it down. Now, we just finished game 1. August, you got a chance to watch it. Expired, you were driving. Somebody was driving. Somebody was somewhere. You just got back. But Expired and August, thoughts on just AML as a whole? It's been pretty competitive this time around. How you feeling about it?
Definitely feels a lot more competitive since it was restructured to be Master 2 GM for AML. A lot more people being, especially with like a higher ceiling, which means higher cap players, people that know more, people that actually read, and it's getting tense. It feels a lot more tense than it has before.
Definitely.
I love that he says AML players can read. We both know that's not true. Come on. We're TFT players. We don't read.
Some of them play like they can read. I'm telling you, man. I think that might be the hidden tech is reading.
You know, I heard about a Pete guy once that tried to read.
Me, man.
Is that true?
Pete once tried to read while we were in call, and all I can remember was horrified screams.
Well, correct, guys, we're wrapping up. For anybody watching, guys, this is the brand new Analyst Desk. We're just going to be hanging out, breaking down some of the game, and just chatting it up instead of your traditional break. We'll be heading back to the casters in just a few minutes here to get us back into game 2. But from each of you guys, and I'm going to kind of pull up my own here and talk about it. Expired, I don't know if you saw this beforehand, so we'll let you go last. August, you're stuck going first, man. Who's a player you're looking out for in this first round of playoffs? Doesn't even have to be in this lobby.
It's definitely personal for me. I'm definitely watching Paral's gameplay.
Yeah.
I don't know how he keeps making it over me, man. I got to figure it out. So, and he just won this first game. He's looking hot.
Paral's looking really good, for sure. Now, I got to stick my money where my mouth is. On the podcast, I did say I'm going with Gagamo. I'm sticking with Gagamo. Had a rough first game, but I'm sticking with him. I think what a heck of a player. Watching him come back is going to be a joy for me. Expired, you got somebody?
You already know the few people I have is going to be Owen and Dot. They're on fire. They had an insane week 4, and they're probably about to streak themselves into the finals of playoffs.
For sure. Now, Owen just hit Challenger, right? Or did he lose it all?
No.
Pretty recently a Challenger for the first time. I don't know if he still is right now.
Okay.
I'll pull up his... we'll look into that
You
on the
didn't
stats
check
desk
if
for next
he
time.
lost it all?
Yeah, I'm going to see if he lost it all before playoffs.
Well, hurry up with that. We're going to bring out the casters right back in just before we get into the next game. But, guys, any closing thoughts right before we go?
No, I'm just really excited to see how these things figure out. I think we're going to see some really close lobbies today. Some really nail biting HP for sure.
And I know you've been nail biting about whether Owen has lost it all. He's GM 600. We got the live
600.
stats for you. MVP, GM 600.
We'll leave it on that. We're going to send it right back on over to the casters. Protroid and Counterfeit getting us back into game 2. We'll see you guys back right after this one.
Thank you for the warning there, by the way, Honeybear, because my headphone ears did not expect your hype that was coming through as we were coming back in. So give me a second to recombobulate myself. Well, I do. I am Protroid, that's Counterfeit, and we have more TFT to play.
Yeah, so if any of you guys were not here for our first round of play, we are now heading into the second of our 4 initial games, which will divest us of 8 of our players. No, sorry, 4 of our players to start with, 2 from each lobby, and by the end of today, we will have dropped 8 players overall. Once we've done our first 4 games, and then our second set of games, which will be then a best of 3.
Yes, and after the first 4 games that we have today, we will start getting some inklings of who's going to be able to be moving on and advancing 2v2 automatically, not needing to go to Group C. But I think we might be starting to see a few things here and there. Pajaro, we've been talking about how consistent they've been as a player time and time again. Them taking first place convincingly in the first lobby of the day.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and it was all built around ultimately just the 2-star Belveth. I mean, we had some strong supporting units, the Nunu and the Janna, but ultimately Belveth was doing the heavy lifting, and it worked.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really important thing to point out, because that's what Pajaro was thinking, I guarantee you, when they were playing the early game. They saw these items, the first carry you think of is just Samira because of that muscle memory, and they were able to switch things around, go towards this Belveth because it was just dropped for them, work into an early Belveth too when other players might just ignore it and say, I'll hit my Samir, I'll figure it out. No, got it uncontested, turned it into a win streak to then become the Aphelios. Beautiful stuff all around.
I mean, Gagamo as well, I've crossed paths with them multiple times. Ending out 5th, as a player who would choose to challenge Catch, who was initially the one on top of the lobby and ended up losing out. We do see these kind of high-stakes interactions between our players where you put everything into building a win streak, keeping a win streak, and when that falls apart, so does your performance in the lobby.
And we talked about the first place player in the last game. We got to talk about the second now. Plop, who's going to be our first perspective of the day. And I think Plops also has quite a bit of a name for themselves as well when they have been going through this tournament.
Yeah, did some real good work with the sure shots in the previous game, as well as having the front line consisting of the threats. So again, threats we did see as a front line setup very, very popular in our first lobby. Expect to see the same again.
I'm curious to see if we do see any adaptations, though. Like we were talking about before the break, I feel like defenders are warranted at this stage, just trying to figure something like that out. I do also like, again, we see an early Sona being dropped. Plop just keeping it on hand, seeing what happens if they're to find the early KO, get a random Ezreal or Vi. Little things, that can change the meta at the drop of a hat.
Well, I think Pajaro was the one who's kind of making people be a lot more aware of those undergrounds because Pajaro ran the underground before and ended up coming first. So, if you've got the access to one of the harder parts to grab from the underground, the 3-cost part, then of course you just need to find your Kale and either of the 2 costs and you're off to the races.
Yeah, it's such an easier weight off your shoulders as well. So I feel like Plop has to be feeling pretty good that they can potentially run the underground start. We're just going to have to see if that potential turns into reality.
It just relies on a modicum of patience, and Plop's got a decent enough board to be holding on to this for now. I guess maybe we're eating our words immediately, as we're going to have ourselves some 1-cost hero augments.
And I was going to say, this is a great opportunity to showcase the 4 rerolls, but nope, Soul Eater immediate going in here for the Nasus. That's going to be a pretty quick change. Moving over to 12 Fiend Fire's perspective, they're being a little bit more cautious. They're scouting around, seeing if anyone is contesting. It could be because they're eyeing Divine Descent, which is a lot of potential power, but no, they want to get the most out of these rolls.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to learn not to call us until they make the pick here, because there's so many choices. They can choose it. Still 3 more rerolls to go for. We know Oxen Rage has been popular, but no, we've got the chance to Petricite Chains. This I know is a personal favorite of both of us.
Yeah, I know. That's why we both perked up. I think, yes, we're going to be able to talk about it. This feels amazing, because this has been a strat that both of us have been theory crafting and talking about and just giddy about, I feel like, for lack of a better term, ever since we started learning more and more about these interactions. And the excuse we have to talk about it, I'm sure, is going to frustrate everyone that is watching.
So we still don't know quite what approach we'll be seeing taken here by Fiendfire, but one of the options we can have, we talked about in the previous game, this is one of the augments where it is not exclusive to a single unit. It's giving 30 mana to your whole team. If you do 2 of them, it gives 60 mana to your whole team.
And that's a really important thing to remember, because so many units have these high mana caps in order to help make sure they're not going to be absolutely running away with some fights. And being able to just cast them nigh instantaneously is amazing. In the early game, being able to run double Silas plus, for example, a Jinx means that she's going to be firing off a rocket in the first second or so. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's great for units like Riven in the mid game where you can get the shield up before you take too much damage. And in the late game, of course, everybody loves more mana.
Like, say, for example, if we focus on the Anima Squad vertical, I mean, if you're able to just make your Misfortune cast before the enemy Misfortune or before there's too much crazy defensive stacking, that's also going to be a win in and of itself. We have to see what Catch is doing with the Edgelord, by the way, coming in on the Talon.
Yes, we get a little bit too giddy seeing Petricite chains come in. As you can see, Fiendfire's doing a little bit of checking there, being like, presumably she knows already about this interaction. I don't know if we're the only ones in the entire universe who spend as much time thinking about it.
I think we're that clever, to be clear, Peter. I don't think we're sitting in a room just like, yes, Petricite chains. I'm sure other people must know about this.
I mean, that's all I do all day, every day. But we have got other players to talk about, including not exactly Bacon, who has gone for a fascinating Ricochet augment for Gangplank, which a few people have been saying is actually pretty nuts.
You're one of those people as well. This is just the both of us get to talk about our favorite hero augments, I feel like, for the next 40 minutes. So please, everyone join along for the ride.
What we do is we disguise it very cleverly. This is what you do,
yes.
people watching. We say, we've been seeing, or we've heard that this is really strong, and then we just give our own opinions, and it sounds like we're being impartial.
We did our research. We are learned men, but really we're just playing way too much GFT. But regardless of any of that, I completely agree. And one of the things I like about this early hero augment change is because you're able to see access to some of these some of these carries that don't necessarily see a lot of light. Gangplank, don't get me wrong, can be very effective, but he's usually just a super bot, not usually able to come into his own. But the ability to roll, look around, and see if there's any kind of angle means that not exactly Bacon could get a good deal out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this can end up being ridiculously strong. I mean, right now, the Lost Streak makes sense. Gangplank isn't going to be wiping out whole boards, but once he gets to 3-star with some 3-star supers to back him up and some duelists as well, he's going to hit like an absolute truck. And if he's the last one standing in any given fight, he will clean up like crazy.
Yeah, it is going to be, again, a challenge to get there. At this stage, you only have 2 Gangplanks total out of the 9 that you're going to be wanting for that free star. So there is plenty of time for not exactly Bacon to figure that out. Unfortunately for them, though, 78 HP at the first carousel is not the look that you want to have.
No, and we should really be talking about the lobby overall at this point. We got a little carried away with how excited we were with the early augments, but we've got Plop, we've got Voidborn, and we've got Gargamo, who are all undefeated right now. Bacon, of course, one of the top seed coming into today, came 7th in the previous lobby, so they're going to need to fight their way back out from the bottom of the table.
And again, another augment that we love. I know we're trying to get away from it, but I can't help myself. The bigger, better Buckler is just a hilarious Poppy hero augment. It's just going to be giving Poppy, I think, an extra 200 flat armor, which makes her ability absolutely nuke anything in the backline. And the fact that, again, you're running 2, it means that it's going to be both of them getting that bonus armor because there is no strongest exclusive modifier, keyword, what have you. And it just means so that when you're fighting in the early game like this, it's so much harder for all of these primarily AD-focused champions to really chew through.
And if Gargamo does end up turning up a defender emblem at any point during this, they can build towards a 3-star Poppy that can absolutely nuke people, but they can also just use this early game strength of the Poppy to carry them for now, and build towards a defender Rammus long term that will also be a huge menace.
Oxforce played a huge role. I'm not sure if Lulu's going to have enough, but she does. What do you know? 4-game win streak. Gargamo keeps Mr. 100 alive.
Yeah, looking pretty good. And yeah, they don't have Gadgetzine active, though we could absolutely do that right now, prioritizing having those 2 Poppies exactly as you said. The bench is looking a little interesting here. We've got a chance to bring in 4 defender, which would be a pretty big upgrade in terms of the damage output of this Poppy. We'll see.
Yeah, and by the way, really like it. Checking the Gadgetzine item, seeing if it is worth it. One thing that I'll say, though, is that even if, for example, I believe it's called the spring-loaded rapid-fire cannon isn't exactly what you want right now for any of these units, the fact that it's just granting each of your Gadgetzines additional damage and resistances for every item slot occupied, that still might be worth it just to slot down.
Yeah, and of course, that's one we haven't talked about yet. The Gadgetzine changes out of this patch. The three Gadgetzine is a little bit of damage reduction for each item you come in, but actually, vertical Gadgetzine is a conceivable composition now, with 12% damage reduction for each item you have equipped.
And it's important to note that that's item component or item slot, not fully completed item. Meaning, if you were just to slam, for example, the cloak that is sitting on Gagamo's bench, they would have been able to get that additional 3% resistances on the Poppy.
Of course, what we were just seeing there was the Soul Eater Nasus augment in play as well. That's one that's a little bit less fun, I suppose, than the other ones, but incredibly powerful, giving your entire team basically half of a thrill of a hunt for the low price of playing it just a single Nasus. It's not too shabby at all, and you can build a completely different board around it and still have it be worthwhile.
It's also a little bit more than that, right? Like, it's not just being able to get a kill, it's a takedown, meaning that assists count, just like in regular League of Legends. So as a result, yes, it is a little bit more healing received. Thank you so much for the champion duplicator. That is very nice of you, Crux. Even though it is a little bit less healing received, it's going to be spread across more units with more consistency.
Oh no, of course you're right. I remember, because I really initially looked at Soul Eater, I was like, that doesn't seem that great. But you're right, it's not just on... Well, let's see. So it heals your... from the way it's worded, it says your team heals 300 health on takedowns. I'm assuming that means for each time one of the opponent units dies. It doesn't mean that you kind of proc it like 6 times if 6 units got hits on it. Otherwise, you'd be healing for like 1,500 across your whole team the whole time.
Yeah. And actually, yeah, I believe, again, it's anyone that basically helps contribute to the kill. So, say, for example, if a Sunfire is able to just deal that little bit of tick damage coming from somewhere, if Galio punches, if Renekton slashes, if all that happens, I believe all 3 of those units are going to get the extra 300 HP. So, again, it is quite a nice sort of thing coming through here, just to delay these fights a little bit longer, which, I mean, that's exactly what mascots want to do.
Well, let's have a look and see it in action up against Catch, who's got that edge.
Oh, I don't know.
We've got carry Nasus. I think we might actually struggle to get too many heals in there. We'll see. So we're going to get a heal in now. And yeah, it was a little tough to tell. There's a lot going on in the middle of this fight. But it should be a little bit more healing.
I mean, I was going to say, I wasn't quite sure how much we were going to see just because that's a 3-star Talon. That's absolutely ridiculous here. Catches hit, basically, I think, exactly when you would want to, just because of how tricky it is with a 1-cost curve. They are going to be very close to death right there, but they managed to bring it back.
But hitting that early 3-star talent is immensely freeing for Catch going forward, as it will be tier 1 hero augment into silver augment. These choices are going to be massively important for our players, because they maybe aren't going to get too much more out of their augments for the rest of the game.
Interesting with the Luden's Echo. I feel like we don't really see too many Ludens coming here. Just generally, there aren't as many good procs here, especially if you look at the items that Plop has already built. Granted, it's silver, it's not as impactful, and that little bit of extra splash of damage is going to be useful no matter what. Just not what I kind of expected going through here.
So based on what we've seen so far, I think it's likely we're going to end up with a gold augment to end out today. We may end up with a prismatic. Again, we are in lobby 2, so we've got several players from our first lobby who need to have a stronger performance across the second game. Otherwise, their chances of making it through in the 2 guaranteed spots, let alone maybe even the rest of the spots that go forward today, may become very slim indeed.
Yeah, and if you look at the leaderboards, by the way, 12 Fiend Fire, not exactly Bacon, those are 2 players that both really do need some of these wins at the stage. Both of them in the bottom 2 of this lobby right now. So they both need to start trying to figure out if they can get some of these wins, or else, yeah, they're going to be at risk of going home.
Yeah, it'll be a very short stay in the playoffs, but it's going to happen to several somebodies. See, right now, we've got a decent setup here for Plop. Taking the L there isn't so bad with 30 gold in the bank, but America is the only one on the win streak, with Gagamo currently occupying the top spot.
Yeah, and I'm happy we're able to go back to not exactly Bacon here, because it is natural they're going to be losing a lot of HP when trying to go for a 1-cost reroll, and you haven't quite hit that 1 cost just yet. However, they are starting to get a little bit closer. 6 Gangplanks, also have 6 Kales coming in here as well for that little bit of added support to get even more hero bonuses down the line. That will be helpful, just not exactly where things need to be just yet.
At least Bacon has got the featherweights to give, effectively that extra item or half an item to Gangplank. We're semi-close to getting this Gangplank online, but it's been nowhere near as successful getting the 3-star Gangplank online as Catch has been with getting the 3-star Talon.
I almost feel, is it time for you to start panic rolling a little bit? Obviously not down to 0. I'm not going to be advocating for anything that crazy in this level of competition, but you are starting to lose quite a bit of health. Other players that are in similar positions to you have started hitting, and on top of that too, you started winning as well a little bit. Do you feel like you need to roll just to try to see if you can maintain the streak?
I see where you're going with this, that, ideally Bacon's going to be wanting to leave level 5 to keep a win streak going, because right now, the supers aren't quite where you want them to be, so if you don't roll down and start and getting your units in, freeing you to level up, then you have to kiss goodbye to any long-term win streak at all.
Yeah, it's just such a risky thing, because as we were talking about, being able to hit the Talon, for example, at this stage means that you're able to say, cool, I'm going to rush to the later levels. I'm going to start hitting some of these later units and champions to help really build out my comp. Being able to, for example, run a 3-star Talon as well as having a Viego, that's a really hard thing to balance, just because you usually lose so much health in the early game. For not exactly Bacon, they already now need to see if they can move in, see if they can get that last little carry forward the Gangplank in order to then start building things up on their own. However, they're getting closer and closer, and with perfect itemization to boot.
And this isn't a great level to be rolling for the other supers as well, with a lot of them being at 2 costs rather than 1 cost. So we've got 1 more to go. The win streak is in place, the blue buff is in place as well. I'm really shocked Bacon doesn't want to get the Gangplank 3 right now, and then just start powering up and getting themselves a win streak they can respect.
You say it's not as effective to roll for these 2 costs, by the way, but I count 7 of these Malphites that are already coming in here. So that's pretty terrifying in its own right. Yourborn, by the way, is also running a comp that I wanted to talk about earlier, being Jax, who received a pretty decent buff this patch, just being able to scale off of AP correctly, as opposed to not as he was before.
Yeah, so I mean, you can see having a pretty good effect here. I suppose the problem that not exactly Bacon has, as we can sort of put on our analysis hats for this competition, is that normally the Jax competition is struggling against front-to-back comps. You've got a big front line of threats or something like that, you've got all the sure shots in the back, and you never touch them with Jax. In this case, Gangplank is directly on the front line, making him incredibly vulnerable to Jax.
Yeah, it's such a tricky thing. And you can try to play some positioning games here and there to see if you can get Gangplank aggroed last. But unfortunately, it's going to be just tricky at the end of the day. And I wouldn't be surprised at this point if they're able to hit some other supers before the Gangplank at this point. This is absolutely insane to look at.
Okay, we can breathe again. As you said, the other supers aren't too far off being complete as well. So Bacon's managed to get to where they need to with at least 30 gold intact, one more Malphite needed, and a couple more of our friend Lee Sin, and then you can start just making this Gangplank, rather than being your only threat, be part of a diverse damage portfolio that can get you really far.
Yeah, and look at those ricochets.
Wow,
that is absolutely insane. The second Gangplank is able to shift from attacking the front line to the back line, or if the ricochet hits the back line, it feels like a full damage nuke. And I completely agree at this point. You are in a pretty good position to start looking to get to level 6. You are 1 off of a Malphite free, 2 off of a Lee Sin free, as well as a Kale free as well, which I feel like you're just going to hit naturally kind of at this point.
We'll keep an eye out on how Bacon does long time, because I'm absolutely with you. That Gangplank is amazing against the backline hits, but a lot of our players are going to start putting together very scary front lines that Gangplank might struggle to get through. Gagamo has got, well, the beginnings of one. We were hoping to see some more 3-star 1 costs in here, but instead we've got 2 2-star poppies, one of them with a Dragon's Claw.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like a full-blown poppy carry. It's harkens back to the Candyland days that I'm sure everyone remembers as fondly as I do. But unfortunately, it's still going to be a good carry in its own right if you aren't going to be 3-starring it and just using it as a general defender frontline, just part of your core, and really powering up this 1-cost unit to be more than what it usually would be.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly remember back in the day when we were young, when we were young.
We were so much happier back then.
Well, we built dual gauntlets on our poppies and murdered
we liked
people. Yes, we were happy back then. There is a poppy in the shop. Okay, I was wondering if Kagamo was actually going to intentionally not buy it, but I think 3-star poppy is actually very close to being built. We don't know if it's the goofy kill everyone poppy, but it will at least be a strong poppy to keep defender relevant.
I mean, 200 armor is absolutely ridiculous, I think, even if you're not trying to go for it. And that means Poppy will still be able to get a random nuke here or there. So I feel like it's still a good place to kind of be in. Now, if Gagamo wanted to be completely crazy, they could use the champion duplicator that's on their bench, but I would never advocate anything like that in this kind of setting. They should do it right now.
Well, there is something to be said. You're at level 7. Oh, I thought it was a golden egg. It's just a golden egg.
Yeah, no, we were wrong.
Oh, high roller though. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Sorry, you're killing us, Gagamo. You're killing us.
We're both so excited trying to see our pick. This is objectively the correct pick, by the way. Just be able to get 2 completed items. It's a big boost in power. Just try to get things going. But this is going to be really supercharging so much of this lobby at this stage. Low-cost hero augments. Some players, like Not Exactly Bacon, sticking towards the bomb with those 1 costs, now having to deal with flops boards that have been scaling as well as a prismatic. That's going to be terrifying.
All right, so we've got the Zephyr waiting to be deployed, but for now, there is the extra magic resist shred for Gagamo on the front line. A lot of the damage for this composition coming from our friend Belveth, as the front line will be reinforced by Locket. Bear in mind, we've got Exiles in play, so Locket's going to be a little tricky to maneuver.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be reforged. And what do you know? You reforged to get rid of a Zephyr, and the Zephyr half returned. If you love something, do set it free. So I feel like at this stage, that should be pretty effective. And Gagamo's now going to be playing a board where they have 2 different really scouting-dependent items. The first time around, they were able to get the Shroud of Stillness. Now they have a Zephyr, so they really have a lot to consider as they're scouting through every single one of these fights. And meanwhile, that's a big Nunu.
It's a big old Nunu rolling through the world, but not big enough to keep the walls from the door, so the front line remains intact. You can see the Belveth doing a lot of damage along with the Senna on the side of the screen. But looking at the lobby overall, we have got actually some pretty similar HP bars, from 3rd place down. Everyone's started taking some pretty big hits, particularly from 4th place, 40s down into 30s. We've got a lot of players who've taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, and 12 Fiend Fire, by the way, we finally get to see what's up with them. They are still going to be running that side. It's just not in the way that I think either of us were expecting. Instead, they've gone for a full 6 Renegade board here with the Viego.
Oh boy, I mean, this is pretty damn scary. So we'll have the boost of mana coming in straight away, which will help the Argot cast a lot faster as well, the Leona as well, but we still have got to figure out what the influence that Jax is going to have in the lobby, because it's so different than what everyone else is playing.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players just haven't had the time to figure out Jax. Like, we all have memories of how Jax used to work. You'd run vertical brawlers, pretty much completely ignore Mecha Prime, and just try to run off of his huge health pool. And I feel like because of the AP changes, people are still experimenting, figuring out how they best feel comfortable running him. I'm curious to see if Reborn is trying to sort of forge what we will be seeing, or might just be experimenting.
Well, it's working pretty reasonably so far. I mean, well, of course, we need to take note of Catch, of course, player who was very, very dominant in the previous lobby, now riding the bottom of the table, won't have anywhere near the level of influence they had in Game 1.
Yeah, this is certainly a point of concern here. I talked about the cushion at the end of Game 1. That means that they do have room for some mistakes like this, but when you are looking at the rest of the lobby right here, and you're thinking about players like Baharo, like Gagamo, both players that were pretty good in that top of the lobby alongside Dorborn, you gotta start worrying about how they're advancing and you're not.
I suppose the one advantage you get from being towards the bottom is, of course, getting access to those 5 costs on the carousel. So for Fiendfire, we had an Aphelios coming in. For Catch, we had an Urgot coming in, I believe, as well. So perhaps this will be a corner-turning moment to get themselves a lot of gold in the bank and to get the prime item to bring this Viego online.
Yeah, that is going to be huge for Viego. This is basically best in slot at this stage. Unfortunately, though, I still see a lot of 1-stars in this board for 12 Fiend Fire. It's still only going to be a Viego 1. It is still only going to be a Leona 1, which, I mean, it's level 7. It's amazing that you've hit it in the first place. But still, it's going to be just so much trickier to really get a lot going. They have 35 gold. They can look for a crazy roll. I think they need to sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing some of the consequences of those 1-stars coming in, because Belveth, itemized as well, will be able to punish the small HP pools of these 1-stars and just kill them off before they can get their damage out. I think there's enough time for Fiendfire to be able to bring at least some of these 2 costs to bear, but it's getting limited as Catch will also take an L. We're getting, again, close to having a couple of players dip out early on.
Yeah, and here's the role that I was talking about, the way 12 Fiend Fire are really trying to stave off this as long as they possibly can. Unfortunately, though, they're just not hitting anything at all, really. I don't really see too many units here that they can even take advantage of beyond just the primary things they're looking for in the form of that Viego.
There's one, but yeah, there's almost nothing left in the tank at this point. It's a desperation roll. Fiendfire will hopefully for them get a few extra bits of gold from this Argot, who is very carefully positioned over to the side, so we won't be getting a ton of people with the wave, but we'll be keeping fairly safe. Against what we've seen from Catch here, though, who is heavily motivated to stay alive, I just don't think it's good enough.
Motivated to save alive, and for 3 Viegos as well. So I think we see where some of the 12 Fiend Fire's Viegos went when they were looking before. So I think Catch had a phenomenal early game. They were able to augment that, by the way, with level up, as you can kind of see. Meaning that they've been able to make up and get themselves to level 8, which is something you don't usually see a 1-cost reroll board do. It is just going to be a rough thing.
Fire complaining in the chat about not seeing that 1 extra Silas to upgrade from a 1-star to a 2-star.
Just run both. You have Viego instant cast. It's great. I promise. It's maybe not what you need right now.
This is the brain trust trying to give you tips here for your future games. Silas,
do not listen to either of us. It is a bad idea.
There's no reason at all why we're commentating instead of playing.
Yeah, exactly. Cooling down a little bit, because I feel like whenever we start feeding into each other a little bit, we kind of keep going a little bit, I feel. But regardless of any of that, switching back over to Plop's perspective here, they are working out, trying to see if they can finalize some offensive strats here, because really they have a really strong core of Belveth items. They still only have Belveth 1. I think they really need a good secondary carry.
It looks like we're fishing for that right now, so more frontline coming in. Still no second Belveth. I don't know if we're going to actually find one. Upgrades are not exactly what Plop is looking for. There's the Belveth finally, last second upgrade. It's still so much weight being put on this single unit. Fiddlesticks, I think, yeah, with the dual gauntlet can provide a little bit more damage, but it's still mainly going to be Belveth pulling the weight.
Yeah, and frontline like this too. Fiddlesticks is mostly going to be used here for the stun, trying to make sure that basically the entirety of this enemy board is just going to be relaxing for a bit while Belveth is trying to build up attack speed stats. That is going to work in this stage right here. However, again, it really just is the Belveth show.
And I mean, this show has got pretty good attendance. A solid win there for Plop, as we have actually got our first elimination. Fiendfire is out, going down to -2 HP, and I think we're finding more and more evidence that going on a loss streak is a risk that players may just not be able to afford to take.
And that is just rough to watch as well. 12 Fiendfire seemed like they had a lot of low roll moments. We already saw them complain they only were able to really see 2 of the silences just in this game entirely, weren't quite able to get too much out of that. So as a result, these kinds of games happen. You do have more TFT to play, so you can feel good about that, but they really need to start swinging for some top 3s if they want to try to see if they can go to Group C later on today.
Yes, that was a 6th into an 8th. Very perilous situation for Fiendfire to be in. As we check in with the rest of the players, across the board we can see Bacon has recovered from a little bit of an interesting early game to be our dominant win-streaking player at the top of the lobby. On the other side, for everybody else, we're around looking 40, 30 HP, maybe down to 20 at the bottom of the table. It's still very close.
Yeah, and I really do want to see how Not Exactly Bacon is doing here, because I feel like there's a pretty important story to tell with that composition. If you remember when we were looking at them before, they were struggling, they couldn't quite hit the gangplank that they were looking for, and they were bleeding health like crazy. The second they hit that gangplank 3, I think was the start of this win streak here. So you can really see how, yes, you're going to be bleeding a lot of health when you're going for these reroll comps, but if you're able to hit and hit strong, you're going to go absolutely insane, and that's exactly what Bacon's been doing.
Yeah, so we've got all the supers up to 3-star. I believe the Galio up to 3-star as well, and the Kale almost at 3-star, which presumably will eventually happen. Bacon's board, yeah, is incredibly strong. I still wonder what it can do against Omega tanks, but this lobby actually doesn't seem to be running them.
I mean, Cho'Gath, I thought that was Cho'Gath, that's an Alistar, but still, that's another good magic resist-based tank. And Gangplank just completely shredded. I don't really think there's too much that a lot of these units can do. This is absolutely insane.
Of course, with the Ricochet, it does full damage on the second bounce, so you don't just need to have one good tank, you've got to have 2. Because if you just have all your carries that are right behind your tanks and the Ricochet bounces across and kills them, you can end up the round with a bunch of relatively healthy tanks, but no damage at all.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to see. I also don't think we've seen too many claws here just to try to get further magic resistance kind of going, so that can also be a little bit difficult.
Well, Gagamo has gone out in 7th, Catch going out in 6th. Ooh. We are rapidly approaching the danger zone for the majority of the lobby, with Plop now being our lowest HP surviving player.
Yeah, Catch, by the way, that is absolutely huge. Going out, they were 3rd place in that last round. Meanwhile, Gagamo, if memory serves, they were 5th. So, again, these players are good middle-of-the-pack players, but taking a pretty crazy loss here is going to be pretty hurtful.
Every single finish is going to matter. Again, for our players who don't make it through in the top 2 spots from each of these lobbies, we're going to be switching lobby after this game. But there's 2 lobbies running simultaneously, both, of course, with the 8 players in. 2 from each lobby, go 3 straight through to tomorrow. And then the majority of the remaining players will play again in a best of 3, with our bottom 2 from each lobby immediately eliminated.
Yeah, again, that's the risky thing you have to play around. Because, for example, if you are 12 Fiendfire, you are coming in here with a 6 and an 8. That is absolutely terrifying. You need to make sure you are not one of those bottom 2 at the end of the 4-game block today. That, for Voyarmort, is going to be a Jax 3.
Yeah, we can see that we just weren't entirely sure what to expect, but Voidemon, it's done really well with it, taking the win streak off of Bacon. We talk about Omega level, Uber tanks. Jax, to an extent, actually fulfills that requirement.
Yeah, and another thing I got to call out here is that there is a form of the admin running, and unfortunately, I don't quite know what it is. I believe it is on kill. I just don't know the effect that is coming through here, so that's also going to be further buffing up that Jax.
That is really terrifying beast. We have got a few more upgrades coming in, though. So Pajaro, who of course were first place from last time round, is now riding the possibility of going from first into fifth. We'll check in with Plop, who's also on low health, though not elimination territory for this round. Still relying on the Belveth as the primary damage dealer.
Yeah, and they will be a little bit of trouble here, I think, with the Belveth being shrouded. That might slow down that initial cast by just an auto or two, but she's still pretty dang good at ramping.
Well, I think this is going to be significant, especially with more CC coming in. Exactly as you say, the more cast Belva gets off, the more cast she will then get off in the future. She's spending a lot of this round being CC, but I think it may still not matter. The front line is very good, and Belveth remains standing even after everything.
Yeah, the Edge of Night was just huge in order for it to reset all the damage that was coming towards her. Pajaro is going to be going down in the meantime, by the way. First into fifth, that does hurt a little bit. However, that means that Pajaro is maintaining their good meat shot overall. So I feel like they can still be pretty happy coming out of this lobby.
And of course, it's amazing news for everybody else in this situation whenever the player who's gone first then takes a weaker finish, because it reduces the amount of points you need to get to be competitive for those top spots.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty huge difference maker, and it means that some of these players can be a little bit more relaxed, but they should still swing for the fences.
All right, so our top four is decided. Bulldbjorn, currently doing very, very well. Had a fourth before, now is guaranteed at worst to go fourth 2 times in a row, and is fairly likely to do better than that.
I mean, hey, even if it is going to be going 4-4, that's pretty dang good. Just generally here, that's going to basically guarantee that you're able to go towards the end of the day going for that final shot at week 2. However, obviously, it's not going to be enough for that bye.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing here. We don't know how our players are approaching these lobbies. We're playing 4 games against the same players. If you play a top 1, top 2 style, you maybe get to go straight through to tomorrow immediately. If you play a top 4 style, it's very likely you will then play again in our second half of today, that best of 3, where again, you just need to come through with the top 4. So conceivably, you could play conservative and still get to day 2.
Yeah, again, it is going to be a tricky thing just to do, because it is still, you feel much better going in on a high note than more of a mad note, but hey, making it to week 2 is going to be pretty dang huge just in and of itself. Here, though, again, we just see more and more Gangplank. I am really loving this Ricochet.
Ooh.
Oh, it goes down.
You were loving this Ricochet.
Yeah.
So this is the big problem we talked about before. Gangplank is a melee unit, and if he does get targeted, he's got no survivability at all. But Plop will find out what is at the end of that particular rainbow. Going out in 4th, but taking down the Gangplank is at least something.
It's a moral victory, I feel like, at that stage. And then goes down very low, only 2 HP, but does survive to fight another round. And just generally looking through, the other adaptation that's been made here is, of course, being able to throw in that Syndra. Unfortunately, you are running a lot of Kaels on your bench. The odds are you're going to be picking up one of those, and really that's not going to do too much more than maybe stall out the fight.
No, well, for Plop, at least, as you said, a solid showing. 2nd into 4th is very, very good indeed. Still leaves Plop in position to challenge for one of those top 2 spots out of this lobby A to go straight through. We have got Urgots in the shop. Bacon doesn't care about Urgots. It's all about hitting more 3 stars.
Yeah, and by the way, completely sold the Kaels just because they really get so many of these Alistars. They're now 1 off of an Alistar free. They don't need the Kael for the extra super damage anymore. I love that adaptation.
Yeah, working really well up against the Day in America, who was 8th in our previous lobby, so it's done very well to make at least top 3 here. Will be doing some pretty good work. That Aphelios is a whole different beast than the Gangplank, and the front line is barely holding on.
Gangplank died super early in here, and even though Aphelios is still kicking, you have a... Whoa! I was about to say, that Fiddle has been soaking up so much, but it is still only a Fiddle 1-star. It seems like this Gangplank has fallen off at this stage, but there's just so much more that this comp has to offer from not exactly Bacon. What's going on?
This is not exactly cricket here, ProTroy. We got, as you said, 3 stars all over the place. We don't think we're going to be seeing a 3-star you anytime soon, but 3-star Alistair ain't bad at all. We're down to our top 2. And remember again for today, the top 2 spots, if you end out all 4 lobbies, top 2 overall, you go straight through to tomorrow without having to play any more games at all.
Yeah, and to be clear, at the stage, Bjornborn is the one that is pretty happy right now in terms of that top 2 contention. They came out of the first game with a 4th. They have the potential to go first here, especially if they're able to maintain this win streak. That would be absolutely huge. If you're not exactly Bacon, though, you came into the day with a 7th. So having this top 2 is also great just for that consistency that we were talking about earlier in trying to get a good middle of the pack overall.
I mean, this is the thing. With Bacon's board, this shouldn't really be making it this far, but it has done exceptionally well. The Flaming Ricochet doing absolutely amazing work. I think this does erase that 7th from the first game, as we've got our last carousel.
It equalizes things, so it's like it was, I think, a 4th overall. So that can't be pretty good. I saw the Deathblade. That was going to be pretty huge here. Not because you're going to be running a Syndra AD, which if you, I think, play that even in TFT, you get reported. However, they were able to get it absolutely 2-starred. And why did it pop off?
I don't know. That was weird. but it seems to be intentional on Bacon's part, so there's probably some part of that which we were not able to discern with our lowly mortal eyes. But Bacon's got a plan, even if it's unlikely, as Jax seems to be poised to take first in the lobby.
I mean, just being able to run a stronger Syndra 2 is going to be helpful. It means that you're going to have a little bit more gas in the tank and have a bunch more damage in the orbs. Unfortunately, though, you don't really have a ton that you're going to be throwing in here. You do have to hope and pray that you're going to get the Leona on the toss, but it's not going to be coming here.
No, instead it's Rammus into the mix, and this Jax is absolutely titanic. Of course, we know Hextech Gunblade is everybody's favorite item right now. I think it works really well for Jax, because most of the time he was healing at full health from Bloodthirster. Anyway, Bacon takes the punch to the face, and Jax returns to the stage triumphant.
I gotta say, I wasn't sure if we were gonna see this day once more, following everything that Jax has gone through. However, it appears that he has returned to really wreck the Convergence.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really fascinating situation we're in here. If you get the correct read on the meta in your lobby, because, again, these players are playing against each other 4 times total. They will play 2 more times now off-stream as we switch to our other lobby. But if you've got a read on how people are playing, how they prefer to play, and you can figure out this is the counter composition to everything that's been seeing, then you have an amazing win like that.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, we've seen so much amazing play from a lot of these players. I feel like I do need to shout out Furborn again. 2 back-to-back top 4s. Same thing with Plop. Both of them looking to be strong favorites in that lobby for that top 2 advance.
Yeah, again, we've got such different paths for our players to play here. 4 games for everybody, 7 games for those who managed to make it through and do decently well, and we'll be saying goodbye, in just 2 games' time to 4 players from the ones who started today.
Yeah, but for now, though, we have to say goodbye. We're going to be switching things out as we get ready and do a bit more prep. So before we do step away for just a moment, Counterfeit, where can folks find you on the internet? You seem to be a TFT player of great renown.
I don't know about player of great renown.
Commentator personality, let's say.
Yes, I've got a personality. I keep it in my coat. Oh, would you like to have a free personality? What am I talking about? I don't know. Trying to show personality, I think, ProTride. It's terrible. Counterfeit Cast, though. If you take my name, put Cast on the end, C-A-S-T, you can find me literally everywhere, even the places you would be too scared to look. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, I don't know, all those places, I am there. It's been an honor to be here for the Aegis Marauder League, and what a great start to the event.
Yeah, I think Too Scared to Look in this case is TikTok, by the way, just to be clear. Other than that, though, meanwhile, I am ProTrade. Obviously, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Twitch, I do what we do. But for now, though, we're going to pass it back to our analyst desk as we are getting ready for Block 2.
You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And welcome on back, everybody. August is back with me. We got a new face on the desk. Brand new expired. Quick question for you, man. Why are you so angry?
I'm angry because Jax is back in the meta.
Is that it? Is that what just grinds your gears? If there's something that grinds your gears, is it Jax?
Nah, man, I love playing Jax, actually. I'm a rat.
Okay. Are you, like, obviously Jax and the cat are both back in the meta. Are you a cat fan?
I play both because I am shameless for my LP gains, truth be told. I will play anything. You remember the double Urgot thing?
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't care. I'll play it.
Wait, hang on. August, did you play the double Urgot? August, you're muted.
August, you're muted.
August!
Come
back!
My bad.
Oh, you're
That's my signature move. That's my signature move. Is staying muted when I should have been talking.
Hey, I did it
I was
first.
bugging
You're
you.
just copying. You're on the copy train over here. But Urgot, double Urgot, you run it? Did you run it?
I think it was not live long enough for me to have played it because I was busy that week or something. I don't remember. I think they patched it real fast.
You're missing out on free LP, man.
I did. I regret it. I would have played it. Yeah.
I mean, I run double Urgot now, so it's not as good.
It's just not bug. Yeah.
It's not as good, but
Give me the loot.
What was that?
Give me the loot.
Yeah, I'll take the loot. I actually love that you can get loot on minion rounds. Small tangent. That's quite enjoyable. You know what else is enjoyable? These first two lobbies. The first two games, lobbies. You call them lobbies? I think that's the correct terminology.
Yeah, I think so.
But popping off, you guys got to have the back seat of it. Thoughts on it? How did it go? First two lobbies there.
Oh man, August and I were heated.
Yeah, we were talking about all the things that, because we were just watching the cast, so we're just watching the players, and we're just grilling these players for the decisions they're making. I mean, you do the best you can, and obviously, the chips, fall where they may, but.
I'm out here defending the players, man. August was on their neck. I was out here I was defending their choices. Like,
look, you get 2 games, and then if you're lucky, you get 2 more games. You got to make some good decisions real fast, and that's not easy.
Honestly, I was really shocked. Like, some of the boards that I thought were stable because it was a prismatic lobby just weren't. And then August rubbed it in my face.
Now what'd you think? I mean, the casters kind of broke it down a little bit too. One of the big things I wanted to ask you guys about, pick your brains before we kind of move into standings, is what did you think about the roll down for Gangplank? It worked out, right? But in the heat of the moment, really well. I think the casters and myself were looking at it like, why don't you just roll that 10 gold? What are your guys' thoughts?
It was his last 10, right?
No. He was at 50 gold for a while, and he was just sitting with it.
Yeah, that's the first thing we argued about.
Yeah, so I think slow rolling is correct, but when it comes to rerolling a 1 cost, it's something I do so infrequently that I don't know if it's worth staying on 5. Like, I think it's better to roll and get the hell out of 5, because at 5 you're so weak compared to the rest of the lobby. But if you're rerolling at 2 costs, that's a little different, just because people sit at 6 forever.
Yeah, he was rerolling at 5. Stayed at 50 gold. Yeah, I don't know. It worked out though, right? Like, he was never gonna beat that Jax board. Got his second.
Right.
That's a big win. That's the win, right?
You were expecting a top 4 if you high roll.
Yeah. That is the
Ricochet
win.
is insane.
We thought that. I mean, I was watching that and I was like, I don't understand. You're 2 off. Oh, you just got another one. You're 1 off. Roll it. But I mean, listen, he followed his own instincts. It worked out for him. I would have rolled. He was like 3 off KO, 1 off GP. I'm rolling there. But good on him. Good on him for sticking to his guns.
My biggest real critique of that board. Why do you play Galio, man? Why does anyone play Galio? That unit is so unclickable without just Justice Punch, man. I'm just saying, okay? I had to. That's the real reason I'm angry, is because someone played Galio without Justice Punch. Come on.
Not just happy with a big chicken flying around on the board?
No, I want to be happy with a big chicken, but Galio is so bad.
But you're angry. We'll bring happy expired next time around. But yeah, keep with this is angry expired. This is the angry expired analyst desk. But speaking of people who are angry, there are some people potentially in this lobby before we switch on over to the other one. Gagamo's at the bottom. That's Honey Bear. I am Honey Bear. Pick to win the entire AML. Struggling a little bit. Fiendfire also at the bottom. Guys, are they going to make a comeback?
I don't know about Fiendfire, but I think Gagamo has a good chance. Everyone, something to note. Everyone, so in this first 2 lobbies, the top 3 players all placed lower than they did in the first lobby, and the bottom 2 players went second and third in their second game. So, comebacks look like they're the flavor of the day because these lobbies got flipped. Same thing happened in the B lobbies. Everyone top 3 tanked, and the bottom 2 players came straight up to the top 2. So I think some comebacks are super possible.
I think in terms of Gagamao and Fiendfire in particular, I think that they've got a shot, but every time I look at them, they're high rolling, and I was really shocked that Gagamao placed as low as he did in game 2. I just have to put that out. Like, some of the things they were hitting were really absurd.
Yeah. Now, talking about looking at the top of the lobby, a little bit closer at the top 3. Who do you guys see out of that top 3, looking at it, that you think's actually going to make it through, or 2 of them that you think's actually going to make it through, and do you think anybody else is going to slide their way on in?
Let's see. So if I'm looking at this correctly,
Pahara, which I know is a hot button topic there. Wish we had an angry August that I could slap on there. And Voidborn. Born is what we're gonna call them.
So these top 2, right? They're done, right? They're good to go for next week.
No, we got
next 4
2 more games.
2 more games.
2 more games, and then whatever's in the top 2 is set. Moving on.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna say something controversial.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm angry that you limited it to top 3 because my boy Catch, he's putting on the turbo.
Points back.
Exactly. No, he's putting on the turbo.
You think Catch is moving up?
This guy's going into VTech mode. These next 2 games, he goes 1-1.
August, who's moving on up? And then we'll switch on over to the other lobby.
I think Pahara's going to make it, much to my chagrin. I think that they've been mostly consistent throughout the regular season, like always just giving the same amount of points every week or just a little bit more. And I think that this bottom 4, while super unfortunate, probably isn't going to phase them. I think they're going to be focused, and they're going to be super consistent. That's like the whole thing. It's just same thing every game.
Let's swing on in to the next lobby, because that's what we're going to be seeing. Players we're going to be seeing from in this order, top to bottom. So rank 1 player right now, Aggro, DH. Then we got Owen, Coach Mac, I'm Dot, fan favorite, PH Dan, fan favorite. Caster extraordinaires right there. Connor dies last. Nora, or Pavlonia Simp, however he actually pronounces that. And then Xanazurge down there at the bottom. Looking at this list, guys, any shocking things that you're seeing?
I have things to say.
You got quick. We got like 45
audience
seconds.
Needs to know quickly. We got 45 seconds. The last lobby, the game 2 of this lobby, was a spat lobby. I just want you to know that going into it. Also, Owen and I'm Dot on top. They're proceeding. They're holding hands 1-2. They're both going through. That's my opinion.
I mean, we're definitely biased on that, but super 100% agree.
No, I'm not biased.
Owen top 2 for sure. Dot right there with him.
Yeah.
Aggro's going to be a wrench in that for sure, but I'm seeing Aggro, Owen, and Dot going 1, 2, 3.
Oh, 1, 2, 3?
Oh, yeah.
All right, who's top 2 expired? Go.
Owen, Dot.
Owen, Dot. You know what? I'm gonna go PH Dan. Who didn't we say? Mac. Bring it on. They're making it through. All right, guys, that is it for the analyst desk. We will be back here soon. For now, we're going to hand it back over to Protroid, and brand new face on the desk, brand new friend. Hasn't been here in a little while. Maloney. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hello, and yes, we have returned. Protroid, Maloney, it's good to have you here for the playoffs as we're switching around the blocks.
Absolutely. This is, speaking of switching around, we are going to games 3 and 4 of Group B in the playoffs right now for week 1 of AML. This is going to be pretty interesting right now. Just a quick reminder, if you get bottom 2, you are eliminated from the playoffs. If you get top 2, you automatically move on to next week. But if you go down to 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th, you're going into the shadow bracket of Group C, which will be the last 3 games of today.
And there's going to be a lot more competition there. You have to play even more TFT, so it becomes even more of a marathon than this already is. And I got to say, Group B is also pretty exciting for me to watch generally, too, because we have 2 commentators actually in it. They usually commentate for the ACL because obviously it's a little bit difficult to commentate games while you're playing them. But generally, though, I'm quite excited to see how Dot and PH Dan are going to be doing.
Absolutely. I thought you weren't going to say who they were for a sec. So
I'm building up the energy. I'm building it up.
Absolutely. As we look in here for Group B, PH Stan not doing too bad. I got what was it? I can't read. TFT players can't read at all, anyways.
No,
But,
certainly can't.
No, that looks like a fourth place and a bit of a shaky sixth place there. But you're still doing pretty good. This is a really a rough lobby to be in. Aggro DH. Oh, and Coach Mac. I'm Dot, by the way. If he's not playing on mobile, he's running everybody over. Connors Dies last had a rough game one, but then bounced back with a second place. My boy PRS, the infamous Nora, not doing so hot right now. Neither is Xanazurge, which I'm kind of surprised. Xanazurge usually does well whenever I commentate, so maybe they might get the little luck boost there. So
well, I gotta say, usually it's a caster curse, not a caster buff. So I certainly hope the luck is on their side as we're going to be going into these games fairly soon. But no, I definitely agree. There's been a lot of rumbling sort of going through as these games have been developing. A meta has been building here that we haven't quite been able to see just yet. I'm quite curious how that's going to be as we're loading into the game.
Absolutely. The unfortunately, there is a bit of a new funny man meta, but going on the go with Lee Sin's kind of just running over the competition there. I don't know if you've seen the Lee Sin Hearts build.
Oh, we casted it earlier today, actually. Game one, I believe that was, if memory serves, I believe that was Pahar? Oh, sorry, I'm trying to remember who the early player was. It's not going to come to me. I'm not going to go too crazy.
Okay, you know what?
Yes, it is absolutely insane to watch. Really, it all comes down to that read comprehension that we were talking about earlier. Of just being able to have multiple Lee Sins just healing and cleansing each other and going absolutely nuts. For now, though, let's take a look at what Dot's up to.
Well, it's the same thing that I usually say. I like to hear the sound of my own voice anyway, so I'll say it. It's not too crazy casting stages 1 and 2, but of course this is the most important stage here, that a player can, deal with. It's very important to pick out pairs, all the right stuff to get you in the right direction to not lose out too much HP there. He's sitting on a bow and a vest, a pair of Luxes. I'm Dot, by the way, is not doing, too bad right now, but let's see what they pick up. More one cost. What a coincidence.
There's still plenty of time, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Too much time.
Yeah, so, not even too much, though. Right now, they're just trying to see if they can piece together anything too exciting. I feel like that Lux, too, it might not be the strongest one cost that people think about, but still a veritable option, just being able to get a lot of good damage down here. On top of that, they even have a Yuumi in the shop teasing them potentially for the cat to come out of the bag, as it is wont to do. And from there, we could see some interesting stuff going through.
Absolutely. I don't know if Dot really wants to run that possibly right now, especially with the components that they have. But it wouldn't hurt just to pick up Yuumi up anyways. They might find, another Star Guardian, might sell one to get the Yuumi. No, goes for the Ezreal instead.
That's going to be recon at that stage, so that is going to be fairly effective to sort of keep getting these synergies going. Dot, it is going to be a silver augment start, so it's not going to be hugely impactful. A lot of this is going to be board strike more so than anything else. Dan also has some interesting stuff, including that AFK after using their one reroll.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just don't really get what you want to get the party started, even on silver augments, so I respect that. It kind of gives you more of a choice to kind of pick and choose. What I mean by that is that with the new 4 augments, 4 rerolls for the hero augments, you can honestly kind of just, reroll on 2-1 or I can't think today. 4-3.
It's okay. I can tell you at this point, Dan's just looking to take a nap there. They picked AFK, they crossed their arms, like, okay, let's see how this goes. I don't really have to do too much at this stage. And this is a good board to be doing that, honestly. You have 2 very strong free cost units dropped early out of these orbs. You should be able to reliably get a couple of kills here and there, which means you're not going to be bleeding too much health and getting a bunch of gold for your effort.
Absolutely. And this really isn't a bad loss. You could almost get, there we go. Excuse me, a 2 loss is not that bad at all. That's 4 HP for PH Dan. That's not bad. But as you look over to PRS's board, just a tiny quick sec, he's building the Lee Sins, he's building the Yuumis, might try to go for that cleansing safeguard at 3-2.
Or you can just generally go for a Yumi reroll as well. Again, a lot of that is going to be dependent on what you're able to see from these augments coming through. Naturally, with the 4 rolls, it's much easier to force some things like Cleansing Safeguard. But then, of course, there are a bunch of other options at your disposal. It looks like Dot has decided not to really roll any of those recons just yet and keeping in that Lux.
Absolutely. Speaking of those 4 rerolls, have you ever, got one hero augment that you wanted? You got that Jax evasion, but you really wanted that relentless assault, and it never came after 4 rerolls. So you just kind of have to pick and choose.
Let me tell you, I've actually, through each of these things, I don't really think there's been too many times that after I've used my second reroll, I have been happy with something that I've been shown. So who knows? Maybe I'm just a weird guy that looks, yes, now's the time that I can make Kale carry work, but it varies here and there. And by the way, this is weird for PHJan. They were actually strong enough to get a win in that last fight. So they're not going to be necessarily even developing a streak. That's okay because of all that free gold that's going to be coming in from the AFK, but still, that's going to hurt a little bit of their long-term investment.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw an FF after Krugs. I'm just kidding, by the way. But,
please no.
No, we wouldn't see that from PHJan. But as we go over to Connor's Die's last board right now, decides to sell the KO2 and then tries to put in 4 Brawler, 3 Laser Corps. I like that right now. Put the items on Senna, keep the streak going. That's and a really solid front line there,
This is incredibly aggressive, though. Connor Die's last really playing to go for as strong of a win streak as possible, leveling up to 5, destroying their economy to the point where it's all going to be completely, fully reliant on this streak. If they lose here, they're going to have a much harder time trying to rebuild.
Absolutely, but as we see right now, the Senna is almost getting mowed down, and that Talon too. It just mowed down Senna, but is surrounded by the rest of the Brawlers right now. The Laser Corps is on top of things, though, and it seems like a good investment there for Connor's Die's last, but I kind of agree of your level of concern there.
Again, it's just one of those tricky kind of things. Don't get me wrong, Connor has built a very strong board here. Laser Core is great just trying to get that extra damage down. It's been tweaked a little bit so that way it's easier to land with, I think, a 0.4 chance to proc every 0.4 seconds instead of being 50% chance every half a second. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit more consistent. You get to see more of the laser that the Laser Core are known to fire. So that all works out great. The real shining light here is going to be that 4 Brawler. Unfortunately, though, these are all going to be only 1-star Brawlers. You really need to get 2 stars here and there to really get that power going, because otherwise, I think the bonus health that you're getting isn't going to be really meaningful enough.
I agree 100%, and as you say that, he does get the level 2 Blitzcrank, which will definitely be more than enough as a little meat shield to keep the streak going. Of course, I could be totally wrong here, and he runs into somebody else that has a lot of 2-cost 1-stars, but I do believe Connor's Die last is definitely in a good spot, even without the 3 Laser Corps.
I mean, actually, I'm pretty concerned about that lack of Laser Core in this juncture. You lose a lot of damage, and you're now completely reliant on the Senna, who, don't get me wrong, it's very early on, can still do a lot of good work, but usually isn't the carry that a lot of people like to turn to. So that can be a little bit on the riskier side than I think I would personally like to deal with.
Absolutely. He is taking his sweet time killing everybody, but the laser does hit everybody, which gives a fair amount of healing here. And of course, PRS's board only having really 1 cost on the screen right now, so it's more than enough. He does say, oops, maybe he just realizes that he doesn't have Laser Corps on the go. I don't know what that oops was for, but, he's doing pretty good for himself. A 4 streak right now. Pops Laser Corps back in and does have the Brawlers. And, he's debating that whether or not if he wants to go for the Lee Sin or the Vi or not.
I mean, I feel like at this point, the Lee Sin is just going to be a better option just because you have the long-term sustainability with that shield. Vi is going to be great for reducing some armor and just giving herself a shield to prolong her life a little bit more. However, same time, mileage considered, also just trying to make sure you're able to less things as long as you can with the Laser Core in general. I like the Lee Sin over the Vi.
You know, funny enough, I like the Vi over the Lee Sin. If
Really?
the Vi can actually get that off, because as you noticed, he's ran right into that Wukong right now, does shred 50% of the armor, so he's able to get rid of the Wukong. But I do understand here, it's still a little bit of a rough situation. The defenders, the brawlers, is still on top of things. He only has one Blitzcrank left, and he's taking forever to take down. But the targeting switches to the Sivir. But yeah, it was, at this point, you kind of ask yourself here, was that really the right call?
Yeah, and Connor's in a really precarious position. And yes, you've been able to now get the Vi 2, so now it's just clearly far and away that is the decision that you want to be going for. Mm-hmm. But I look at all of this, and this is a pretty scary scenario for Connor. They're level 5 here on the Krug round, which, don't get me wrong, isn't the worst thing. They are only at 10 gold, however. That is pretty much under the benchmark that most players set of 20 gold by Krugs just to get a meaningful economic ball rolling. Yep. This is going to be difficult for Connor to really be able to keep going.
I do definitely understand where you're coming from with that, but, he did luck out with the Samira at 2-7, but these item components aren't looking too great. He needs to find a bow, and here we go. Can slam the Runans if he wants to, and the Ionic Spark as well. We'll see. He has 5 components on the board, though, so he's got to make a decision soon.
It's tricky, though, because I feel like there's going to be a loss either way here. Where, for example, you could be losing your Laser Core if you want to try to slot in the Samira. You could be trying to see if you can go embrace the lost streak in order to get that underground fully, but you're not going to have a strong front line. You're going to start losing even more. So it's just going to be a tricky thing to balance either which way. Dot, by the way, has now picked up 4 recons overall. So that's going to be a bunch of extra damage that all of them are going to be moving through with these crits.
Yeah, he's definitely going with a little reconnaissance man vibe going there. 1 Blitzcrank in the middle of the board here, but I'm a little bit perplexed here. It's the 2-star Kai'Sa, though, that might actually be able to do a lot of damage this time as we go against the board that we just saw. Connor dies last. I can't believe I almost forgot that. But, I'm Dot is in a really great spot. A 6 loss streak, 91 HP. Tiny Titans is doing in too much work here.
Yeah, and I couldn't say it better myself. Tiny Titans is just amazing in this scenario, and you don't think you even need 4 rerolls here at the stage. You're just going to be offered multi-shot right off the back. That's amazing for Dot.
Oh, absolutely. Multi-shot giving you more damage on your 3rd hit, which coincides hilariously well with the Static Shiv equipped on Kai'Sa here. I really like the little temporary front line that these 2 recons provide alongside with the Blitzcrank. Does kind of need to find something else to put in there, maybe some more threats, but as we see here, there's a few people going for a recon as well as Dot, so he's got to find a way to, possibly try to, maybe he does go to 6, but what does he put in? He puts in Brawlers. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, I think this is just generally a good sort of place to be in for Dot. They've already lost enough. They have a 6-game loss streak. Tiny Titans keeps them above 90 HP, which is phenomenal, don't get me wrong. But now what Dot needs to do is start trying to see how they can turn the advantage that the Tiny Titans has granted them into something more meaningful. And to me, it makes sense that's going to be trying to see if they can be first to 7, see if they have early access to a lot of these units that other people are going to be contesting here at this stage.
Absolutely. This is extremely down to the wire, but no sustain, but the multi-shot, the ult itself just clutches out at the right time here with the magic resistance shred, and he finds another vein there to possibly use as a secondary carry. Dot is just keeping the Kai'Sa orb on there because, the less Kaisas that you have, including that, Lawrence, you completely ruined my train of thought. But
hey, no, it's fine. Like the one thing I gotta say though at this stage is that this kind of disrupts things just a little bit because I feel like if you're Dot, you really were rooting for that Vayne to kill your Kai'Sa just because you want to maintain that 6 loss streak into a 7 loss streak, and that just generally at this stage these are weak enough hits that you can feel pretty confident about that. Now though, they have lost their streak, they have leveled up to 6, so they have to see if they can convert it even higher. But when you're starting to go against some high value targets like LeBlanc, which we haven't seen really at all today so far, but it's still a scary comp in her own right.
Oh, for sure, especially with the undercurrent there on for Sona, along with the static shift to give more damage to the LeBlanc. The undercurrent giving 50 mana to anybody who's right beside Sona, the two nearest allies. So that's a really good hero augment for LeBlanc as well.
It's the same thing as the Petricite chains that you heard Counterfeit and I just giddy about in the last lobby, where anything that's able to accelerate some of these champions can be immensely powerful in these fights. And if you're looking at someone like LeBlanc, who's looking to go for these resets over and over again, chaining the orbs back to back on kill, if you're able to get that earlier, that's going to be absolutely incredible to try to get to that late game raid boss state even faster.
100%. And I believe with the Petricite chains as well, is that the same situation with Cleansing Safeguard there, where the more Siluses you pick up?
It is, yes.
Yep, so that's hilarious. So it provides a good example there. But as we go over to Owen 9842's board, going the classic Senna sure shots with a little bit of brawlers, a little bit of threats, defenders there too. Nothing too crazy right now. It just puts Senna in a good spot. Only 1 star, I believe. So is going to be a little bit squishy.
It is also a sure shot heart as well, so that means they're going to have an easier time going for the 4 sure shots. We already saw how effective that was in the last game, and now they're not going to really be necessarily required to run all of these sure shots units. They're running the hero augment on the Senna, which means that it's going to be the Sivir that will be dropped later on here, but that is going to be a lot of amazing power they're going to have, either if you're running the Aphelios down the line, or if you just want to run 4 shot without having to worry about the Aphelios at level 7.
Sure, for sure. And, there was a little bit, actually, I was going to say a rough loss, but I lied because, 3 loss streaks, 75 HP, not too bad. He's actually have more HP than the Titans player on Dot, by the way. So that's good there. Honor's Eyes Last is doing extremely well with 83. Aggro DH tied as well with 83. Coach Mac doing pretty good. Had a little bit of a rough time in the Swiss brackets on the Aegis Esports beta testing channel. But glad to see him do well right now. But we'll see how this goes going up against Xanazurge.
These are the ones that really count when you're playing in the beta test. That's for a lot of bragging rights. That's for boys to really just, tweak around, try to figure out exactly what formats of the future are going to be. But here, there's where a lot of marbles are on the line here. And they're going to be doing quite a lot of work here against Xanazurge.
Yeah, Xanazurge is in a rough spot right now. Xanazurge got 7th and then 7th once again, and down to 35 HP right now. It's got to figure out possibly something to, kind of bounce back. We'll see how it goes there, but we're going into Wolves right now. Not a bad spot for Owen 9842. Just big chilling there. But as we go over to Aggro DH here, on top, 78 HP, the 5-head LeBlanc coming out with the hacker, so it gives her more priority to hit the more sensitive targets at back, along with the 3 prankster there, along with just a lot of alongs with the 2 admin.
I can tell you right now,
yes.
Prankster frontline is something that I feel like we don't see very often, but I love whenever we get the chance to see it. Just because it is incredible in terms of how much stall it is. You have the fact that not only are you doing... had the blue buff in hand, it was rerolled, I believe, for the Pandora's items, but I think rolled into another blue buff, so crises averted. That was close. Honestly, it's been pretty nutty to sort of watch a bunch of this go through. Just because when you're able to run the prankster, not only are you getting a little bit of stall from, having the prankster attack, you have the dummies appear, and then the stun that comes through with the dummy as well, which is just generally incredibly powerful here. We did just see a switch away from the LeBlanc, though, in favor of going for Talia, which I have to say is a carry that I have not seen very much of at all, so I'm excited to see Aggro explore this angle.
Absolutely. So as Xanazurge follows us into the next opponent here, this is a pretty rough spot, but, Xanazurge actually picking up a fair amount of good threats here. Urgot and Belveth trying to overwhelm the whole front line here, and that's a big win for Xanazurge. We haven't seen him win in a while, so good ups to him there. Big ups to him there. Aggro DH, still in a good spot, and now we're going into the gold augments. Instant pick for that jeweled gauntlet.
Yeah, Jeweled Lotus is going to be incredibly huge here. It does hurt a little that you've already built the Jeweled Gauntlet on your Talia. However, you can, if you're absolutely crazy, I don't know who would be this crazy to do that, sell and try to go for a reroll of the fully completed item. Obviously, I wouldn't risk anything like that just yet, but it is still at least going to be an out that they could try to see if they could work around.
Oh, for sure. And they're building as much of Star Guardians as they can. They're debating whether or not to replace somebody with the Kaisa. But okay, so we do see the drop back down to 3 Star Guardians with the Ox Force frontline with the Nyland Echo. Pretty solid spot there. And still, we only have Talia at 1 star, but is properly positioned against Owen.
Yeah, and again, lots of really good damage, I feel like, comes from Talia. She is not just necessarily a front-to-back champion, but just generally one of those everything, everywhere, all at once sort of champions that comes through where they hit, everything. And that will mean that you're able to get a lot of good backline access early into the fight.
Oh, absolutely. And, with that, it's just not at 2 star right yet. So it's not going to be as powerful as you saw that they got ran over. But, at 49 HP, you're still at the middle of the pack. You're building up a bit of a loss streak and still not that bad econ. But as we go back to Condor Dies last year, we do have a Aegis Brawler sure shot composition here. Just needs one more sure shot. Try to find spot for Sivir. He's at level 7, 30 gold-ish. So it's highly debatable whether or not if he's going to actually be able to make it to 8. But still in a good spot with the Senna, with the hero augment too, giving more, I believe, attack speed as well with the corpse formation.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like they are in a pretty good position here. A lot of players are still level 7. They aren't going to be in too rough of a position here. I think the only problem that I can see is exactly what you're viewing right now. The front line of the Brawlers are all situated towards the left side. There really isn't anything blocking your huge contingent of sure shots in the back line. And as a result, it's easy for things like Zed, other threats like that, to work their way back there. Here, though, we did see Samir avert most of the worst case. This is turning this into only a 2-unit loss, but it could have been absolutely catastrophic.
Oh, 500%. The Zed got in quite early and did a lot of damage to the other sure shot, but the ace trait, being able to eliminate somebody at 12-8, I believe it's 12% HP or less, or was it 15? Or maybe I might be getting it confused with the gold collector. But most importantly, yeah, Samira did a great job of mitigating the damage so that it was only a 2 loss instead of like a 6 loss, just like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, though, there is still a little bit of time. They need some better itemization here, though, because right now they run 2 Hextech Gunblades, which, is good healing, good sustain, but generally you really only do need the 1. And for now, though, I suppose getting that Last Whisper is going to be a pretty useful tool in order to just make sure you're able to fully build up your Samira. You are still going to be in a fairly weak position for now. So it looks like Connor Dies Last, just trying to shift things around a little bit, trying to figure out what the best way forward will be.
Oh, 100%. And right now he's just scouting around, seeing if that Last Whisper was a good idea. And I definitely believe, yes, Last Whisper, like a complete staple on that Samira. Kind of wish he got it a little bit sooner, but still a good time as of any time.
And oh my goodness, that is a Rammus spread augment. And I gotta say, Rammus is absolutely terrifying whenever you sort of see him. The spike shell in particular, by the way, means that he's basically going to be doing this expanded bramble vest kind of thing where any front line that is around him is just going to melt under the weight of the armor that he has built. So that is going to be pretty rough to see, and nothing is going to be able to get through Zanzur's team.
Absolutely. With the threat level maximum, giving his team more HP, the more threats he fields, makes it extremely difficult to get in any type of damage against that team, which is a good bounce back because we saw Xanazurge be at the bottom of the heap for the longest time this match. But now here we finally get the level 8. He rolls down to 5 gold to sneak in the 4th sure shot, but he doesn't have Samira 2 yet.
Doesn't have Samira 2 yet. It's still on the Aphelios 1. The second one, of course, isn't as surprising. However, you are still going to be in this awkward position where you don't really have the gold to try to roll for these kinds of upgrades. You are instead going to be trying to level here to maintain health, try to turn things around so you're not going to be completely dipping out of here, but you are still going to be in a riskier position than I think they'd like to be.
Absolutely, and if it wasn't for the fact that Aggro DH hasn't gotten the Talia 2 either, and there was a few missed, earthquakes there by Talia. Connor Zai's last was able to clutch out with the Samir. Actually, not even clutch out, just win with an overwhelming victory against Aggro DH, who's now at 9 HP.
Yeah, the wall could not be woven in a way that was able to get things done. And honestly, I feel like part of that was that double gunblade that I was mocking a little bit there, so I would like to apologize for that. Just because I was able to ensure that both the Samir and Aphelios were able to heal each other up pretty quickly to make sure that the second wall wouldn't be able to necessarily be a kill. However, this is still a pretty rough position to be in right here.
Yeah, for sure. And as we look back here, it's just the boss fight here. I might have zoned out, but we got a Nikos, a champ duplicator for Aggro DH. Just has to do one last roll down, one last level up to 8 here, and we might be able to see a recovery here for Aggro DH.
Yeah, and I think at this point they are looking for a few big pickups at the stage. The Windy Weather Janna is going to be one of them, just because that's going to be a great damage scaler. Here, though, they really just need to find one more Talia. It is so rarely contested, so it should be able to be found without too much of an issue. I do like the continued rolling here, just to see if there's any luck that they could find it naturally, which they do. That frees this champion duplicator up for the Urgot 2. This is a huge boost for them.
Absolutely good stuff there. I was a little bit concerned about everything. Needs to slam something and gets the Giant Slayer here, along with the continued power-ups to the ability power. Means that it's going to be massive woven tsunamis just going through. But as we see the Bel'Veth weaving in around, it's not enough and weaves right into Talia. But the 2-star Aurelian Soul still alive, but as soon as I say that, he disappears, and that's a big win for Aggro DH right now.
It's one of those quote-unquote scripted moments where I feel like everything goes exactly right, exactly how you wanted it to. And from there, Aggro has breathed new life into this game. If I can make any criticism whatsoever, I would say it's going to be the fact that you're running both a Static Shiv as well as the Spark in the front line, which can usually lead to that double stacking of magic reduction removal. However, it is still going to be fairly effective in both of these cases.
100%. So we're just seeing one last minute little shift there. He realized that Urgot was not in the Janna Hex last time. So it's going to give a little bit more damage there for the team.
And by the way, that is a huge ulti that's coming in here. Now this is going to be a Talia 2-star. The other thing I do want to call out, though, is that you actually don't want to be, you want to be more careful, because obviously it's very easy to throw everything around the Janna. It's a huge buff. However, if you rely on it too heavily, that could mean you could be putting yourself open to a lot of heavy CC comps that all target a single area. And Connor Guy's left goes down, followed by Pavolia. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, not the PRS. I am so sad. That's a seventh, and another seventh, for Pavolia, Renee, Simp, PRS, having a bit of a hard time here. And as soon as I say that, I don't know how to read. Xanazurge was the one that had the 2 7th. PRS had an 8th beforehand, gets a 7th place here, which is rough. 5th, 8th, 7th, he has to do something here just to get out of bottom 6 so we can have that one last stand at Group C.
Also looking for a pretty good game here. They finished strong in the first lobby. The second one, they were a little bit rougher. Here, though, they have the Kaisa Free, which I know they love as one of their favorite compositions to run.
Yeah, so we do have... I don't even know how to describe it. You left me in middle, but, the Mana Zane, Kaisa could not get it done here. I love Mana Zane on champions, but I don't know if it's going to be great on Kaisa. You do get a lot of stacking attack speed, but you do sacrifice that stacking attack speed for, an actual damage item. Even with the 4 recons, you saw that Kaisa struggled to take down, her targets.
Yeah, it front loads everything, which is going to be good at that early stage of the fight, but eventually you are going to run to this point where that initial attack speed burst runs out, the fight's gone on too long, and yes, it's a Kaisa free. Yes, you should in most circumstances be able to take out most of your opponents by then, but if you get into a situation where you haven't, like that last fight was for Dot, that's when you're going to start seeing the losses. As speaking of that, Aggro also is going to be going down as well.
That's rough, because I believe Aggro DH was the one with the Urgot 2, the Talia 2,
Yeah,
so
again, it was a storybook round that we had for them right there. However, a 6 is still better than an 8 if you're looking for every little advantage that you can. And considering how you were first place in Lobby 1, I believe second or third place in Lobby 2, the fact that you're able to hold on and turn an 8th place into a 6 really makes it so that you can keep leaving on that little bit of extra pressure.
For sure. And we see Zeds pretty much just dancing around doing the dance of death. This is the battle of the duelist cops right here. And it definitely looks like more than enough for PH Stan to take out, to get a win on Coach Mac there. But still, we're seeing a top 4 emerge right now. With Undot going down to 5th place, we have Owen first place with 45, Coach Mac slightly behind with 44. Then there's a bit of a gap here with Xanazurge at 21 HP and PH Dan just sneaking behind with 18. We got the Xanazurge with the full threats with the threat level maximum and the Rammus hero augment there. That's going to be pretty rough for the duelist to kind of get through, along with the double fiddlesticks there. Just going to provide a lot of crowd control.
Double Fiddle is just generally a really strong option in the late game just because of how easy it is to get that huge CC attack. On top of that, Xanazurge too has decked out one of them in a lot of offensive garb, so that is something that I feel like we should keep an eye out for as these fights go on.
Oh, 100%. We're just seeing the fiddlesticks here actually stand around for the longest time, but finally comes alive here, taking down each foe one by one, and it's definitely going to be more than enough for them to take out, but he's hanging on for dear life one after another, and he hangs on by a thread. PH Dan at 6 HP.
I mean, Dan was able to get an extra kill here or there off the back of that set, so that is still going to be helpful and useful to get things going. Unfortunately, though, not going to be enough to stave off the loss right there. Switching things back over to Owen, let's take a look at why they have been at the top of the pack so much at this stage. And honestly, I see a bunch of good reasons here. They haven't yet been able to find that Aphelios, but they are running the 4 sure shot like we were talking about earlier. On top of that, I count 1, 2, 3 lockets that are on that 5. That's a huge shield. It's going to be nigh impossible for a lot of these enemies to break through.
Absolutely, and that locket lasts for around a staggering 10 to 15 seconds. That's a lot of shielding for a lot of people. That's a lot of lockets, and good on them to be able to have the awareness to get all 3 lockets on somebody to get that front line even beefier.
Yeah, and at this point, it's going to be the level 8. This is where you are going to be looking for that Aphelios to replace the Sivir. Curious to see if they're going to be able to find it. They don't really have too many other great options itemization-wise, I'll say, looking through a Sunfire, and maybe they could do something a little bit wacky-wacky with the Spat, but nothing really comes to mind with their options.
Absolutely. You could technically slam that Sunfire cape there, but, I'm surprised that they haven't yet with those 2 components just hanging out. But
there is a world, I'll say it like this. There is a world where you try to run Ox Force and try to go for 4 Ox Force with the Aphelios. So I could see an angle where that can work through, give Aphelios that little bit of extra attack speed that Ox Force is able to provide. So I'm okay with the stall. However, I feel like it's one of those things that you need every little advantage that you can right now, because otherwise folks like Dan are going to run over you.
Absolutely. This is looking a little bit too close here, but as soon as I say that, the tidal wave comes through, but that's actually Owen's tidal wave, which takes out PH Dan and gets him that clean 4th place.
But maybe Dan isn't exactly running right now, but still, it is a heavy risk that Owen has to weigh, and it seems like they feel confident in their board strength.
Mm-hmm. And as we're looking around here, he's trying to figure out who exactly to put in, who is going to be the first 2-star 5 cost that Owen will get. He's looking around, seeing, the all threats teams taking some of his fiddlesticks, some of his Urgot, so it's going to be a lot harder to hit there. But, he is trying to put the Urgot in a better spot right now to take out these fiddlesticks. But as we go in against Xanazurge's team, we got the 2-star Aphelios in the back, fiddlesticks in the front, Slappy McSlapperton in the back with the Hetch Tech Gunblade there. She's going to do a good job dancing around everybody right now. But, there's just a lot of stuff going on.
I don't know. It got hit by the Urgot wave. It got hit by the Rammus. That is a lot of CC, but even then, Belveth is just going to keep slapping, as you were saying. It's going to be difficult. I'm not sure if the sure shots have been able to stack up enough AD to work through it.
Yeah, no, she's definitely the train that could right now, as she just ran over Owen's team right there. That's the roughest part about playing Belveth, is that you don't know when she's going to, if she's actually going to stay alive before she gets going, but this time she was.
And now, by the way, is that transition point that I was talking about here. They have been able to hit a lot more 5 costs now that they've been at level 9 for a minute, and it seems like they're going to do what they can, try to switch things over. I like losing the Vi. I also like what I think is about to happen here of the items being switched off. Did you just see that?
Yes, I did. That was a cute little bug, that cute little exploit that might be fixed in the next patch incoming soon. When certain characters actually level up here, they start up, sometimes they'll bounce off just like that. And that was accidentally big brain by Owen. But as we proceed right now, he's doing a really good job of trying to take out the Zed here. The Edge of Night's gone, and so are the rest of the duelists here. The duelist Aphelios isn't really going to do much right now, and is going to, well, yeah, he's going to win this one and stay alive.
Yeah, it was against the Ghost, though, so no one's taken out right there. So that is going to be a little bit rough for them. Not exactly what they wanted, I feel like, at this stage, but definitely agree. That was huge. It's also something that we saw in the previous game, and I was very confused as to why a sword popped off there, but thank you for giving me the context. I was not aware of this bug. From here, though, Owen has really been able to start things up at this stage. They have a much stronger environment. They're keeping their options open. They're not slamming the Ox Force just yet, only because I feel like they want to see if they can get any more itemization coming down from the Urgot.
And I do want to point out, once again, hilariously enough, that same glitch happens. So I don't know if it's just with 5 costs that happens, but as soon as the Nunu leveled up, start up, the rapid fire cannon bounced off of the Nunu. So keep that in mind. We might see that, get taken care of maybe next patch, or maybe there might be a hotfix. Please, Mort.
We'll see how it goes, but for now, though, we have the matches to be played today. Curious to see which way things are going to be going in some of these last little fights. Because again, Owen has been building up incredibly as this has gone on, but now it is time for some bigger moves.
Oh, for sure. As you know, all the health bars are flying around. Zed's struggling to get in, but he's almost in right now. But as soon as he gets in, he disappears here. Samira is taking her sweet time of trying to shoot things, but it's more than enough to take out Coach Mac right there.
Yeah, Coach Mac was able to get the 2-star Aphelios. However, they weren't quite able to move things through, so that opens it up for Owen to try to hit their own.
Yep, and it's still third place for Coach Max, doing a really good job, and now it's just Xanazurge, who's was at the bottom of the heap, at chilling at 7th for the longest time, around 35 HP, and was able to bounce back here with a win streak now at 21. Really good spot for Xanazurge with the threat level maximum, with the threats out the yin yang, doing really good, and I'm really curious to see how that's going to go.
Especially considering where they were earlier on in this lobby. I believe they finished 7-7 back-to-back earlier on, so the fact that they're looking to close this out, not just with a top 2, but potentially a win, that could be absolutely huge for them to stay in contention and move on to Group C later on today.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, the mayor of Slap City, Belveth, was not able to do anything this time around, not even the Nunu, and he's sitting pretty ugly at 2 HP there. Owen's on a really good streak right now, gonna be able to possibly close it out. Maybe we might see some an Orin item pop out of Urgot, and that might be the edge that Xanazurge might need to bounce back. Only time can tell.
Well, it isn't even just that. Say, for example, you can randomly hit the Fiddlesticks too. You can randomly hit that Aphelios too. They're so close in a few different ways that can really bring this over the edge in a way that Xanazurge just won't be able to respond to.
For sure. That's the thing about it. But even if you lose here, you're still in a really good spot. If you're Owen, Xanazurge, does need all the points that he can get. Right now, if by the looks of it, if Xanazurge gets, let's say, second place, he bounces up to 11, which is past PRS, and Connor dies last. So that's a good spot for him there. But, it's still in the danger zone of the 3rd to 6th area. So, I'm hoping the Xanazurge will be able to bounce back. Did really well during the ACL, AML, but we see a Fiddle too on Owen's behalf. I almost said Owen's heart for some odd reason.
I have to say, I feel like there's been a lot of caster blessings, which is something I'm not usually used to, where we talked about Vagro, we were watching, we were talking through exactly what they need to do. It happened, it was perfect. Same thing happened here. We said exactly what O need to completely cap themselves out here, and it has happened. Amazing stuff that's going to be coming through here. This is a terrifying board to reckon with.
Yeah, but we're seeing the Samira kind of go into the danger zone here, but is able to heal herself back up. But the bombs that Aesol was dropping I thought it was going to be enough, but definitely not. Owen takes game 3 of today. It's looking pretty good to move on.
Yeah, that double Aurelian Soul is absolutely huge. It's so many meteors coming down. On top of that as well, you're also able to rely on the fact it's cutting everything's healing. That was their attempt to get rid of that difference that Hextech Gunblade was making. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't going to be enough. There's just too much damage coming in from all different aspects of that board. You have Stall coming in from the Fiddlesticks, as well as a little bit from the Nunu as well. It's just everything happening right for Owen's way.
Absolutely, and it's just how it is. They did a pretty good job of staying alive as long as they could, but as soon as we saw the Fiddlesticks 2, it was all over for Xanazurge. But to hang on for that long at 35 HP is that's a lot of discipline and a lot of patience to get through to get that dub for second place.
Yeah, and again, it's a pretty impressive thing to see. But for now, though, we are actually going to be moving it back to our analyst desk for all the prep that we need to get ready for Game 4.
Absolutely. See you in a bit.
Welcome on back to the analyst desk. Got my guys here with me. Expired August. We do have a brand new phase joining us. We got a little bit of a special guest coming on in.
Wait, what?
I'm doing way better than you are. I'll repeat that once again. Because you want to know why? You want to know why I'm doing better? What? I'm doing better than you. That's all. This is why I'm here. Okay, listen. On the podcast last week, you want to know who I picked to move on and dominate AML? We just watched this guy go first. And your guy's not doing too hot.
All right, back over to us three. So Sealy actually got ran over by an AP Nunu, and he is out of here. So Expired August, how's the game going, man?
These games are great. Nothing like close game TFT. Going from bot 8 to top 2 to bot 8. People going bot 8 to top 2. This is the best. This is the best.
Feels pretty good over there. Expired, thoughts?
It's not close, man. Owen's dominating.
Minus Owen, who is dominating, yes.
Owen is absolutely Owen really destroying it.
Yeah, for real.
So, quick points update. Owen's at 20, which is 3 higher than the second place, I believe, which is Aggro DH at 17. And on the flip side, not looking good for Connor Dies Last and Mr. Simp himself, Nora.
Connor, unfortunately, not only did not die last, but did die in last that game.
That name was already taken. Yeah,
you hate to see it, man. Can't win them all. So gotta take your victories so you can get them.
You know, Connor dies first.
Connor dies second.
Second,
maybe.
No, I don't think it works.
But I can tell you. I can tell you who's going second in this
looking decent,
game.
Though. Huh?
I can tell you who's going second in this group.
Who?
Dot.
No, I called Coach Mac. It's obviously Coach Mac.
Your call is wrong. Your call is wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Listen, last guy that tried to tell me my call was wrong, you know what happened to him? Got ran over by an AP Nunu.
You can't run me over with AP Nunu. I have a Quicksilver sash. Try me. I've got my QSS. I've got mine.
You watch yourself over here. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. August, I'm looking at you, man. Who's your second pick?
For Group B?
For Group B, what's your second pick?
It is pretty close right now between Aggro and Coach, but I got to support my boy Dot, man. He's going to pull it out. He's going to go first. Him and Owen are going to hold hands top 2 every time.
What about now we got Dan down there. Another caster, fan favorite, Dan. Is he making it top 2?
Yeah.
I'm a believer.
He's top 4, 100%.
Top 4.
No top 2?
I don't think it's mathematically possible.
No, it's possible. Yeah. He's
Well,
only
because
4
Owen's
points
going to
back.
keep dominating, is the thing.
Well, everyone else has to
Owen
get points
just
too,
goes
though. Is
number
the
1.
thing.
We got Dan number 2, and then just flip the order, right? We got Simp and Connor up at 3-4, and then everybody else down below.
What if we had a tie between Dot and Dan?
Listen, I am here to analyze. I'm not here to do math. That's not me. I get the analysts, I get the knowledge, and I regurgitate it. I just read off a screen. That's Lawrence's job, so ask him when you get back there.
I'll ask him when we get back there for sure.
Lawrence does the real work behind the scenes. I'm just the beautiful face that you get to see every day.
I thought I was the beautiful face. You got me in here with false assumption. Whoa.
Not when you're angry.
On, I don't have to be angry.
That scoldness.
Come on, man. I could be cash money right now. I'm just saying.
I'm liking the way these lobbies are shaping up.
Yeah.
Throwing it back to lobby A for just a quick second. They are 1, 2, 3. They are like 5-point spread max for the top 6.
Yes.
And honestly, if they keep flip flopping like this, it might be a 6-point spread for the whole thing, like from top to bottom. Like they are flip flopping every which kind of way. If Yardborn goes bot 4 here, out of uncharacteristically, admittedly, that might go to like 3 tiebreakers. I would love to see that. I know Lawrence wouldn't, but I would think that would be pretty
he's
funny.
got to do a lot of work at the end, the back end. He's going to be like, guys, stall. I got to figure these tiebreakers out. Dude, we got you. But looking at that,
plenty of stall material.
We got Vjorborn probably going through it first. 18 points, 15 is the next highest. Guys, who else is going to go through with him? Expired. Who's going through? Group A.
That's impossible.
Man, I want to say catch, but I can't. It's plop.
Plop. August, who's going through?
I guess I'll throw my hat in Pajaro's ring just so I can keep talking about him and keep negging him because I can't stand that guy.
Pajaro's going through. I got my boy Gagamo. I'm sticking with him going through. Guys, that's it for the analyst test. We hope we do not find anybody else that is, finds themselves with some form of disease. I know he's from Cleveland, so it could be some form of Buckeye disease, which is just the worst. Go blue and back over to the casters, Maloney and Protroid. Take it away, guys.
I gotta say that Cleveland trash talk at some point is going to put you in hot water with CLE, but that's the conversation for another day. And I believe they also left so they didn't hear that until I tell them later. Honeyberry, your days are numbered. Until then, though, I am still Protroid. That's still Maloney. We got one more game before we decide who's going forward, who's going home, and who has to play in Group C.
Absolutely. And, I'm really excited to see how this goes down here as we're just going to do a quick little recap here. Owen and Aggro sitting pretty, well, actually, no, Owen's sitting pretty at 20 points. Aggro DH at 17, tied with Coach Mac. Only top 2 makes it up to next week. Third to 6th, I can't count, goes down to Group C. 7th and 8th are going to be eliminated next game. Absolutely.
And those are going to be really big inflection points. Aggro and Coach Mac are going to be really fighting it out for that second spot. I don't want to say that Owen has it completely locked up. Obviously, there's still room for weird things to happen. But still, if a score line of a consistent top 4 with a first and a second moved into there as well, that's going to be really hard for these players to overcome. And it's why they have a very slight but still existent gap between themselves and second place.
For sure. And, Xanazurge is still in a bad spot here. Connor dies last, or PRS could definitely jump up in between, especially possibly PH Dan as well. I'm Dot, even though 1 point makes a difference here, I don't know. I'm Dot has to still play a really good game. Otherwise, they might actually, go into 7th place as well. So, it's not, what am I trying to say? It's not over till the fat lady sings, Protroid.
Certainly. And that's especially rings true for, as you were saying, Connor dies last and Pavolia. Both of them are looking to avoid relegation to fight into Group C after this game is over. They need to really go crazy, swing for the fences, try to go first and second to get things going. And if you're Dan, if you're Dot, if you're Xanazurge, you want to make sure that no one is taking away that middle of the pack slot from you in your Group C.
100%. As well, I forgot if I mentioned this or not, but of course, if you are third or fourth in the lobby, don't fret. You actually get 2 bonus points if you are third and 1 bonus point if you're fourth going down to the dreaded lobby C. So that gives you a little tiny bit of leeway there to sneak into week 2 of playoffs.
Moving over back into what's going on the Convergence, though. PH Dan started a tier and gets the early LeBlanc drop. I have to say, this is something that we touched on a little bit, I believe, last time around. I haven't seen too many LeBlancs here, despite the fact that it seems like a lot of people have been starting to really warm up to the LeBlanc as of recent.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. A lot of people kind of focus more on, I believe, Soraka more so than LeBlanc. But, especially with the right admin augment, you could do wonders with LeBlanc reroll. But we go over to Dot Sport here. He gets blessed with a Senna, which could be a decent spot to, to be a very good AD item holder there. With a Silas 2 on the bench as well, we could maybe, have him thrown in the front line as a little damage soaker until he finds, a better frontliner. Who knows?
This does feel like a really strong potential opener from Dot here, and it looks like Dot is also, again, immediately offered that Tiny Titans. They picked it the last time they saw it immediately, just as that option to give themselves that little bit of extra breathing room. You can see in the corner, PH Jan already did. Will the caster duo both take Tiny Titans to be Tiny Titans together? That's a triple T right there.
Yeah, too much alliteration there, but he's still debating whether or not he wants the Tiny Titans, and he goes ahead. He does sacrifice carousel priority for it, but at this stage of time, 130 HP isn't that bad. If you win streak with Tiny Titans, that means you got more HP to play with in the next stages. But if you don't, if you go on a full lose streak, you're still at 100.
You're still at 100. You're also really going into a loss streak. You're getting bonus gold without having to pay as serious of a health cost as some of your opponents are. And it looks like the caster duo is going to be starting the final game of Group B, fighting against each other. Tiny Titan on Tiny Titan.
What do you think? Do you think the person who wins this is going to place higher? I don't know, honestly.
I don't quite think so. I feel like there's still a lot of TFT to play. I feel like if I am prescribing a winner at stage 2-1, I better see something like a dev hack golden egg just appearing immediately, or else something's going to be crazy. Honestly, this comes pretty dang close to what I was thinking about as we were going through. This is an immediate boost of 2-star power coming in here. Heck, I would be surprised if Dot even considers leveling, just because I don't even know if there's too many boards that this many 2-star units can lose to.
I was going to say, Dot could sell one of the 1 costs and the Senna to put in the Talon, but decides to wait here. Understandable, this might ruin his lose streak because of this 2 costs, but 2 stars, but who knows?
I mean, this is a great amount of board strength, though. You really can't fault anything like that. I will say the counter argument is just, again, trying to preserve the loss streak, making sure that you're able to continue building that up and really getting that maximum use out of the Tiny Titans. I'm just afraid, though, because it seems like this is one of those situations where it's very easy to accidentally get that win.
Yes, and I tried to bring up that point, and thank you so much for expanding on that. That's the thing. He could definitely run into other players with, a level 4 and only 1 cost, where he has 3 to kind of play around with. But as we go over to Connor Dye's last here, he's got a potential Yuumi angle on the go with 2 copies of the Cat, a Jeweled Gauntlet, and Featherweights, and a Mana Crystal, and potential Carousel priority. This is a pretty good spot for Connor.
Yeah, a lot of ands in here, but all of them ring true, honestly. There's a lot of good power that we're watching here. The one thing I'll note, though, is that the modern Yuumi build that we've been seeing also picks up the Rel, so we would probably have to see that right there. There you go. Good job, Connor. So that means that there is going to be a lot of interesting potential at this stage. Unfortunately, though, just as she was in previous sets when she was dominant, Yuumi still does require a lot of setup work to really get going, and she just doesn't have that just yet.
That's true, and as you notice that the Renekton was staring right in their face, how Yumi's ult works is that she pretty much sends her arrow towards the farthest enemy away, and so it just kept hitting on not Renekton, and did cost him a fair amount of HP, but because of that, he does have carousel priority, but doesn't go for blue buff. He goes for a belt instead.
And that is interesting to see. Although there are a couple of different good ways to build out that belt, I will say I feel like the blue buff is going to be a stronger pickup on the Yuumi. You usually want to build your carry items first. But
yes,
if you know the end game of this composition, basically what you're going to be doing is running everything in the front 2 rows and a huddle together, making them incredibly susceptible to CC. But that makes it a prime target as well for things like redemption. So those things all kind of work together in concert to be able to offset each other, and I do like the belt for that reason. It will still hurt, though. They got to find another 2 tiers now if you are slamming.
That's true. And as we proceed over to Owen's board now, he decided to do a little bit of slamming himself. No Zayas, but a Titan's Resolve and a Warmogs here, making that front line extremely tanky. And definitely going to be more than enough to kind of get through winning this stage 2.
And I have to be honest, I love Renekton. Renekton, I feel like, is a underused 1-star carry for brawlers. And I feel like he really does get some time to shine in some weird sort of scenarios here and there. Usually you just sort of throw an extra item on him as a carry and you go, hey, wait a second, this is really good. And I feel like this is exactly one of those scenarios. 2-star has effects with the brawler, not just has the Warmogs, but also the Titans to further buff up those resistances. Everything I see here is great for this Renekton.
Absolutely. And of course, with more HP means more damage Renekton does on his auto attacks when his ults activate. So I really like the synergy there. Gives him more HP to play with the Titan's Resolve. And the 5 Laser Corps at stage 2 is going to do a lot of more magic damage as well. A nice combination there, both attack damage, ability power, and girth coming from that Renekton. It's going to carry him for quite a long time.
This is another huge thing for this patch as well.
Yeah.
Laser Core went down from being 3.6 to 3.5. This means it's able to trigger earlier, especially if you have something like a Laser Core Heart. And on top of that as well, you're also able to ensure the fact that you're not necessarily as tied to things like having to get a Zed and a Sejuani in order to get that second breakpoint of the trait. It's really quite crazy.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about it. That's why, Laser Corps is one of the more prominent comps this time around, because it doesn't take too much to get the party started, especially with Spat or the Laser Corps Heart.
Certainly. As we are going to be moving into this crowd round with a Mr. 100 streak coming in for Owen, that's a good place to be. Xanazurge, I believe, is streaking as well, but they got a loss somewhere. So that is either going to be around, I think that's only just a stage 1 loss, because otherwise it wouldn't have enough wins in order to be, quote unquote, on fire. So that is going to be a good way of looking at it.
Absolutely. You need 4 wins in a row to be on fire right now. It was probably an extremely close loss there, and was just able to stabilize and then just go on from there. But we go over to Aggro DH's board, had a bit of a hard time last game, and this is a weird spot now, Protroid. You got a belt on Vi, 2 tiers, and a cloak and a sword. There's a lot of stuff on the go. What would you possibly go for in this situation? And a bow.
First and foremost, I think you have more tiers than 2 if you're in this position. This is not exactly where I'd want to be at this stage of the game. Granted, you are doing the best of what you have. Unfortunately, though, you have lost so much health to get to this angle. You have items that aren't exactly in the wheelhouse of what you'd want to slam. If you want to sort of continue going for a Hextech for a Samira kind of angle, you do have the option for the Hextech Gunblade, but you don't really even have too much more other than that as well. I feel like Blue Buff, however, is a phenomenal slam, just because it works in so many different compositions. Yes, it's great for things like Zoe that are able to instant cast again and again and again, like you see Dan running on the other side of your screen. Yep. But even then, if you aren't going to be running it on a primary carry in the late game, you can still run it in a way that it goes on a utility carry, or just a utility in general, and they get to cast off so much earlier as a result. Unfortunately for aggro, though, they aren't going to be able to do any of that just yet.
Yeah, and a good point there. I gotta say though, for utility carry, he kind of did have a little bit of a Jack Soraka angle. He still kind of has one, but is he going to double down with the featherweights now? He's at 6 right now, so he's got to figure out a way to possibly find maybe a 2-cost carry to kind of carry. And by the looks of it, that might be just Ezreal.
I think so. And other than that, I think there's going to be that little bit of rolling right now to try to see if there's a way to stabilize. Obviously, it's risky. You are losing a lot of gold here. You are going to be slotting in that, quick little underground to try to make something out of this loss streak, but you're already at 53 HP. It's going to be so difficult to try to really get something rolling for underground in a way that isn't going to result in you, dying from underground.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think Aggro DH is going for a big heist cash out at this low of HP. I think he's just going to try to use this as a potential way to get a little bit more econ, maybe to cash out that 10 gold, at the end of heist 1, and then just maybe help that, build up so he can get more money, and more, which means more rerolls.
I also feel too that this isn't necessarily I am running underground because underground allows me to gain the chest and all that kind of stuff. I feel like this is I am running underground because the strongest units I can feasibly play right now are underground units. So it is more of an icing on top of the cake kind of thing. It's not necessarily what has been sought out for. I feel like if you're in aggro's position, but they're just doing everything that they can. And you were talking about all these different ways that you could have a Soraka come through. And I think Dan's experimenting with that a little bit.
Absolutely. This is a pretty solid spot here for PH Dan. He's got, 20 gold. He does have Rich Get Richer, and he spent a lot of money on it, but he does have a solid, Soraka heart angle there that he could do. And, you can't get 2 cost augments at 4-2, which is unfortunate because I want to see Lee Sin's dash around with Cleansing Safeguard all the time, as much as I nag on it, but here we are.
I will say it's unfortunate for you, maybe, because I think at this stage, if we do get a hero augment, which I believe is likely if memory serves, it's probably not going to be a 2-cost hero augment, so no lessons for you. I am so apologetic, but obviously the show must go on, as right now Coach is running a pretty scary aggro rushdown with the duelist composition.
Yeah, and I really like the duelist spat on the Zoe, which just kind of like saves them a spot and gets some hacker to get Zed to kind of just go in, assassinate everybody and, kind of go in through that way. So, I do like that idea there from, was that Coach Mac?
Yes, from Coach Mac, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I almost forgot already. Unbelievable.
No, it's perfectly fine. And no, you're completely right. Like in the early to mid game, that's enabling you to run a higher level of duelists, which allows you to do absolutely crazy things. Your Zed goes off the wall crazy just with the sheer amount of attack speed rush down that he's able to do. In the late game as well, it means that it's easier for you to drop duelists and still be able to maintain a decent amount of power from them, while being able to slot in another utility unit, be it either a utility support, like say for example Brilliant Soul to cut healing, or a Vel'Koz to stun down one of these high threat targets, or if you want to just go a secondary carry in some other direction, like a Bel'Veth. Like there are so many different directions that you can go in with this.
100%. I've seen other players like Tarzan actually run Duelist Samira as a complement to Zed as well. So, there's a lot of ways that you can do this right now. And, PH Dan in a really solid spot, 87 HP. Sorry, we were just talking about Coach Mac, who's doing really well too. Don't mind me there.
No, it's fine. PHN is also in a fairly solid spot too. Dot is as well. So again, we keep seeing these commentators going against each other time after time. And the thing that I have to call out here is that if you look over on the side, Dot was able to pick up a tome of traits here from their augment. They were actually able to get another sure shot emblem. So that means that they will, like previously we've seen in the last game, be able to potentially get access to sure shot 4.
Absolutely here. And, I'm so sorry. We were just talking about sure shots here, and I just zoned out once again. Pardon me. But, we're still on PH Dan's board here and still looking pretty good, even with the 3 streak there and 46 gold. And, what are you going to do in PH Dan angle here, ProTroy? Oh, never mind.
We'll go back to that in a little bit, I suppose. For now, though, let's take a look at this fight for Coach Mac. Because, again, I have wanted to see how this duelist board has been going at this stage right here. Really, Zed is absolutely insane. Goes immediately on to aggro's carry. Again, this is not, I think, where this Ezreal wants to be. This is not good.
No, absolutely. And it just looks like the cleanest victory I've seen in my life. A big 5-0 there going up against the double featherweights aggro DH, struggling to find a niche, a spot where he can feel comfortable. and bounce back. So that's really rough. But a whopping 6-game streak for Coach Mac as we head over to Wolves. That's a lot of good econ there. If he keeps it up, he's going to get a lot of econ throughout the rounds here, and he's probably just going to go up to 7. Probably, find another support utility. As you said, he might think about putting that admin in. Actually, no, not admin. Another hacker in to give more lifesteal towards Zed.
More lifesteal to Zed is definitely a possibility. You can also go for a Sejuani that enables the laser core, as well as trying to be able to get you that little bit of extra stall and the extra damage that are coming in from the drones. Another thing to point out here is we actually switch over to Dot's perspective. They have been able to hit 4 sure shot at this stage. So that is going to be absolutely huge for them. Belveth is also, now that Belveth scales with AD properly, a good holder of that emblem as well. So that has to feel pretty dang good as well. Dot activating 4 sure shot far earlier than most players are used to.
Oh, 100%. He's in a bit of a weird spot where he has 1 item on Samira and 1 item on the Senna as well. So I'm curious to see who he'll take out temporarily just to put that on. He might even just take out both and put both of them on that Belveth if he gets Belveth 2 before anything else.
Yeah, and by the way, on the other side of the convergence, there's Connor Dies Last. They're still running that Yumi composition that I was talking about, and this is effectively the final form that you're going to see for a little while. It's quite powerful. You have that full clump that I was talking about, and the cat just doing as much as she can. Yes, she is losing out on the blue buff. That isn't going to be as much mana. It's offset by the fact that you're going to be running the 3-star Guardian, excuse me.
Hey, no worries. And the cool thing about the Yumi comp is that, as crazy as this sounds, sometimes all you can do well with just hitting here. But speaking of just hitting, a 2 4s and a 5 here, and with the 4 rerolls here, you could kind of just choose what you want. As I'm Dot, by the way, has Style and Flare. He has Locked and Loaded, which just pretty much gives you an extra little sure shot buff as well. Honestly, sometimes the best kill is overkill here. I think if I was him, I'd probably go Locked and Loaded. Here we go.
This is a scary lobby now, because this is the full force of what I think people were thinking when they're thinking about this 4 augment reroll scenario, where you had some people early on, including myself, by the way, who were hesitant about these scenarios where when you're dealing with tailored augments, that you would have to deal with the fact that someone could really just roll and get exactly what they want. Like, say, for example, this Aphelios that gives you so much additional power. You also have a bit of a saving grace from Aggro DH, who has been able to get a flat, I believe, minus 20 damage across his entire team, thanks to that Leona carry. But still, this is going to be a pretty big buff all around. Expect to see a lot of boards to jump.
Absolutely, and we see this big rush down and a big adjustment from Aggro DH here, doing a good job with the 3-star Vi giving a solid, and the 3-star Ezreal giving a solid amount of frontline and damage, paired with the Leona in the back, giving her enough time to kind of waltz in without any attention whatsoever and just cast the ult. This is a really good spot for Aggro DH, but we also kind of said that last time as well, didn't we? Last game with Aggro DH. And
they're in a much more precarious position this game than they were in the last one. There are so many things that can disrupt them. They're running still only at level 6 at this stage here from board that, granted, is stronger. This Ezreal 2 is a huge buff for them. That is part of the reason why they will do so well here. Unfortunately, the board really is just that Ezreal 2. If we're able to see something weird like some Zephyr Blitzcrank Hook hijinks, we could get to some scenarios where there's out.
Absolutely. I believe that's actually an Ezreal 3-star on the go. With the golden plating. I might be wrong. We'll just have to kind of see if the damage comparison here. But the the Leona ult working in spades once again, taking out the front line. The Soraka still stays alive, but it's definitely not enough here. Another Arbiter sign from Leona. Big win for Aggro DH.
I think Leona's design is probably one of the best received quote-unquote instant kill units that we've seen in TFT, because we've seen Lee Sin, we've seen Urgot, we've seen all these scenarios where people inevitably get upset when a single unit gets basically told you are not allowed to play and taken out of the fight. I think there is certainly a needed archetype for that, otherwise you'd have carries like this Vi going absolutely insane. But I certainly feel like this is one of the healthier options that TFT has offered over the course of the past 3 sets.
Absolutely. The cool thing about it is that if they get hit by the Leona, They pardon me for 1 second for the interruption, but if they get hit by the Leona, they're still able to hit people. It's just they have a lot of true damage stacking on them, so it gives them a chance to possibly take out the Leona and still survive.
Ooh, and this is an interesting thing as well. PHJan at this point has now picked up their Soraka 2. That's going to be great for Berserk, which, remember, after 15 seconds, that means each one of these meteors is going to do some absolutely crazy stuff. Empowered damage is like another Ascension, I believe, if I remember the math of it correctly. It is absolutely insane, so long as there's enough stall, and I don't know if there's going to be with a Zed diving directly onto her.
You know, sometimes depending on the situation, the Zed might not be, the Soraka might not be stuck with the Zed, but the Zed is stuck with the Soraka. But of course, once again, I'm wrong. But he was at such a low amount of health there. But good spacing by Coach Mech to get that Zed locked and loaded, taking out PHJan down to, not out, but down to 17 HP.
Yeah, this is rough for Dan. They were sitting in a position where they felt like maybe this could be a 6th or a 7th, and that would be enough to kind of keep them in contention here. But Aggro DH has been holding on. If you look, by the way, around the lobby too, Pavolia, who has been dead last, I believe, so far, has been playing spoiler, is trying to fight their way forward to maintain a chance to go into Group C. And if you also look further, Connor dies last, doing the same thing in that 4th and 5th angle for the both of them. Both really trying to fight for a spot that PHJan already has.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of spoilers, we got Connor's Die Last with the Yuumi, but it's only 2-star right now. Needs 2 more cats to make a whole mega cat, basically. But, you know, we're still back here with the Berserk, with the Soraka here, just trying to get things to work, but the front line is just disappearing. Like me, after this game, it's just going to be really rough for the Soraka to kind of finish things off, and the Nyla is going to be in there, but Protroid, what is this? Oh, never mind. It looked like the Soraka was about to stage a comeback, but not.
Yeah, sorry, I got really nervous because we saw Dan go down very, very low, 5 HP.
HP, yep.
Yeah, to really highlight something though, that was a new carry that we were seeing for Hero Augment there, which Contagious Laughter, if you don't know what it does, basically it's sure shots but AP. Everyone gets 10 ability power, or excuse me, I believe it's 10 ability power up front, and then additional 10 every 5 seconds. That's great for a composition like Yuumi that can last a long time by the sheer virtue of how crazy the front line is and all the healing you have from all these different sources. That means that Yuumi is going to be able to close out some of those later game fights better than she would be able to before. We didn't see that 2-star soon.
Absolutely. You know, thank you for pointing that out. That's the I thought it was the other one, but then again, we would have seen him go a lot faster. But yeah, Contagious Laughter, a really good remedy for the fact that, you know, Connor's Die Last did not have a Yuumi 3. And once he does get the cat to 3-star, it's going to be even scarier to see that stall comp go berserk. You know, we might see Connor's Die Last, if able to find the Yuumi 3 here, probably get a clean top 3.
They were able to find a Rel 3 at this stage, and they are only 1 off of the Yuumi 3, so they do got a lot going for them at this stage.
Oh, definitely. So we're going up against Coach Mac's team. You're going to see this Zed kind of slide into the DMs, take out the Malphite. Actually, struggle to take out the Malphite here with the healing. But on the other side, everybody's picking on Yuumi, and Zed just sneaks in at the right time. But now he does have to deal with the Rel 3 and the Nyla, but it might be enough to take out the Nyla, and that's a big win. Actually, a big loss for Connor Dies Last.
Yeah, and this is really, really rough for Connor Dies Last. You are in a position where this is around when you'd expect the comp to begin to fall off, if you even hit it 3 stars. For them, though, they haven't hit the 3-star yet. They still need to go a little more, and they just can't find it. They're rolling the best they can to get that final Yuumi. They're also now 1 off of the Malphite as well. This is in a pretty risky position. With PHJan going down, they don't have to worry about an 8th place, so Connor Dies Last can't feel a bit better about that and try to figure out how they could make it to Group C. However, this is just not where they want to be right now in this stage of the game.
Oh, 100% here. And we got the Nunu just kind of trucking in, but will it be enough? But we got the sure shot Belveth too here, going to provide a decent amount of damage. And I don't know, but it seems like, wow, it looks like the healing wasn't enough, but then Nyla danced once and they're staying alive, but it's Yumi against everybody. And is that enough for Connor? No, it's 6 HP in a dream here.
And these are the Yumi counters that I've been talking about. Yumi 2-3 is going to be absolutely huge here. But these are the Yumi counters that I have been talking about at this stage. You run into these scenarios where you are, yes, you're able to heal a lot from the sheer amount of damage that you're doing, but the problem is that you're going to be so susceptible to CC. The other thing I really got to call out, I know we just switched to Dot, I need to say this. Yes. That is not going to be a chance for a Gangplank free. They took Gangplank out of their board in order to put in the bonus power from the Nunu. I'm not sure if that equals out to the bonus power you'd be getting from supers, but that's still a consideration and why they really need to rush to 7 now if they want to stay on this game. Switching back to Dot, though.
Absolutely. Dot's board is getting wiped in the back, but as soon as I say that, Samira stays alive and just has to take out the LeBlanc and beats the Ghost there. So I'm Dot doing pretty well, but as we go over to Connor Dies last here, once again, the counter comps that you mentioned, they're doing a good job of taking out everybody else. The Leona still alive, could definitely take out the Yumi there, and Connor dies last there. Instead, dies, wow, he dies at 7th place, but PRS down at, they had the same amount, but I thought PRS was -11 as well. But no, PRS is still alive. Pardon me.
I mean, that's pretty good for Pavolia. That means that they can climb above Connor Dies last. The problem, though, is that Pavolia was in a worse position going into this game than Connor. It means it's going to be harder for the both of them to try to get into Group C. Not impossible. If we see a run from PRS, they could potentially make it there, especially a PHDN going down to 0. But it is going to be a difficult proposition indeed.
Yep, that is true, but I do want to give you a heads up. Actually, you're 100% right. PRS needs 2nd place to get 14 points. That would tie PH Dan. I don't know if PRS is going to be able to do that, but does only have Xanazurge that he could take over is at 11 points, but he's sitting pretty at 2nd place right now with 51 HP versus PRS's 11.
It's going to be a tricky thing to handle, but again, there's still more TFT to play, so we have time to see how it will play out. For here, though, Aggro is back. We've been hearing about them win streaking for quite a while. I think we can sort of see why.
Yep, we got the Windy City, got the 2 Urgots with Zephyrs just displacing just the right amount of people, but the Aphelios is still staying alive, and it's Aphelios versus Ezreal, but it's not enough, but it's more than enough to stay in the game. Aggro DH doing a really good job, an 8 win streak right now. Doing this is a miracle. This is exactly what Aggro DH needed right now.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying to deal with. Zephyr pops off because, I mean, hey, if you run 2 Zephyr on a single champion, that sounds a little bit fishy to me. But yeah, certainly from this position, Aggro has been basically holding on for dear life, and they have finally been in the driver's seat once they were able to hit that Ezreal 3. Again, we called it out. It was a risk. I still am not sure if I would have done this myself, but it has worked out for them in spades.
Yep, but we see the Zephyr on the Sejuani. Wasn't able to find the right trigonometry to Zephyr the Zed, so this is going to be a little bit scary, but I think it might be more than enough to take out the Zed here. And the Ezreal looking a bit rough, but with the gunplay provides more than enough healing to get the party started. And the 8 goes to 9 as he gets a big win against 1st place Coach Mac NA.
Yeah, Aggro might even be able to beat out Dot at this point, which, again, are conversations I would have not expected if you just showed me their situation back in Stage 3. So this is just generally a great position for them to be in. The other thing I do have to call out, Pavolia did go down in the last round. I think if that's the case, that means that PHJM can breathe a heavy sigh of relief. I believe they are safe to go into Group C. Obviously, not the finish that they wanted, but it is still going to be their chance to move on.
Yes, as you said it, Connors Dies last ends the night at 11. PRS, Nora at 8th place, 10 points. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated once again for AML. But Xanazurge and PH Dan sighing a big breath of relief here. And, they just got to step it up for the next 3 games after this.
We'll have to see how they're able to, but for now, we got to see what the end of this game is going to bring. Aggro, again, doing a bit of rolling, trying to see if there's any other ways that they can further buff up their monstrous board. There isn't really as much power coming in for any other units aside from the Ezreal on the port of that fleet footwork, but there is still quite a bunch of power to behold.
Absolutely. And Aggro DH has yet to pick what he's going to get off of that Ornn item. He's more concerned about getting that cheese on that Shroud of Stillness is exactly what he needs. And as he quickly picks, is it Manazane? Is it Zanya's Paradox? Is it Rainwinds? And he goes with his Zanya's there. Who is he going to put it on? Is he going to put it on the Urgot? Is he going to put it on the frontliner to make sure? But it's way too late. But I think it procs anyways. But it procced while it was while they were stunned. But it's more than enough to get going. But as soon as I say that, this is really gross. He does take it out. Is it more than enough? No, it's not. But he stays alive with 3 HP.
Which is more than I can say for Dot, who has gone down to -4. So this is going to be our top 4. Aggro, Owen, Coach Mac, and Xanasurge. That is absolutely phenomenal for them. And just generally, we're able to see some pretty exciting stuff right here. I also feel like with this standings right now, Owen, I think at this point, clear and away, is able to make it with the bye for the next few steps, but Coach Mac is still in hot pursuit.
Absolutely there. We're just seeing a little bit of just kind of little switcheroos there just to see if we'll get things set up, as he will be going up against Owen with 15 HP. Whoever loses might get eliminated, but we got the same thing as we saw from probably last game. 2 Fiddlesticks in the front, the party in the back, but we got a rapid fire cannon, almost said Mordekaiser there. It's going to be able to just safely get that Skylines down, even though he got shrouded. But this is still a really good spot there for Owen here, but Aggro DH's Ezreal is still hanging on for dear life. The Sejuani's still alive as well, but another Skyline about to drop. Ezreal on the world, we got too many lasers going up against it, just has to get rid of the Senna, but the Sedge ult takes him out. Aggro DH going down at 4th place with those clutch lasers.
And that was an incredible run from Aggro, because and I actually left them out earlier because I just didn't have the time to through the transition. But Aggro as well as Coach Mac were both going for that second slot for the bye. Owen, like I said, at this point with Aggro going down, I think is able to be pretty confident about that going to be them. But Coach Mac still trying to see if they can win out those points. I think at this point, they need a second or better to beat Aggro. But again, that's math that I rely on our producers in the background to do for me.
That was honestly a good read. I believe if he gets 6, whoever gets 6 points, I believe will be tied. So it will go down to a tiebreaker there. So we'll see how this goes for Coach Mac. But just going through Xanazurge's team with the greatest of ease just kind of stays alive. And now with Carousel and the fact, it gives me more time to figure out my math.
Hey, I mean, I'm down for that. It gives me a little more time for the math homework, figure out exactly which way it's going to be going here. Owen, by the way, picking up the redemption, that is going to be fairly huge, just able to stall out some of these fights. Remember, it's not just healing, it's also about AoE damage reduction, and you get so much of that in these late game fights.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. You got to account for almost everything here as we see a 2-star Fiddlesticks, and we got the Mordekaiser there with the 2-star as well. So we got the the RFC Skylines in the back. He's got a really nice 7 Laser Corps composition on the go for Owen. Owen sitting pretty. He can just get whatever he wants at this point. But Coach Mac needs 5 points to tie with Aggro DH, which is more than enough here. Because, 3rd place gets 6th. So I think Coach Mac is going to sneak by Aggro DH by 1 point.
Yeah, I got to say, this is a pretty exciting thing to see. Again, it'll be tricky, but oh my god, sorry, this fight's amazing. See that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. The Skyline's more than enough to take out the Zed here, and another one for good measure. And, he's holding on for dear life. I'm really liking it here. And I don't even know how to describe it right now. Is that Coach Mac at 51 HP still?
No, 21 HP.
21. I can't read. 21.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This is a very close lobby, though. 21, 17, 15, all within only a couple of health pips away from each other. Owen, and again, I can't stress this enough, in a terrifying position thanks to this Mordekaiser, or Mortog, as you were saying earlier. That is a lot of power that's coming through. The fact that you're also able to run things like the rapid fire cannon will keep him out of harm's way in order to slam down the buildings a little bit more effectively.
Yes, and we see the ghost comp from going for going against Owen here. Does get the rat grab though, but we got the tried and true Owen gameplay here of 2 fiddlesticks in the front, the party in the back, and we're seeing that Skylines pop down on the front line for almost 1,300 and clears the front. But Samira's trying her best to kind of take out everything else, and it's more than enough. It's actually a double kill.
That is absolutely insane right there. Oh my goodness. And I was not anticipating the double kill, so please excuse my surprise right there. But that is absolutely insane what we got to see in those last couple seconds.
Oh man, this was a treat to watch, and thank you so much for having me here. And of course, it's been awesome to cast with you once again, Protroid. But as we're looking in it right now for the results here, we got Aggro DH. We got Owen at 27 points. Coach Max sneaking on through, which means Aggro DH. I'm Dot, by the way, PhD, and Xanazurge is gonna go down to the shadow bracket alongside Nada in America, RQM, Plop, 12 Fiendfire, and Paharo.
Yeah, and again, I really can't stress this enough. Coach Mac was just able to win out against Aggro. Aggro was the favorite to get that second buy slot as we were going through here. They had an excellent run to try to maintain that in a way that I don't think either of us really expected going through. They just weren't able to turn it into anything more than a fourth. That hurts to see, but they have 2 more games that they are able to play to keep things going.
Yeah, it's actually, I believe it's 3 games in C. I didn't hear you. Did you say 2 or 3? It doesn't really matter.
It is 3 games, I'm sorry.
Hey, no worries. But most importantly now, we are going to go over to the analyst desk. But before you do, catch me at twitch.tv/mashupmaloney. I might stream some TFT down the road. You can also catch me on Twitter as well. And Protroid, how about you?
Same thing as you, just with the Protroid instead of the Mashup Maloney, which makes sense. That's my branding, not yours.
Wow. Perfect. Thank you so much for everybody, and let's go over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. Great cast on the day. Big shout out to Protroid for being here for the first 4. Maloney jumping in to help us out with those last 2 there to round out the first stage of playoffs. Expired August, we were moving in, or we did have some knockouts. Let's talk about who got eliminated, who is moving on to the next round. Let's talk about the bottom 2 first. In this lobby, we do see Connor goes last, and our friend PRS in the Discord, Nora.
Yeah, unfortunate, but someone's got to go 8th. You hope it's not you every time, but it happens.
I guess Connor did not die last because Connor had 1 more point than PRS at the end of the day.
You know what? That's very true. That is very true. He did not die last. He was second to last. But yeah, overall, well done by these players. I know you guys had a lot of time that you got to work with them and to play with them. What do you guys think of them as players? Obviously, they're extremely good making it to the playoffs of the AML. But any closing thoughts on them before we kind of let them go for the year?
Next season
look forward to seeing. Yeah, looking forward to seeing PRS. PRS plays every set. Conrad's last has been in a couple, I think. So I know they're probably going to come back, and you just do your best every time. Hope it's better than your last time.
For sure.
Bounce back. Regain.
That's something that I always strive to do. I'm very, very good at getting 8ths, but the bounce back is not always the greatest from me, which is I'm proud of. Somebody has to get 8th. You're really carrying the team. Looking over at the other lobby, we had Not Exactly Bacon and Catch going out there at the bottom. I'm 99% sure that is confirmed. I know we had a tiebreaker there at the bottom, Paharo, TFT, and Not Exactly Bacon, but it does look like that is confirmed. So thoughts on that? I know we had some
August has plenty.
Paharo, and he just squeaked through.
Just
August has opinions, man.
Paharo is the king of just squeaking people out. Last set, he pushed me out of the top 2 by a single tiebreaker point. Doing the same thing here. Not quite as, well, it's not quite a top 2, but, still hanging on by that single point tiebreaker. Oh, Paharo. Can't wait to see how these games play out. I know who I think is going what for these last 3 games.
Very sad to see Catch leading the bottom.
Yeah.
Very sad.
I'm surprised. Catch had a good opening, top 4 to start. Just couldn't keep it together, Kind of sucks.
Just wasn't his day, but he's still a cracked player, and I think next set, again, we'll probably, just like Connor's Eyes last in PRS, rebounds regain.
Yeah, speaking of cracked players, I know that Honeybear is wiping his brow, chilling. Your boy, your pick, Gagamau, was stressing you out the first 2 games, but going first, back-to-back first is crazy.
Stressed? I have never been stressed. No stress over here. I am living on a beach. I knew this whole time. I called it out on the broadcast. I called it out on the podcast. I'll call it out on the analyst desk. Listen, this man hits. I know he's gonna hit. Easiest pick of my life right there. Even CLE coming in trying to talk smack. You can't. My boy's going 1-1. Easy cleanup. Best analyst out there.
I'll tell you the real easiest pick of these 2 groups.
Yeah?
Owen. Come on, I saw this guy coming 10 miles away. He ended his group with 27 points.
That's an insane amount. That's 4 points over first place of Group A.
He gapped Group A. He gapped the entire group. 7 points game 1, 5 points game 2, 8 points game 3, 7 points game 4. Known high roller, talented Owen. I saw it coming. That's all I have to say.
We talk about Paharo playing consistency. This guy did not come to play. He came to dominate. He came to not play. He came to play 4 games, and that was it. He's not playing with these people.
Honestly, Owen ACL next set? Question mark.
100%.
They have to. They hit Challenger, so
they have to.
Yeah, we can't really let that one slide.
After he gaps the lobby.
You can't really let that one slide. And it just goes to show, stepping up on ladder, stepping up on AML, and the practice that he's put in has shown. It's here. Absolutely dominant. Not way more dominant, but more dominant than I've ever seen them in their time playing.
I mean, let's be honest, Owen. It's a Coach Mike diff.
Coach Mike diff. I personally, I know I'm going to out myself a little bit. I have no idea who Coach Mike is. I have my ideas, but I actually don't know who Coach Mike is. Can't tell him. Is there a leak?
Yeah,
are we allowed to leak it?
No, we know who he is, but at this time we're keeping that information restrained.
Okay,
you'll see more of Coach Mike around. I think that guy's pretty nuts.
I'm pretty confident in my knowledge of who Mike. Wait, August, do you know who Coach Mike is? Don't say the name, but do you know? Yes or no?
Do I know? I don't know. I don't know if I know.
You don't know if you know. Okay.
I feel like I'm missing reference.
Listen,
yeah, I'm the only one that knows
just say you
the real identity.
I guess if you know, you know, and I don't know if I know or not.
Yeah, not Coach Mac, who we're going to be talking about in a second. Coach Mike. It's like the Jersey Mike versus the Mac of the Donalds. Argument here. We got both coaches going against each other, different flavors. But speaking of Coach Mac, you guys doubted. I put them as my number 2, coming in and dominating the lobby, getting 25 points and making it out.
Hey, put on a cleaner. He played really consistently today, in my opinion. I mean, he had that game 1, obviously, where he only got 3 points, but...
That one didn't even count.
Taking 2 firsts? Yeah, he takes the most firsts in the lobby, man. Obviously, I was never doubting him. I was just rooting for Dot, but... taking
2 firsts is always going to be a top 2 position, pretty much. We can see that across both groups here. I'm surprised that there was only one tiebreaker in Group A. I know Lawrence is glad about it, because when I was doing some quick mental math, I was like, there's at least 2 scenarios where 4+ players end up with 17 points if they, end in a certain order. But I was looking forward to that. I'm guessing Lawrence is like, oh, only one. Thank God. But what do you guys think about how things are going to shake up in Group C?
Group C is actually looking really fresh. But go ahead.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I see it now. You know what? You know who I've got as my top two?
I do.
Yeah, you already know who I have as my top two.
Well, we're looking at top 4 here. Top 2 doesn't matter as much.
Oh, fine.
Top 4 is really important, though.
All right, top 4. Aggro, Dot, Dan, Plop, in that order.
In that order?
Those are my top 4. In that order.
I think that top 3, in no particular order, Dot, Dan, and Aggro. I'm sorry, I take it back. In top 3, in no particular order, Dot, Plop, and Aggro. And I think 4th is going to be a toss-up between Haro and Dan.
Interesting. Now, the guys at the bottom, did you think... I don't really want to throw any shade at somebody, right? But do you think there's anybody that, has really been struggling today that you think, okay, they really got to kick it into gear if they're going to actually make it through?
Dan has been so close but so far in all of these lobbies. Mm-hmm. I think he needs to turn on the VTech if he wants to thrive in this final lobby.
I
need to see some
couple of players that I'm definitely not giving their due diligence here, because if we're looking at the scores of today only, right? So obviously we think that, Aggro and Dot are strong players. They are the 3rd and 4th in their lobby, but Not in America is the top seed, right, of the next 4 players in their lobby. And I don't think they're going to make it through. Now, that's just I don't really have that much information. I just think the other players are stronger. Like if you compare the 2 lobbies, the score cap of Group B was just higher across the board than in Group A, right? So Aggro had 22 points, Dot had 18 points, and then back in Group A, Nana, who's the first person in Group C, only had 20 points, right? So and then Plop also 18 points. So it's the point spread is very different. It was more polarizing in Group B, and so I think that Group B was a lot harder. Group A was a lot closer. The skill, the talent, the roles on the day ended up making that lobby a lot closer, which makes it more difficult in its own way. But I think that Group B, they went through harder games. I think they went through bigger swings, and I think that they're going to be coming. And also, it was a lot like Aggro and Dot both had a chance to be top 2 here.
Yeah, they did.
So I think that the people coming from Group B are going to be playing harder than the people coming from Group A, and I think that's going to edge them out over that top 4, bottom 4.
Yeah, and let's look at it real quick. This is going to be Group C. Results as they stand currently. Nobody's got any points. Actually, that's a lie. Excuse me. I am a complete and total liar. People do have points.
Liar,
we'll update
liar.
That. I'm a big fat liar. So I'll
Ants
get
on
that
fire.
updated in a second. But right now, we do have that is the current lobby that we get going. Whenever Lawrence has a chance, maybe Lawrence will give me the points. Lawrence, can I have the points if he's listening? Somebody spam Lawrence in the Twitch chat for me, or not Twitch. We don't do Twitch. Yikes!
YouTube chat. Come on, man.
Ooh,
The
boy.
oh gosh! Somebody fire this guy. Let's get CLE
That's
back in
fine.
here. Let's get.
That's fine.
But add him in there. We'll get those points all settled away. But here they are, as we were talking about all the guys up there. People who are touching, us specifically. Our hearts are the Dot and PHCN being casters here. There are some people that just want to see them fail so that they'll come cast for us. Not saying I'm one of them, but I might be one of them.
That's
but
pretty
good friends of
suspicious,
mine-
Honey Bear.
Say what?
That's pretty suspicious, Honey Bear.
Definitely not suspicious. Yep. Yeah, so we got some big names up here though. And I want to bring attention to 12 Free and Fire. She has been around this league for quite a while. It's pretty cool to see them succeeding.
Mm-hmm.
So have you guys
that's
been
another
like?
person
Have you
that-
guys interacted with her? Or what do you think of her as a player? And what do you think of her going top 4 here?
I have
Trophy?
high limitations in terms of how much I know about them.
Okay.
But with that being said, I think after seeing her Renegade board, I would really like to see that top 4 come out, because I think they'd be very entertaining to watch into playoffs. finals.
Yeah, Fiendfire was in a lot of my lobbies across the 4 regular weeks, and like I said, they've been in lobby. I mean, they've been in AML for a while as well. And one thing I'll say is, I don't think that they're necessarily the strongest player in this group, but they have had a ton of clutch moments of just being like, I mean, even today you can see 3-1, 7-6. So not the greatest start. Didn't let it phase them. Came back second place, third place, making it into Group C. Right, that could have been a really easy tilt angle. Right, we saw that in Group B where a couple players tilted really hard, didn't really focus back up, didn't really make it out. Fiendfire focuses up sometimes, so I feel like it's going to be close. Go ahead.
That brings us into kind of the theme that we've been seeing for every player in Group C. So close, but so far. Variance could literally just have been the single difference between them making even top 2 in their groups for some of these players. And so I think we're going to see a lobby that is really tight and really sweaty of, well, now you're here. Variance be damned. Go in and make as many points as you can, because that's your last shot to make it into playoff finals.
One more thing that I want to say about Nada in America. I'm looking at it again. 3rd place in their group, Group A, by 2 points. Took 4th game, 7 points. 3rd game, 6 points. 2nd game, 6 points. 1st game, 1 point. If they just placed any higher, right, that's a top 2. I know they're coming into this game hot and hungry, and they don't want any more mistakes. I think this is gonna be a super close lobby. I know who I want to win. I know who predicts to win, but I think it's gonna be pretty close.
Not biased. We're not biased here at the Analyst Test. Promise. Zero bias. Not that we have anything to do with the actual outcome of the game. We can't fix anything. But transitioning from specifically the players, I want to dive a little bit into the meta and kind of get your guys' thoughts on it. We have been seeing a lot of Belveth, a lot of different AP carries. I feel like, we saw Dan bring out the Soraka. Didn't work out for him very well, but it was played. We've seen Talia being played, and we've seen a few others in the 5-cost region as well being played. But what are your guys' thoughts of AP carries right now, or anything you're kind of seeing in these lobbies that kind of stands out?
Before we go and dive into the meta, because we have a lot of thoughts on this, I know August does, and I know I do. I've been playing a lot on this patch. I just want to add,
you play TFT?
Even I do not play TFT, man. Coach Mike comes to me in my dreams and he tells me what the meta is actually.
Wild. Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's where I get it from. That's where I get all my insight from.
I dream about
Dan
Coach
felt
Mike
he got
myself.
baited into that Soraka line. I got the insider info.
He
felt he was baited into the Soraka line. Yep.
Who baited him?
Soraka.
Soraka baited him?
Soraka baited Dan.
Who do we actually
It's a
blame
travesty.
it
I would personally blame it on August.
on? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I think that's the only fair thing to do.
You know what? I'm a little bit down for this. If you just blame August for all of the shortcomings, if you will.
It's official.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Okay. Secondary, I want to toss this out there as a possibility. August, feel free to rebuttal. Do we just straight blame it on CLE? I did see them in call together.
Oh, all right.
Okay, I can see that.
Conspiracy theories?
Sure. Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Anything that shifts the blame back away from me. I am but a simple acolyte. I spread the gospel. I'm not responsible for what that message inspires in other players. Okay,
That's not what you were saying 2 weeks ago, August. You were talking all that good.
That wasn't on the record. It was not a broadcast.
Yeah, off-record talks are different.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This is on record.
I've got my eye on
talks
you.
here. But moving on to the meta. Platform is kind of open for it, but let's start with some AP carries and move on with that. What are the premier AP carries? What do you guys think we're gonna see in this final lobby? And who's gonna pull it out? Is it actually a viable path?
You're saying premier and then AP carry like back to back, like those words go together. I'm not really sure what you mean, what you're implying when you do that. Are you implying that you can play AP and win out a lobby?
I think it's possible, but that's more of the question. Like, do you think that is the viable pick to run that?
Are you on a legacy patch? Are you on a legacy patch or something?
Okay,
that we don't know
about? Reeling it in. Let's actually talk about what the purported AP carries are. Right, we've got Talia allegedly, who's not even a clickable unit.
Yep.
We've got Asol, and I know nobody's playing Azul in this meta. And then we've got Soraka, who is viable, but only with a good admin. If you see admin on death, okay, I'm playing Soraka. Or if you see cleansing safeguard, it's just flat hearts across the board because then you play two Lee Sins up front. That's the only way you're getting an AP carry to perform well.
If you have the health and the luck to have pulled and hold 4 admin, you can check your 4 admin and you can play LeBlanc carry with good items, right? 3 hacker, what is it? Prankster frontline. Maybe you squeak out a top 3, top 2. If you
secretly, that's
all
actually
your
just
units,
a transition to Soraka.
There it is.
Yeah. Sure.
I gotta
But,
cut you off here because it looks
see-
like we're ready. But August, final points though. AP, AD, what are we seeing?
I mean, it really feels like we're in a heavy AD meta. I hope that we see a lot of variety today. We have a lot of creative players playing. I think that we're going to see a lot of Lee Sin, though, in these last games. You have to make it through. You just want a top 4. I think we're going to see a lot of Lee Sin forcers.
Expired? Last thoughts on it?
AD flex, Yumi re-roll, Graven re-roll. That's pretty much it. That's the entire
Yumi
meta.
reroll is not an AD flex.
Yeah, I was saying in conjunction with cat with book, mech with sword.
Wait, do you put a hat on the cat with the book?
Oh, absolutely. The cat has to have a hat so it can chase the rat with the book.
The cat in the hat with the rat with the book?
Honey Bear, one more thing to say, man.
Yeah, hit it.
The rat has a gat. Never trust it.
Off to Z-Boy and Sir Blackpea. Thanks so much for hanging out with us at the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
What is up? What is up? Muted.
I'm muted. I'm sorry for that mistake here. But yeah, that's some awesome analyst desk work here. And then we transition back to some shoutcasting with C-Boy Wonder here with me again. Another week together. That's awesome to have you here, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's great to be back with you, Sir Black. I am stoked for the games we've had today. We're hopping into 3 games tonight to round out Group C, and we got some spicy placements happening to just edge people out, to just get that little bit of extra points you need to make it to this lobby. We should talk a little bit about that before we get in this game.
Yeah, for sure. So we started off this night in the first games with 16 players playing here on the playoffs, but now we get 4 players who are already qualified for next week, 4 players who are already eliminated, and then our 8 players here for Group C and our 3 next matches. And so just to remember, because we are already hopping into the first game of this best of 3, Nada in America and Agro DH, the 3rd place from the last round, both 3rd places from the last round, start off with 2 points head start, 2 bonus points. And then we also get 1 bonus point for Plop and Amdot, by the way, who were 4th place on last round.
Yep. And we did get a beautiful, aggressive carousel to open here with bows, rods, and swords.
Yes, very aggressive, and my prefer, to be honest. I like to play a little bit more aggressive in the early game. There are some great options in the defensive line, but getting an understanding on which carry you're going for very early, it feels good.
Absolutely. Especially with there being so many bows, we're going to start to see people start to commit towards those, Kaisa builds potentially, or we're going to see those sure shot builds come down, with Last Whisper being the prized item, as well as, you're going to be looking for a little bit more of that Giant Slayer with Brawler coming back now in this new patch.
Yes, definitely. And if we go back and try to think about what were the things getting the top 1s and the top 2s on the first 4 games, were Velvet, the Sure Shots, the Jax, the Aphelios, the Samir, whatever, like everything, all of that has one thing in common. Bow. Bow goes everywhere, and more than one bow.
100%. Could not agree more with you there. Especially that Jax really loves the double bow for that rapid fire cannon. And here we are, we're seeing the early duelist start here for I'm Dot. Maybe they will just win out with this for a early game gold advantage and then switch into that potential sure shot build. Currently, we're seeing them hold on to those 2 civilians as well to leave that as an open possibility.
Yeah, let's go for the first augment of the best of 3 then, and it's already on the 2 and the 3 cost there, and with the Into the Night, we could potentially go into Duelist here full on.
Yeah, this is actually looking beautiful, especially with these 4 rerolls. Doesn't even have to worry about rerolling it once. Has probably the best augment you can get for the Duelist start. And now look at this beautiful Queen Bee #1 Vayne and a double Edge of Night coming out.
Yeah, double Edge of Night, perfect start. We have the possibility of even a third Edge of Night after the next carousel, but for Duelist start, really, really strong. And this Nyla early on is so insane. We know it's such a good unit overall, but the 1-star Nyla this early is already so powerful because of so much healing that will provide for the whole team.
100%. That is so strong as the frontline unit. As soon as you find that as your early game tank for Duelist, and it even becomes your late game tank, it really just starts to set your board apart from the rest of the pack. This is a win streak right now. I don't know how they lose out unless they run into some very devastating things. And we do see another Vayne into the night. They could be contested this game.
Yeah, they might be contested. We see the Vayne with the Shojin as well, which seems to be the trend for the Vayne there. But for Duelist, is just way too much to handle. And great start. Yeah, I don't think there is much that could beat this. But remember, it's a 2 and 3 cost augments here, so we could see some potential, even a threat augment, some very powerful Shoga, Ramus, who knows. So there are some things who could potentially beat this, but not too many.
Yeah, Dot's definitely in a very strong position here to at least run through stage 2 with a win streak. Unless, you see that like BB kind of leveling come out of someone. And if that does happen, we'll jump straight to their screen because level 6 before Krugs is always a wild adventure.
Yes, definitely. And by the way, just to say, we do have windy weather for this game. So if anyone ends up finding a Janna, it's going to be really powerful. And here we get another Into the Night there. Seems to be the favorite tonight.
Yep. Into the Night is just so strong right now, especially in the meta. It's been strong since it came out. They've nerfed it a couple times to even try to balance it a little bit. And it's just far and above one of the best augments that's came out in set 8.
Yeah, I mean, you get a nice chunk of attack speed. You get protection for your carry, and we see that we actually get a loss here. Well, obviously, someone had to lose in this Edge of Night, Into the Night versus Into the Night competition. But as I was saying, like, you lose aggro, you protect yourself a little bit, you get some nice chunk of AD. It's armor as well for you in a very heavy AD meta, so it's all around just very good.
And that additional attack speed does really pan well with the Duelist comp that's already stacking on attack speed. You can never get enough attack speed, especially on that Vayne that's kind of like your secondary carry in this comp.
Yeah, perfectly. We'll get you faster into stacking to get to the full stacks, because remember, Duelists were nerfed a while ago, so they take a little bit longer to stack. So if you can give them an initial burst of attack speed, it's really helpful. And now we get on the other side here, Zen and Zerg going for this Rel augment. Rel as their front line there with the Wukong as well. Defendants could be some form of counterplay here to this heavy AD lobby.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with seeing so many Into the Nights, you have a pretty good idea that it's going to be a pretty strongly in direction of being defensive against AD is what you're going to want. We also just haven't seen that really, really strong AP power spike yet in a while, I say, since the Spell Slinger nerf happened. And they even buffed Talia this patch to make Talia look a little bit stronger than she even is at this point. It's not winning a whole lot yet, but it is definitely starting to put up better results in terms of top 4.
Yes, definitely. And now we're going to see the carousel and which items people are going for here. Still on Dot, by the way, screen here, and we go for the Rad. Okay, that's fine. That's a 3 cost, and that's a probable Gunblade there, which seems to be one of the favorite items since it was buffed to give just a little bit more Omnivamp.
Yes, it is. It is so good right now with the Omnivamp. I feel in this patch with Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth is still very, very strong, even from last patch. We saw that. We expected it. Bel'Veth threats still an actual house.
Yes, for sure. And the Bel'Veth herself is going to be really good with this Edge of Night as well. But so switching now to aggro DH, here we go with the IE on the Vayne. Surely going to be really powerful with the crits there on the true damage. But I wouldn't say the strongest of boards here, though it is winning. So yeah, it's doing something.
Absolutely. That was what I was wondering too, right? I wanted to hop on with aggro. Aggro is actually under leveled. They're going into the carousel and they were still on a win streak. And now that we got here, I was like, whoa, wait, what's happening? But they have some pretty solid traits activated on the left side there. And we might just be seeing the weakness of this lobby right now. It might just be a little behind with that being a 3-cost early augment. A lot of gold not really being saved up, more being spent in on some of these 3-cost units that they're seeing in their shops pairing up.
Yeah, for sure. And I was just wondering, checking this fight out, how many vein augments were picked up. And Little Bird just said there was 3. So we got 3 vein augments in this game. Yeah, that's expected. I mean, as you said before, very powerful augment. But we also have Zoe there. We have a Choga augment. So that I'm very interested in because I love especially the Choga augment where he gets a bunch more of an MR because it's so much damage for him as well. So really powerful. And are we going for the Shojin on the vein here? No,
Shojin
we're going for the MF on the board.
Yep. I've actually was going to touch on this, hoping that someone was going to bring us there. I've noticed that Anima Squad got a lot better in this patch. It's looking a little bit stronger. And I think the only true AP that reigns supreme right now is the beautiful MF. Look at her. She's just ready. She's ready to go crazy. She's going to hit that bullet time. She's going to melt boards.
Yeah, and against a level 4 Pajaro here, really weak with 2 silvers on the board, it's going to be a real easy job for Aggro DH's board. Really fine for him here. Yeah, on the AP side of things, it seems that MF seems to be the reigning queen, and also it seems that the Mecha variant's kind of dead, but the Anima Squad variant, really, really good, especially if you have a vein augment here.
Yes, 100%. You start to get that scaling HP. Your front line gets stronger. All of your units and your team start to get stronger. You can itemize your vein. Your Riven. I misspoke there. Yeah. Sorry about that. But when you itemize the Riven, right, and you start scaling her up, she's actually kind of an unstoppable force.
Yeah, definitely. Remembering that she has a shielding ability that will scale so much with the AP, and obviously getting the HP for your front line is insane, which the Anima Squad will stack up. So really good. And with the early MF here, we seem to be very set on our path to the end game. Now it's all about hitting the right units and some decent augments.
100%. I saw that the MF came down here in 2-7, which was really nice. And we are starting to see that Jax build here coming into effect yet again here for Fiend Fire. It's looking nice.
Yeah, I love it. I really like to see that we are getting Jax back into the meta because I was a fan of the unit when the set came out, and I was really sad that it died. And it seems to have just changed a little bit from the Bloodthirster into the Gunblade, but other than that, it's pretty much the same build as used to be.
Yeah. Exactly. I love the fact that we actually are starting to see a resurgence of like true balance now that they finally got 13.3 out. And we have reroll comps again. We have strong fast 8 comps. We have strong level 7 reroll comps. It's just a very, very good meta right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was thinking about that by myself like a few hours ago, and I would say that maybe Aphelios is a little bit overpowered, but other than that, I would say balance is pretty neat, and we get the Nico on the Jax. That is a really good decision there, because the Jax 2 this early with these items can be really powerful for you, can do so much, and I would say this is the Jax carry augment, which stacks attack speed, and that's why we do not need the Ginsos here, so we're gonna get a 4-item Jax basically, which is insanely strong.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was seeing too. I was like, is that the Jax scaling? And it is Jax scaling, right? Wait, no, it's support, right? So Jax is actually just doing evade right now. So that could have been a little bit of a mishap here. I'm expecting to see a Bloodthirster for that sword to be turned in, but that Ginsu not being saved for, I understand it, but I'm a little worried about it.
Yeah, now we're going for a gold augment here, and we go for gold. We go for Econ with Rich Get Richer. I took a risk on going that was the Jax carry augment, because that's when you would slam the Titans. Otherwise, you would be wanting to hold on for that Ginsos, but maybe this works out anyways.
Yeah, I was honestly a little concerned with the play, as I didn't see the commitment to leveling. We slammed items when we weren't necessarily trying to win, right? So what did we actually gain by slamming this Titans? I really hope to see it pan out here, though. It might actually just be the spike that they need going into Carousel, right? They are going to have the potential at picking out the first item or one of the first items. Hopefully get that full item Jax, and she'll be able to carry herself to a really, really strong win streak here through stage 4.
Yeah, so really good picking up the Soraka really early here, so gets to admin on the board, but kind of weird positioning there with the listing on the backline, kind of trapped. I'm also wondering, I would probably be looking to a very early 7 with this gold, just to splash in the 6 brawlers and make my board so much healthier. I mean, obviously that can still be done after carousel, but I love to use reach, get richer, and the burst in economy to just push for a very early 7 and hit just a few more units and go back into win streaking guaranteedly.
Exactly. That's where they will actually start to find their way back into the game. Because right now, things are not looking good in terms of health. They're pretty low. Not as low, though, as Pajero. I don't know if I slayed that name or not, but I feel like I was pretty close. Regardless, 47 HP going into Carousel on stage 3, going into Woofs, basically. If they're still on this loss streak right now, they're coming out of Woofs with almost 1 life.
Yeah, kind of tough there. And now we get an MF on the other side, really powerful with the Jude Gauntlet there, also the IE on the Vayne. But just so, it's Pajero, just to correct you on the name of our boy there in the 8th place right now. Player from Latam, actually.
Thank you. I appreciate that correction. Thank you. But the thing that I'm super interested in here is that Aggro did just lose that perfect win streak finally, was taken down by the Jax. It's so strong now.
Yeah, definitely. Whoa. So like now I'm guessing we are finally be going on to 6 brawlers here, which is what we really need to hit. And yeah, that's brilliant.
We grabbed Rod there. We didn't grab Cloak. I thought that Fiend was 100% grabbing a Cloak. Did not happen. Goes with that's probably better actually. That is probably better. When you have the rage or the rapid fire cannon, I do like to see the extra healing for the whole board. And this also does get a little bit stronger with the aggro plot. That's so good. That's so good. Oh man.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm back. Some internet lag issues here apparently, but we are back into it, and now we have we're still on Finfire's screen here. Still not on the 6 brawlers though. And so on the other side now here, we get the Vayne with the duelist spat there. Samira duelist with the Edge of Night as well, really good. The Jax with the Gunblade now really powerful, healing up the team, healing up the brawlers, keeping them alive so that he gets safe on the backline with the RFC there. Soraka stacking up the stars. Jax doesn't stop on the declaw there, so really safe job for him with the Titans now. Pretty much unkillable. True damage from the Vayne, really helpful, but not that much. It's an easy win for Finfire here.
We basically see a lot of the same thing happening right now between Plop, Aggro, and Dot. We got some imposters out there. I wonder who the true Into the Night owner will actually be. Who is the actual legend of the night? Who was born in it? Who will craft in it? This board right here is showing that the double stack of the Edge of Nights are actually going to probably pop off here in the Recon build.
Yeah, possibly. And now we go again here. So Nada is going with the Zoe carry there. Really good after the buffs with the Gunblade. On the other side, we have the Recon, and we probably going on that Recon Velvet, which is really, really insanely powerful. And the close one for the Vayne there died, but the KO is still safe on the backline. Aiming for the Zoe. Fine there. The Zex will not be enough. It's a fine win for the Recons.
Recons stay supreme here with all that extra attack speed. And Kale as a respawn right now actually isn't bad at all. Like you said, I can't wait to see that Belveth pop in and gain that Edge of Night as well. This board is looking pretty menacing, honestly. I'm seeing that level up here probably on 4-1. And level 7, Dot's board might be stable.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Velvet is so powerful with its innate ability to move around and dodge some stuff. But with the Recon, that will make it dodge even more and have that extra range, it becomes even so more powerful. And it's pretty much a fourth item on the Velvet there. So I like it a lot. And obviously, the unit by itself is already trending up on the meta, even without the Recon spat on it. So yeah, just an obvious choice there.
Absolutely. I feel like Belveth prior to the buffs felt kind of like a negative unit at times, like once you got to these later stages, just because there was no scaling and she really just didn't do enough damage to really benefit you for putting items there.
Yeah, and playing all these threats, as it was said to us here on the private side of things, this board is really threatening, in fact. But we are playing now against Pajaro there with Choga there with the Eternal Winter, which might be scary for auto-attacking units, but on the other hand, the crits are doing the job of killing everything else, so maybe... Yeah, actually, the Senna is pretty safe there on the back, healing up her team. The KO doesn't look like it's gonna be enough, and yeah, it's a 5-0 in favor of Pajaro.
That Orin item, the Winter's Frost, I believe is what it is called, if I'm not mistaken, actually destroyed everything that the Recon team was trying to do. Dot's team was frozen in the back, just hitting that Cho'Gath over and over, couldn't do anything. And the sad part is when Recons are frozen, they ain't moving. But Dot just found an answer to it. And that is exactly what you needed there. Or does Dot go for the Band of Thieves? No, slams the Veil, making Kai'Sa even stronger, making this Recon board unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean... Really good, definitely, no doubt about it. Verdant Veil, it's really powerful on Velvet, especially on the Recons as well, but not really on a very strong board just yet. Still looking to hit the Velvet, so I would be kind of scared when I'm not that strong yet and we get a Prismatic. I don't like it, but maybe it will work out. Let's see.
True. They are missing the Belveth, but that augment was big for why we saw they just lost that last round. So I'm excited to see if it starts panning out for them, as I've always been a fan of picking up that augment anytime I play the Recon reroll.
Yeah, now here following PH10 with the 6 hearts gets the Prismatic to double up his listings. So we get 2 frontline listings, proccing the heart, giving AP to the whole team. So that's really, really good. And we can see how much a listing there with the Titans is tanky. Pretty much unkillable solo frontliner with the second listing buffing up with the shields. And it's looking like it's going to be a... Okay, it's not going to be a full-on kill, but still insane 5-0. Yeah, this board is looking really nutty, and this listing is going to be very hard to deal with for everyone in this lobby. And we are very healthy in both HP and Econ.
100% I just actually realized how good the rework of Lee Sin's carry augment is. That's insane. It's endless pizza, but better.
Yeah, exactly.
For like a frontliner specifically.
Yeah, but still, you summed it up perfectly. It's endless pizza, but better. Like 2 listings, it's insane. So now we get the Recons and the Verdant Veil on the other side. Let's see how strong Amdot, by the way, board is. Can it kill at least the Lee Sin? That is the question for this fight, and it's actually dealing so much damage. The Lee Sin is getting a little bit in trouble. The CC plus the Shoga's Mana Shred was very good there, but the Lee Sin is pretty much stopped doing nothing and is still keeping itself alive. Oh my god.
What?
Okay.
What did we just watch? Oh my god, Lee Sin! Nothing can kill this Lee Sin. I now believe that Lee Sin is the greatest unit I've ever seen in TFT.
Yeah, it might just be because it's God tier. It might be better than a legendary, and that is just a straight fact. 6 heart Lee Sin with a second Lee Sin backing him out. Dude, that guy's blind, but he can do it.
He doesn't even need to do anything. He was stuck. Yeah. He was stuck.
I mean, the guy. Yeah. Like he was stuck doing nothing and still keeping himself alive.
That was absurd. That was a 6 cost unit. I didn't know we had
this is-
dragons.
Yeah. Okay. So we were speechless.
all right.
It's a fact, but let's get back into this game. So we are going. We don't really have a third item to slam here for now. We don't want a QSS on this board here. We see that, as I always like to talk about, when we see these lobbies, when someone is so far ahead from everybody else, you see that some people are already very close to dying. So on 4-5, we already have Xenazurge on 17 HP, Pajaro on 19. So it makes whoever is on the bottom usually die earlier than they would. And now we have a Belvet duelist with a Radiant RFC there, Boy Wonder.
That is a lot of damage, and that is a lot of attack speed happening from that Belveth. If that Belveth 2 comes down, it's going to be an absolute menacing thing for this entire lobby to even see. But Lee Sin finally goes down.
Yeah, it did go down, but it's still going to be a win for the Hearts here because the power of the Heart is just big beta. But let me ask you one question there. Like, obviously, that Belvet has so much attack speed, it's going to be insane, but isn't it going to lack a little bit of damage there?
Yeah, we only see what Knight's Edge, and then we also, or the Edge of Night, and then we saw a Rapid Fire Cannon, I believe, with Duelist. Yeah. That's just attack speed, right? So if it's not on the same side as Vayne here, we're going to start to see that damage from the Belveth always fall off. So because it needs the Last Whisper to actually do anything to some of these front lines. A lot of these front lines are very, very strong and very tanky. Belveth needs a Last Whisper, I feel, to be valuable.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see the Last Whisper on the second Vayne here, but now that I do, I would say probably this is a positioning game. Try to keep the Belvet and the Vayne on the same side, and maybe it will work out, I don't know. But on the other side, Xenazurge there with a mega frontline rel and a 2-star MF with very, very good items there. Let's see who's gonna win this one. Misfortune is now about to cast, kills one Vayne, doesn't kill the other one because the Edge of Night makes the save. Belvet tries to get the kill on everybody, but still, as I said before, lacking damage, and the enemy squad already on Soul helps finish it off. Xenazurge gets the win, and it's looking very green for Plop here.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It is not looking good for Plop right now. Needs that Belveth 2 to even try to salvage this game. They have gold. They're going to have to roll it down. They're going to come out of this creep round here and level up to 8, and they're sending it. Full sending it. Got to find Belveth 2. What else are they missing here to make this board a little bit stronger? Maybe, they just need frontline at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, really, we have frontline here? I don't think we do. Like, this Sejuani, this Renekton won't really do much for you. The threats would be really good. I mean, obviously, Ramos, Zach, Choga could do some tanking for you. You want to keep at least 4 duelists so that it has some... because the Nile is really good, and then so you're going to need to add a 4th one. It's probably going to be the Yasuo anyways, but it kind of makes your frontline squishier, so...
Right.
Yeah, I think maybe we just greeded a little bit too much on this game.
Yeah, we're missing, I feel like we're missing out on having 6 duelists. Oh, we rolled past Zed! No!
Depends on what you're thinking, what you're going for. If you're not going for 6 duelists, then you don't want it. Because Zed with no items is not going to do much for you.
Agreed. That's fair. I was more thinking we get to 6, right? We get to 6 duelists. We actually have a power spike, but we didn't get to Aegis either, though. We just added in a
mirror.
This is interesting. I'm honestly just a little lost. I think Plop might have got... I'm dizzy for Plop.
Yeah.
But they did find this tier 2 Belveth.
Maybe it was just way too much to do at once. Don't know. But here's Pajaro on the other side. That winter... Ornn item is really powerful, but this Belvet doesn't seem to care about it. Just demolish the Shoga, and now we're gonna get a win here. So okay, we are still alive, but still looking kind of iffy there with the board. I don't know. Oh, and we get 4 people on their last life right now.
Oh my god, this is gonna be insane. This is gonna be down the wire. Who gets paired up with who to see if they advance into top 4 or if they'll be eliminated here instantly?
Yeah, I mean, gotta say, every time we get to cast together, it's just this insane.
It is. It really is. We've seen a godlike Lee Sin, something I never expected to say today. We have seen so many players on the fringe of death pulling it out here. That was actually insane what the Belveth just did. Now Dot here at 5 HP goes up. Does Dot live with the extra unit?
Yeah, we gotta see that because it's Pajero on the other side. One of them is going down, and it's going down. That Choga really easily there. The Ramos might get one cast more off. No, it did not. It's just that, and it's a very big win for Amda. By the way, Pajero goes down. Xanazurge goes down. Plop goes down as well. We get 3 people dead, and Amda, by the way, just clutched a very insane 5th place here. If not more, who knows?
Wait. Plop was on the lowest HP and then found a way to get a 6th. That's a W from that position.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a W. And we have 3 games here. And by the way, Plop was one of the players with an extra points head start with 1 bonus point. So really good, really good.
Yeah, sometimes you got to play for the points, right? You got to look. And that's, I think, what Plop was doing in that scenario when I was saying, oh, they missed Zed. You look back at it and you realize, oh, Plop has points. Plop needs to get a better placement here. What makes Plop kill more units? Bel'Veth too.
Yeah. So the other thing that I was... Okay, so let's go through this fight first. Aggro DH there with the misfortune. The recons here on the other side. Choga shreds the mana of the opponents there, but the enemy squads are just too much to deal with. The Riven, they're really powerful, as you noted before, and so it goes down. I'm not, by the way, takes 5th place. So the thing I was going to note is that Nada and Aggro are the 2 players who came in with 2 bonus points, and they are getting top 4 here. So it's an insane start in a best of 3 for the 2 of them.
Oh, we found Jax 3 as well after we even used the early Nico, and we had to pick up the bubble as well off of the orb, off of the early augment. That is a very, very nice pickup, and Fiend is in a crushingly strong spot with the board that they have.
Yeah. So now we have Aggro on fire there on 1st place, followed by PH10, and then we have Nada in 4th place, and obviously here our player... sorry. It's Fiendfire, of course, on 3rd place with the Mega Jax here. Hit the Jax 3 with the Gunblade as well. Radiant Redemption there on the Riven. So pretty fine looking board here.
This board is looking really, really strong. If Fiend's able to find Riven 3 here as well, I actually think that their board might be one of the best boards that you can get in the current meta, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. We know that things were looking kind of scary there on the early game, but it got turned around. It's at least a 4th place guaranteed. Now we get the hearts on the other side. The Zephyr doesn't get anyone too special. The Urgot item there, really good as well. But hitting the Jax doesn't really matter much. Jax killing everybody there on the front line. The Lee Sin is not... too healthy against this Jack, I would say, and now the Jax just unkillable is gonna go through everyone. So finally we do find who can kill that Lee Sin.
Yep, it is the Jax, the Giga Jax. The Giga Chat is back. We love to see it if you're a Jax fan. I know I am. Evasion is also paying off dividends here in the later half of this lobby. We did see quite a bit of AP coming down, and they beat possibly, or AD I meant to say. AP is the one thing that they were worried about, though, and once they cleared the hearts, I don't know what they're worried about at this point. Maybe the Anima Squad team can do it.
Yeah, the anti-healing from the Sunfire, if it gets the Jax early, maybe, but it's so much HP on that Jax, and it heals himself or his team as well, so like it's really hard to deal with. Now we get PHDM on the other side. The Zephyr does not hit the EMF, but the Mana Shred does, so Misfortune is going to take just a little bit more to cast there. Lee Sin is trying to be tanky, but in this late game it doesn't seem that it can hold up to the standards of the late game boards. Misfortune kinda iffy cast there on the side, doesn't really kill anyone. That looked just terrible for Aggro DH, and the Hearts are gonna get a very easy win here. It was looking good, but then the Misfortune ult, really bad.
Yeah, Misfortune kind of pulled off the bronze ult that you can get sometimes, where she just starts pew-pewing at nothing. And that's just positioning diff from Dan, honestly, on his board. Was able to get that MF to shoot at things that weren't as relevant. And the heals that came down from Soraka, on top of the heals built into that augment for Lee Sin, kept that Lee Sin alive. Yet again, that Lee Sin is nuts.
Yeah, we might end up... We could end up seeing something like the Lee Sin versus the Jax for the end game, although I believe the Fiendfire lost the last fight. I mean, down to 18 HP. P. I'm not sure, but anyways, like it's gonna be kind of an uphill battle for them.
Agreed. I did not see that they lost that last round. That must have been to Nada, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Because we were watching Dan and Aggro just play. So Nada was able to knock down the Jax 3. I'd love to see what Nada's working with over there.
Well, the one thing we gotta say for sure is that it is a very competitive lobby. It seems that everyone can beat everyone in a 1v1 scenario. So pretty exciting things to see here, and it might come down to some key right timing roles or positioning.
Correct. And we might actually see a forecast restart this game here out of Aggro. They aren't electing to save up as much gold. They're rolling right now, staying on 50, but they could just be juicing up to level 9 and electing to keep rolling for this MF right now.
Yeah, very interesting choice to not go to level 9. Maybe seeing that MF3 is going to be the only win con here. Now we get on the other side, the Jax on the corner there, very far away from the MF, so it's going to be worth it or not. It's going to kill the front line, that's for sure. It's going to get on the vein really soon. Then it gotta go just all the way around and get to the misfortune. It chooses to go on the mid, so it's still stuck on the enemy front line. Finally kills it, and it barely lost HP so far, so it finally gets on the MF. Now it starts to lose very hard HP. And the execute from the ace comes in. Vayne versus Soraka, but Soraka is still alive. Okay, so yeah.
I actually thought Soraka was dying with the Jax there from that bullet time. It was looking way. Oh, we're getting close. We need one. We need one.
This one.
Give it.
Come on. It's just one for cost, and it's
more
a lot
dog.
of gold. It's gonna come. It's gotta come. Oh, no. It's an Echo 2. And we don't want the Echo 2. Okay, we say don't care. We want the MF or nothing. Nothing else matters. And we don't get it. Oh,
Aggro went with the full aggro approach there.
Yeah.
That was intense. I was expecting the hit. We didn't hit. It's all right, though. Aggro is still in a pretty strong position as long as this MF casts a good ult here. But that is a devastatingly strong, maybe the strongest scaling unit in the game, with Zoe 3 hearted up.
Yeah, okay, so that is really, really hard to deal with. Insane board by Nada, and now it's very much explained why it was able to deal even with the Jax 3. And this feels so bad. I mean, one MF away from the MF3, rolls all the gold, doesn't get it. The Jax here is gonna die, actually. 4th place for the Jax, and it might be the 3rd place here for Aggro, or it's the MF3 here. And it doesn't look like it.
No MF. No MF3.
Yeah,
my heart is broken for Aggro. That was so much gold. I was ready to lose my voice over it. But it looks like Aggro is going to need a very, very lucky positioning scenario here to win this round. We have Dan still looking pretty healthy, but Nada might be unstoppable now that they found that 3-star Zoe and have the heart emblem on them.
Yeah, Mana Shred here on the MF, the Zephyr on the Vayne. Doesn't look good for Aggro here. The CC from the Fiddlesticks already comes in. The hearts are still all very healthy. The MF just casts for the first time now. Doesn't really do much. Can't kill pretty much anyone on the opposing team. It's an easy fight for Aggro. MF still kills something more there. Kills the Orgat, but it's not enough. Aggro takes the 3rd place, and I would say that my voice says it all. It was disappointing.
It was just a sad moment for Aggro, but we're still able to top 3. Not too upset about that, especially here in today's final 3 lobbies that we have going on. And we do see a little bit of that anti-heal showing up for Dan. I don't know if they already had it or if... No, he did not have any yet. So that's actually going to be pretty big here, I believe, against Nada. But will it be enough to take down that treacherous?
That's 6 hearts,
right?
Yeah, like 6 hearts with 2-star Orgat and Fiddle. I don't think there's much more than this, anything much stronger than this. And now we don't get 2 listings anymore. We get 2 Fiddles because of the Morelos there. Yeah, pretty good anyways. And so
we have a Fiddle too as well, right?
Yeah, of course. So last fight, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
So
this
Nada... Yeah, no, go on.
I was gonna say this could have actually been exactly what they needed to potentially beat it.
Yeah.
I couldn't. Though
And
that Zoe.
it's so much gold for both sides there with both Urgats. That Zoe is just insane. And maybe, just maybe, it looks like a 2-star Urgat and 2-star Fiddles are not going to be enough.
Nope. The giga threats, as we like to call them, since we've just been watching these things be treacherously murderous in the entire scene since I've been casting TFT. I can't get enough of how good threats are.
Yeah, and now we start to see like maybe we throw the Janna in for the Windy buff, maybe we don't, or got too really powerful. Thing is, our main itemized carry is a 2-star LeBlanc, and that's gonna lack on damage. On the other side, we have a really powerful Zoe, and it's, as I believe, 3-star Zoe, so that is a key difference on the boards there. Mana Shred doesn't really hit anybody who's too important there. Fiddle with the CC, really cool, but it's not the Morello Fiddle, so no anti-hitting on the opposing team. The Urgot wave comes in, the other Urgot wave comes out, but nothing changes. The hearts are trying. The listing this time is on the enemy Zoe, getting the spark, but it doesn't matter. The Zoe is just a little bit more powerful. Nada gets the win, and it's a second place for PH10, but it's fine. Insane game anyways. Nada pulled off the Heart Zoe, which is just incredible. And nothing, like we gotta say, just aggro still gets a really nice placement because he had 2 bonus points, remember, so really nice. And Nada gets off to the biggest start possible because he gets first place with the 2 bonus points as well.
Yep, exactly. Nada was able to just find their way to that perfect heart scenario. I was kind of watching Dan the whole time, wondering, I was going to ask you, do we think that we'll see Dan pivot to that Zoe route with the heart emblem, since Dan was the first one to have one? But Nada was kind of just like there sneaking away. I don't know if we saw enough of the board peaks at Nada to not understand why Dan didn't do it. But once we saw Nada spike that level 3-star Zoe, that's all it wrote.
Yeah, so awesome game that we had to cast here. We got two more to go still, but now we will be going to the analyst desk because now we have a panel of specialists to talk about the game in depth.
Guys, and welcome back to the analyst desk. We got the trio back here. I want to give a special shout out to Sir Black P and Z-Boy Wonder for taking over the cast and doing an absolute amazing job. I'm coming over to you first, August. August, what do you think of Z-Boy's beard?
I think it looks great. I always have liked the style of hair where it's like one thing, like the rogue effect, where you just have a little bit of white on one side or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you almost did that, but you like missed, right? So you went here and here, but in reality, you should have just went here. I'm not sure what happened. It looks like you gave it an attempt, but you missed.
Brutal.
Not everyone can pull off, man. What can I say?
Okay.
You got to do your best.
Now, expired.
Where's that game was.
We're not on the games yet, August.
We're not on the games yet, August. Get with the program.
Beard talk. Beard time.
My bad.
Expired. Where the heck's your beard, man?
I just trimmed it this morning.
Lies. All right, August, tell me about the games.
You changed your emote to match?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh, I should actually put a beard on the emote to match.
You should.
I should.
From beginning to end, that game was a banger. It was hot garbage. It was a low roll. It was an insane high roll. First of all, 3-cost augment 2-1 into gold into prismatic. I don't want to play that game. I
feel like I broke. Oh, please. I just broke the Discord. I don't know if August can hear me. Guys, I apologize. Discord just yeeted. And am I back? Are we back?
We're back. We're back.
We're back. Sorry, August. I completely cut you off. I clicked over in my Discord to see what was going on. I yeeted you out of the conversation. Welcome back, dude.
Okay.
How's the conversation going, man?
All right. Listen, no flame. Okay.
Anyways, August, continue back from the top. What were you saying?
Back from the top, that game was insane. I don't envy those players for having to play that game. That game was hard. 2-1 3-cost hero augment into gold into the prismatic augment is that's hard. If you're not constantly spiking your board, you're falling behind at every stage of the game.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. And I do want to bring to quick attention. Expired. No, you sent me an image. I'm gonna toss it up on the screen. Can you the second one you sent me?
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, can you explain this for the team? What's kind of happening here?
Do you have it up? Is it the...
Yep.
Oh, this one. This is the third one, Honeybear. You threw me off, man. Well, as you could see in my technical analysis of this game, we have 3 people picking Vaynes, as you could see in the previous image that was displayed on broadcast. All 3 of them took Vayne support augment.
Instantly.
Now, as you can see, Aggro killed the other 2, and as such, he's Woksh, while Dot and Plop are Ditch. That's my technical analysis of the situation.
I think that sums up the game right there. I'm not sure we could do a better job of summing up the game. So yeah, well done overall.
I just want to say I was almost right. We didn't get tons of Lee Sins, but we did get one player playing a lot of Lee Sin. Honestly, probably should have played more Lee Sin. Yeah, honestly, should have played more Lee Sins. Lee Sin is so strong right now. 2 Lee Sins, 3 Lee Sins with the carry augment, tank almost literally infinite damage. We have a clip of it. Can't wait to see that again. That was hilarious. Where this one Lee Sin is just sitting there tanking every single unit on the enemy board. Like, how do you even begin to counter that? I mean,
nah, I'm gonna be real here. If Dan played 3 Lee Sins, one with Woodland Charm, and the other one just like 2 stars and
another
Charm,
2 star,
on his final board, he goes first.
I agree. I 100% agree with you.
100% agree.
Yeah, it's not even close. I'm not going to tell anyone that they misplayed. We can do a bot review later if you want, but that board is infinitely stronger with more Lee Sins. Just play 7 Lee Sins.
Counterintuitive. It makes no sense. Cleansing Safeguard is just broken right now because, as you can see, another image that I sent you, Honey Bear, which you may elect not to share. Or
I didn't add that yet. I'm high.
That's quite all right. That is quite all right. Cleansing Safeguard, I would rather draw 25.
You would rather what?
I would rather draw 25 in Uno.
Oh, it was the Uno meme where it's like draw 25 or do this, and it's like, would you rather draw 25 cards?
Oh, yes.
Against Cleansing Safeguard. Yeah, I'm drawing 25 each time.
I'm drawing 25 every time.
That's really funny. Hey, looking at the outcome of this game, anything surprising to you guys? People needing to get a big comeback. You nervous for anybody and how they looked?
Dan showed up, man.
It's actually huge. I have the update. We'll go over it real fast, and then we'll have to transition back into the casters. But thoughts here?
I'm not too surprised. Like I said earlier, before the game, Nada's coming in hot. They didn't want to be here. They were 2 points off of being chilling right now. They're trying to get this win and get out and go home and relax. 7 games is a lot of games, and it's only going to get harder as the fatigue sets in. They're trying to end these games fast.
Dot's got to get back in quick. We got to see a big result here so that he gets into the top 4. I think it's highly doable. I think he's going to pull it off. And I think Dan is looking to float up maybe to second spot.
And then last
big
thing,
reminder to everybody watching real fast, that top 4 move on, bot 4 go home. August, what were you adding?
Oh, the last thing, Pajaro, love to see it.
The shots fired at Pajaro. We got our top 4 looking strong right now. Not sure why Dot got shafted underneath Fiend Fire, but that is all right for now. But that's going to be it for us here at the Analyst Desk. I'm going to send you guys back over to the casters. Sir Blackbeard, Z-Boy Wonder, take it away.
Oh man, okay, so we get some shots fired there, but doesn't really matter. Now we get to the second game in just a little bit, and the thing here is who is gonna get the win on the second game? Boy Wonder, that is my question to you. Who exactly here is the name of the game to you for the game 2? And you are muted, by the way.
I liked how Aggro was playing, by the way. That's something that I was just really intrigued by. Aggro found a line that is not your common line right now. I feel like not the #1 sure shot build or something like that, but hit that early on MF and instantly committed to the Anima squad build. Went with it, as you saw, got them up to that third place finish in the game, allowing them to get a second place right now on the leaderboard. So I'd expect to see some more flex plays coming out of aggro, and that might just take aggro over to that first place finish they were looking for last game.
Yeah, for sure. So aggro and Nada have a little bit of an advantage there. Pajaro, the shots were fired. He has a lot, pretty much a very big uphill battle here. But hey, we're going to game 2, and hey, what do you see? It's just a fun game. Well, not fun anymore. The crown, the tactician's crown. But anyway, same thing. We get an extra slot on the board for everyone. We do not get an item component. Okay, so one more wild game. I'll take it.
What did we talk about, dude? Every time me and Sir Black get to cast together, we get an absolutely wild game.
Yeah,
Here we are,
I mean,
extra unit. just have us cast the game. You know it's going to be wild.
Exactly. Aegis gets it. They already know it. If they want something wild going on, it's just put us on. It's going to be crazy. And we get a Senna Velcos here for Amda, by the way. 2 3-cost units. With a Tactician's Crown start, I think that's really good because you're going to need some very powerful units to put on the board.
Oh, that was actually really, really strong. When you get that early Senna, you definitely want to start to find those Laser Corp setups.
Yeah.
And now that they've already had 2 units here with Dot, I'm not huge, honestly, on early Vel'Koz personally. I don't think it actually does a whole lot for you, and it's a lot of gold to just be burning 1 unit. You don't see a whole lot of units doing a ton of damage early on, so sometimes it misses its target, you know?
Yes, definitely. Okay, so we got some more pairs here. Couldn't grab the KO pair, tried, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, that APM diff, unfortunately for Dot, or maybe it was just, getting snagged up by the way the server works sometimes. Most importantly, though, they did find that Laser Corp I was expecting to see slam does 2-star that Talon. Maybe depending on items here, I feel like a lot of people are going to just go based on items right now. We're not going to see so many builds just running straight at what they want outside of when you spike like this. Wow. Dot is high rolling.
Yeah, that's really good. Okay, so Augment on the screen, Peach, then on our screen, we got a Tome, we got a Triforce, we got Three's Company. I love all of them, but which one is he going to take it? And it's Three's Company. I personally love it because it's a bunch of 3-cost units, which can be really powerful, and it's also a lot of econ for you.
Yeah, if you don't hit something good, sometimes you literally get a 2-star 3-cost unit off of it, which is absurd. And as you saw here, it actually found that extra recon that makes you might start to commit to the Kaisa Vayne build.
I mean, you get a tier there, so you have half the static shiv. The glove is always good because it's going to give you extra crit on whichever unit you put it on. So, yeah, I would be pretty tempted into committing. Got to scout a little bit, check the others, but pretty good start.
Three's Company also is averaging at a top 4 at 53.2% right now in the meta.
Yeah, so stats there for you. And now we get Plop coming in with the Prankster choice. They're really cool. So we get 2 Pranksters in already. And it seems that it's some players' favorite synergy to have the Prankster. Getting those dummies in, it's really, really good. It's pretty much an extra unit. And also, if you get the 3rd Prankster in, you get the stun. So really powerful there.
It's almost like a GA, right? It kind of reminds me of that being a thing with the loss of aggro. You get more health back. It's better than Edge of Night.
Yeah.
And you get a stun when you hit 3.
Yeah, it's really good. And you can even use your other pranksters who would usually be backline units as extra frontline units. So it just adds so much power to making whichever unit you want to make safe.
Agreed. It gives you a safety net. It gives you more health. It adds CC. What doesn't Prankster do?
Yeah, well, I guess maybe the one thing Prankster doesn't do is actually prank you, which is pretty funny. But we get Nada on the other side there with level 4 and level 3, and the level difference is going to do it because Peach then gets the win here, which maybe not the best thing because getting a lose streak would be cool. But then again, how do you lose streak with that much on your board?
The board is strong right now for Dan. Dan has had some really strong openings. We also see that early on we were with Dot. Dot is winning out right now, does have the win streak from those early high rolls you were talking about. But these are the games that I just get so excited about. When you see these extra units just getting thrown in for free, you see people rolling 2 stars in stage 1. It's just too exciting here on Aegis.
Yeah, and now I'm up, by the way, here with the Laser Corps pet on the Blitzcrank gets to 5 Laser Corps. Remember, Laser Corps has been changed. It's not a 3-6 anymore. It's a 2-5-7 synergy and 9 as well. So really insane here, and gets the level up to throw in the Nyla as well. Okay, so really, really powerful here. Aggro DH on the other side going for the Spellslingers, but still far away from hitting the units he wants to. So I'm Dot, by the way, seems very poised to win here, although things are looking kind of scared there on the front line, but no. It's fine. Laser Corp's just way too powerful, and 5 this early, it's insane.
With the extra addition to that rework on Laser Corp, they also always attack now. So look at Blitz just punching and getting extra damage. Death by Blitz punch has to feel worse than almost anything else in TFT.
Yeah, that's a very good point there. Like, the fact that they obviously got very much nerfed on the damage, but the fact that they hit every time makes them so more consistent. Sometimes you would be like, oh my god, I have 6 drones, I'm gonna hit the enemy unit, and then they don't hit, and it's such an oof. So now it's pretty good.
Now the hovercraft carrier that we're going to see Blitz maybe become an Echo later on, potentially, or possibly, a fiddlestick in the late game. Could be either one of those two things, but when you have those hovercraft carriers, is what I like to call your extra unit carrying that emblem, they do a lot more damage now that they're always gaining from an attack.
Yeah, for sure. And I remember that we talked about this on... I don't know if it was with you, but I did talk about it on a previous broadcast where Jax was calculated. There was some math done there on Reddit that Jax is the best unit possible to carry the Laser Corps emblem. Wonder if it still holds true or not with the change, and if it does, with Jax coming back kind of into the meta as well. Who knows? Maybe we see a Jax Laser Corps down the line.
That would be really interesting. Nice to point that out. I actually haven't seen that Reddit post, but I am very intrigued now, and I'd like to see... I'm already imagining it, right? Just seeing Jax just hit away, going crazy, getting extra shots. That sounds busted.
Yeah, for sure. And now we get Plop on our screen here with the Pranksters. Gangplank as a Prankster, really, really good because it's a decent frontline for you this early in the game. It also cuts the heal on the enemy team as well with the Grievous Wounds. So really good. And now we get 2 people with 100 HP, 4 win streak. It's Dot, who we were previously on the screen with, and now Plop. Maybe they will face off. Who knows?
Multiple 2-star units on Plop's board here, making it pretty hard to deal with. And that Gangplank ain't nothing to flaunt at either. It's going to keep moving around, keep dealing extra damage. And honestly, Prankster is panning out huge here. The cool thing about Jinx that I really like about her character model in TFT Set 8 is that she actually has CC built into her kit.
CC.
But she's stunned when she hits the rocket, right?
Does she? I do not remember,
she did a small stun. Yeah.
I know she used to. I don't know if she still does.
Oh, wait, did she get the change? That's right.
Yeah, maybe. But still, okay, so we see Xanazurge here. Not able, maybe, to stop the win streak from Plop. The Lulu is going to die. The KO is going to be alone. The dummy comes in, and the 2-star Jinx not able to be killed. So nice win for Plop here. Keeps the win streak going, and I'm Dot, by the way, also keeps the win streak going, so both of them at 100 HP on fire. I know Jinx used to stun people.
Still has a stun.
Does she still?
Yeah, she still has a stun for 1.5 seconds. I was like, no, I'm like almost certain of this that I've read it, but now I'm going to verify. Yeah, but yeah, she has a 1.5 second stun, which is also nice with that Prankster. You get double stun out of Jinx, essentially.
Yeah. Essentially, you get double stuns. You would probably want to not stack them at the same time, obviously. If they proc it just a little bit apart from each other, would be a little bit better, because then you get a 3-second stun. So because remember, it's 1.5 from the dummy plus 1.5 from it. Now, who is going to be built here with these items? Because I do not like to drop the item drop there too much, unless you're going for MF.
True. And then we might start to see that MF Prankster, maybe Anima build potentially, but they haven't been really stacking up any Anima squad yet, so it might be a little too late to go for that here in stage 3. Yeah. Now that we are on the board here with Fiend Fire, we do see that they have that beautiful Renegade board right now, and almost a 4 admin. I would love to see what those admin are by chance, though. What are we aiming for right now with a 4th?
Like we do have a Renegade build, but then again, the all 1 stars, we pretty much relying on the Blitz plus the LeBlanc here. Cho'Gath on the other side, really powerful, really tanky, shreds the mana on everybody, including the LeBlanc at the very last tick there. The Static Shift Kai'Sa does a lot of work there, but the Blitzcrank seems to be just a tad bit unkillable there. Gets to the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa survives with the dodge, and yes, Fiendfire loses on this one. Recon's just way too much to deal with.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of surprised to see them allow that loss after winning. Their loss streak was gone, but that was a quick Ox Force pickup, and they're definitely going to be committing to this Viego board style.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more surprised by the quickness of the pickup than the pickup itself. Like, didn't even think about it. It's Ox Force period. I don't care about anything else. So yeah, Viego game, no doubt.
100%. I believe that Viego here is obviously going to replace the Blitzcrank. That's the one unit that I am getting screamed at by, like, yeah, Blitzcrank doesn't need to be here anymore. I don't think we're going for 4 admin. We're definitely committing to that 6 Ox Force. We're going to want to try to find that Aphelios, which is so good now with the buffs. Maybe too good. Wait.
Yeah, and
no Renegade.
Yep, we don't. Well, I mean, it's not like we really need Renegade that much right now. LeBlanc is our focus here for now. Yeah, Talon 1, the Silas isn't really going to do that much damage for you either, so it's fine. We go down to 2 admins, but we get 4 Ox Force, so the LeBlanc gets a lot of attack speed for each HP lost, so I think it's a good choice for now. And remembering, Fiendfire already played Viego and the Ox Forces before, during this night, did well with it, so yeah, going again for it.
Nothing wrong with that, and I don't believe she's contested from what we've seen so far from the different boards. As we hop on here with aggro, we see Gadget Team Brawler and Spellslinger as they're scouting here a little bit. Didn't get to see exactly where their items are at yet. So right now, we do have the Zoe Spellslinger build coming into effect right now. Okay, a lot of 2-star units here as well. Aggro, not 100% where they're going to end up yet. They don't have too much of a tanky frontline outside of that Sunfire. Definitely a little item depleted, but I feel like that's the whole lobby right now.
Yes, and we are very close to going for the 7 Laser Corps for Amdot, by the way, there. Here with the Spellslinger Zoe, which is, I would say it's a transition into the Spellslinger Soraka, which is really, really powerful. And we get a Nico's help. So if we get, we only need 2 Sorakas to get a 2-star Soraka. But even if it's a 3-star Zoe with this Spellslinger's pet, that could be really good as well.
100%. Zoe is actually just getting like more and more hype again. I remember playing Zoe a lot on the PBE server before Set 8 had actually been released. And then she kind of fell off, right? But now we're starting to see at least a huge resurgence of her. Maybe not so much on ladder play, but a lot in tournament play. She's very, very, very powerful, and I feel like a little underrated.
Yes. Really, really powerful. And so Nada gets the Soraka there. No one seems to want this pet for now, but I'm not, by the way, might take it. No. Okay, so that's interesting because with all those laser corps on the board, maybe this pet would be 1 more. Maybe we could go for 9, but yeah, not the choice.
I wonder how many natural swords Dot saw already to not want to go in.
Okay, and we are on Dot, so we can see that we could have a duelist spec here as well, which would not be too bad, but not the choice.
It was not.
Oh no, actually,
choice.
He picked up the bow, so he didn't even have a component.
Yes, no component. Doesn't look like he had a natural sword either. So probably could have potentially played for that spat to try to get that extra laser corp to go for 9. But right now, 5 is strong enough.
Yeah, 5 is strong enough for another one, that's for sure. Like, not that strong. I mean, we lost the first 2 rounds of the stage, but still. And now we seem to be losing another one here to this Ox Force LeBlanc. And yes, LeBlanc just a little bit too much to deal with. The Belvet there hit very early for Finfire as well. Belvet's really powerful with no items because it's just stage 3 yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best units in stage 3 by far. You find Belveth in late stage 2, early stage 3, you have a pretty good chance of winning out in stage 3.
Yeah. So now we get a few people on the scout. Nada just hit Nyla 2 and is on last place with 50 health. Ascension, really, really good here as well for this board. I mean, it's pretty much good for every board. But no carry items. So that's the one thing that we are lacking right now.
Yeah, we're definitely hurting for a last whisper right now without at least how our backline is set up. And it also does really go along well with the Zed because that's one of the Laser Corp we're missing as well as the Mordekaiser.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough for Dot right now. I feel like Dot is underrolling since they high rolled in the early stages of stage 2, and it's not been so hot since then. They're playing well with their eco though, and I think that they'll be able to find that Zed here probably going into 4-5. They're gonna, or 4-1. I mean, they're gonna level up and probably roll down a bit, try to find this 7 Laser Corp, and if they can find Mordekaiser, things are gonna be looking really good.
Yeah, for sure. But even if it's just the Sejuani gets the buff up to 7 Laser Corps, that's going to be pretty decent as well. And we are maybe going for a 3-star Senna here, which could be a really interesting angle. My question would be here, like, obviously, Last Whisper is insanely good because Senna can use it very well. Zed can kind of use it, not so much, because it already shreds, but how good would the Static Shiv be here as well? Because it shreds.
Static Shiv is actually so good for Laser Corp. From what I've actually seen in statistics, it's one of the best items in Laser Corp specifically because of your drones doing magic damage.
Of course. Yeah, that was what I was thinking, and it makes sense. And now we get 2 bows and a tier. I would say you got to slam that.
Yeah, 100%. Static Shiv onto the Senna here is so good. Gets her casting a little extra, as well as the Hurricanes for a Zed to allow him to get that extra shred around too.
Mm-hmm. But we do not slam, at least just not yet. And we get Nada on the other side with the Kaisa plus the Choga. We're thinking we're going for the Rune Ends. Do we get the static in? No static Shiv. We went full AD on the Senna apparently. And the Senna is doing some decent damage there. Almost going to kill the Kaisa. Changed aggro into the Velkas, but it doesn't matter. It's a nice win for Amazon, by the way. And now we're going for 4-2 augment. And it's gonna be Hero, probably.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it might be a 5 cost? 5 4s? Just straight 4s. Contempt the Weak is found.
Yeah.
And they are going to have to slam that. That's just too good here for your Laser Corp board. And now hopefully got to roll down a little bit here and find the Sejuani as well, right? Weren't we? Or we're only at 6 right now, right?
Yeah, we get 6 Laser Corps, but we get so much gold that maybe we just want to go 8th. And we are decently healthy as well to go level 8 and try to find the legendaries. But now we're transitioning to PH10's board with the Samira augment there and the Recon Samira. So we would usually be seeing a Belvet on this angle, but this time is a Samira. No sure shot though.
No sure shot yet, so still hurting kind of there, but seeing that they do have Ace right now with that extra recon damage, that's pretty good. Also, with the Last Whisper, we're hoping to find one more bow for that Kaisa to get to elite status, but this board is looking stronger than I think it has face value of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could be right. You might. It seems that you are right. The Kaisa one still doing a lot of work with the Shojin there, and we get the win over Nada. Nada in a very grim situation there. Gets Zek augments. Not sure which one of them because I didn't see if some people were the link shot on the backline. But still, yeah, so we get the situation with Plop on fire on top there, followed by Zana and Pajaro, and we get 2 people already very low, Fiend and Nada. Nada is the first one to go below 30 HP. and this is not even the end of stage 4 yet.
Yeah, that's getting very low for our bottom two right now, heading in to the carousel for stage 4 here. But one thing I want to touch on, that is the Samira support augment that we have. That's basically like giving all of the recon units Gensus.
Exactly, that's so much attack speed, and we get Finfire here, wanted to go for the Viego, finds the Viego augments as expected with the new 4-row system, and yeah, now the LeBlanc jumping on the back line as well, wasn't able to kill the Samira, that was close, but the Samira now shredding everybody and getting the eliminations because of the ace, and Finn goes all the way down to 19 HP, really scary there. It looks like Nada might be losing here as well. This Renegade Aurelion Sol really powerful. The Zac is really tanky with the redemption, but not it's actually gonna be enough. The Zacs are gonna kill, and now it's just a dummy. Is the oh my god, the Aurelion Sol burn gets the win.
Was it both? Was it Zoe and Aurelion Sol stacked up there?
Yeah,
that was so much burn. Yet again, another crazy moment happening here in these nuts games. You absolutely love to see it. I know I do. I can't get enough of some of these interactions that we're seeing happening right now.
I mean, getting burned in front of a wooden piece seems kind of weird and ironic, but it happened.
It does. It does. Only in TFT, though. What is the scariest thing for me right now for Nada is they need to find that Kaisa 3. When we were just over there, I saw they had a couple on the bench, and they were pretty close. They're about 2 units away from having Kaisa 3, which could help their board stabilize with them being so low at that 21 HP.
Yeah, for sure. So now we get an extra BF sword here. We get no slams, but it probably going to be the next Samira item, and we do get Spellslinger Soraka, as I noted could be the pet we were going there for. I do not remember the player, I'm sorry. And now we get Xenazurge on the other side with the Recon Aurelion, Renegade Aurelion that we just saw getting the win with the dummy. Let's see who gets the best of it now. Samira jumping around, trying to get some kills. Mordekaiser ult came in, shredded the MR on the team. Fiddlesticks now with the OTCCs, everybody. Aurelion still very healthy, and Xenazurge's board is looking good.
With that double burn combo, these are things that you start to see when you're in a tournament play, where they find these little intricate pieces and abilities that stack with each other that don't necessarily mean that the traits work together, but the abilities are just so good with that double burn between Zoe and the Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, definitely. Double burn, really cool. And yeah, it also can do the work for you even after the units are dead. So really insane. And now we transition into Finfire because it's the last life. It might die at any moment now. Gives the Z away. Wonders whether one more Urgot goes in. The double Urgot doesn't seem to be the play. And that Viego lacking one item seems to be lacking the damage to survive. But yeah, laser cops on the screen on the other side.
This seems just like a very low roll game, unfortunately, for Fire Fiend. They weren't able to really find those necessity units like the Aphelios isn't here yet. We have a Jinx in right now because we just honestly couldn't find what we needed. I think we were missing a Prankster there as well. Just not Fiend Fire's best game. It happens. It's all right. They'll bounce back. They did take an 8th, but that's just kind of how TFT goes sometimes.
Yeah. Finfire just gets 8th place here, so that sucks. With that 8th place is just one more point. Remember, they got 4th place last round, so it's still fine. We got one more game to go, and all we need is a top 4 overall. But depends on the positions of everybody else. The ones who were behind them were Pajaro, Nada, and actually Pajaro, Zana, and Plop. Of them, only Pajaro is doing badly. Everyone else is doing good. So it might look bad on the points for the last round for things. But yeah, anyways, that's third game talk. We're going back here. We have the Soraka 2, and we didn't even need to use the Nico.
Yeah, that is juicy. we might be able to navigate our way to a 3-star forecast. I know we missed it earlier, but might happen this time with a Nico on the bench and a lot of health and good econ going into stage 5.
And we get Kai'Sa 3 for Nada, so look out for that. Last place, almost dying, but now it's Kai'Sa 3, so it might be the difference maker. And on the other side here, it's the recons of the Samira, but it's a ghost.
They might not even have the Samira augment activated. Let's see if these units start getting that extra attack speed or not.
Yeah, and
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Soraka really powerful. Ghosts sometimes are just a little bit weaker, as we know as well. And for our audience, I just realized that we both call that item a Nico. That's old man talk because it used to be called Nico's Help, but it's a champion duplicator. So just want to correct ourselves here.
Right. Yeah, that is old man talk. That is before it actually made sense. And now it really does because a champ duplicator. What the heck's a Nico's Help? I couldn't tell you either. But champ dupe really does duplicate your champion.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense and also doesn't confuse you and anyone you're talking to when there is an actual champion Nico on the set. There isn't one here, but anyways. And so 3-star Ramos hit here for PH Dam, and we actually sacrifice having all of our units, so we get an extra slot open, no one to put it in. But we do want that Armadillo to be really powerful at 3 stars. Zac is insane here with so much HP. It's the premier tank on the other board, but it doesn't look like it's matter that much because the Sunfire just melted the recons here as well. But the 3-star Kai'Sa on the other side, though, really, really powerful. It just deletes everything that it gets its ability off of on, and PH Dan goes down to 6 HP.
That's where I was really worried about Dan's board, was seeing how much Nada had, and I knew once they saw each other, it was really going to show up. If Nada had hit that Kai'Sa 3, Nada did, and Nada now has a very strong front line with, I believe it's supersize on Zac, right? So extra health?
Yes, exactly. Extra health. So remembering that the extra health makes the blobs have more health as well, so it's really good. But it's just a solo front line there, so it doesn't necessarily is that powerful. But of course, the 3-star Kai'Sa making up for it and killing everybody.
Yeah, tons of damage. He's also immune to crowd control with supersize, which does do quite a bit of work. He's constantly using his ability then, gaining a little bit extra health, staying alive a little bit longer so that Kai'Sa can get those extra attacks into clear boards.
Yes, and Shoga with a Shroud of Stillness here, pretty redundant, pretty fun to see. But anyways, it gets a little bit of the job done there. Our Prankster already on Sol there. Let's see whether it can get the kills or not. Doesn't look like it. The Armadillo gets the best one over the Dragon, and it's a win. No one dies. So everyone at the bottom won, everyone at the top lost, everyone's still alive.
We saw one person at the top, I think, lose a little bit of HP. They lost to like 1 unit or something. It might have been Zan, I'm not sure. But what I did see that is insane is how all the 1-lifers are here holding on. I thought Dan was done for. No. 3-star Rammus ain't going nowhere yet. Though Dan is in a sticky situation here. Might have only have lost to the 3-star Kai'Sa board. Wait.
Yeah.
Because they were down the unit.
Yeah, they were down on unit because they chose to 3-star the Ramos. Okay, so Fiddlesticks here for Plop. Now, just remember that Xanazurge and Pajaro are the 2 with the least points, 2 and 1 respectively. So they really need a good result here. Xana is on a good spot. Pajaro, on the other hand, at the very last life. So really scary there. Now we go to Plop's screen. Plop doing relatively fine so far, but really needs the top 4 in this game. And now it's against Xanazurge on the other side. Really powerful. 2-star Renegade Mordekaiser.
Wow, that is huge. That is so much extra damage. Mordekaiser 2-star already a freak of nature, but does get double shrouded with the ability from the Cho'Gath also taking his mana away. Cast it pretty late, but look at that beautiful Viego. I love him. I love Viego. Viego does so much damage.
Yeah, Viego does have the ability to miss its ability, but it didn't. The Mordekaiser didn't throw the best ulti there either, but it's a 2-star Kaiser, so anything it hits with that Renegade as well buff, it's just insane. And now we get Zed here for Mdot, by the way, transitioning into his POV, and it's a Zephyr on the Zed. Pretty interesting.
Z2 as well, 7 laser corp. That's a lot of lasers. And as I said at the beginning, I was expecting it to go on an Echo, and Echo was our hovercraft carrier.
And we did not get a really good Zephyr here, remembering your hacker unit cannot be Zephyred, but it can Zephyr the opponents. And now it goes on the Samira there. The Samira runs away, the Zed chases it. It does not matter, and PH Dam is just going to die here. The animation, the Annie throwing the massive chunk timbers there on its face, and PH Dam goes down. Pajaro goes down as well. 7th place for Pajaro, which is Spanish for bird, but it's their games tonight are not flying.
Oh, that is tough for Pajaro. They hate to see it. They are here now in, what is that, another couple points? That might move them up maybe 1 spot, but I think they're kind of stuck where they're at right now with that finish, because we are seeing Xana just crush it right now. Absolutely on fire.
Yeah, Pajaro is definitely still going to be last place with just 3 points total. So I don't know the math just yet. We got to see the other results, but it might be just too tough to overcome. Or maybe a miracle can be a saver there. But yeah, it's going to be basically a job of getting a top 1 and praying for results.
We just saw Dot sell Fiddlesticks 1 for a set 2. Are we going to potentially transition into a set somehow?
It would be too weird, I gotta say, but who knows?
Just extra HP, probably.
Yeah, maybe like thinking just maybe this will be just a little bit more tanky than the Fiddlesticks would.
Wait a second. Maybe your dreams have been answered. Maybe it's the Jax transition for the emblem.
Or not?
No shot. Just Dot being Dot, messing with the casters.
Yeah, because now all we get is an Urgot anyway, so Fiddle to Urgot. I actually like it. I think the Urgot's just a little bit better for this comp specifically. Pulling the units in, so the Zed gets a little bit safer on the backside of them. But now we get on the opposing side Plop with the Prankster already on Sol, which got Zephyred. And the Zed is exactly on the Syndra, so Syndra is not even going to pull anyone. That is really, really bad for the opposing team. Zed shredding everybody there. The Prankster saves Aurelion Sol, and that just 1 sliver of HP. The Aurelion Sol is still alive and kills everybody with the Meteors. What a massive Aurelion Sol there.
That Prankster Aurelion Sol is actually never going to get stuck. Like it's insane what I just watched happen there. That Aurelion Sol had a Zed, was like, nope, I'm out of here. Also, your whole backline's dead. Good luck, Zed. Holy cow. That Aurelion Sol is nothing to flaunt at. That is so good. I never expected to put Prankster on Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, like very interesting choices. This is high level gameplay from very high level people. So we're bound to see some different things.
100%. You nailed it. You nailed it right on the head there.
Yeah, so now Xanazurge on the other side with that massive Renegade Mordekaiser again, but now with a Jeweled Gauntlet on it, plus the Jeweled Lotus. Let's see how much damage he can do. And damn, everybody is bonked to death. It's a 3rd place here, and now we get only Plop versus Xanazurge here. It's facing the Mordekaiser Ghost there. Maybe the Ghost a little bit nerfed because it was not able to beat the Echo plus already on Sol here. So now we get to our final 1v1. But I wonder what a bonk there.
That bonk? What? That destroyed an entire board. We saw full HP bars become 0. Instantly. Goodbye. Yeah. If that happens again here, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. No doubt that Xanazurge might have found the perfect recipe with that Mordekaiser too, and all of that AP damage.
I mean, at least it's very good and very fitting to see, because when a building falls on your head, that's what you expect. So that's pretty awesome. And now we got the 1v1 who might be the end of Plop, or maybe Xenazurge is going to be the one losing. Who knows? Because now it's not the Ghost, more the Kaiser again. Get your eyes on, because a building is coming. Let's see if everyone's going to be deleted or not. Perfect ulti by Mordekaiser, and everybody is just dead, and it's a win. Xenazurge, top 1, Renegade, Mordekaiser. You cannot deal with that.
Wow, that was a beautiful finish. What a way to end the game. We've been seeing nothing but wild games this whole day, and these just get even better and better. We're seeing some of the best here in the league find their way through all of these plays and put absolute amazing board positions together. It is amazing. I'm loving every second of it. Also, Xanazurge just went from a 7th to a 1st. That is huge for the points.
Yeah, huge, insane. And as I said it before, put me and Boy Wonder on, because the games get crazy. But now we're going to a great analyst desk again, talk about the game in depth while we sip some water and relax just a little bit.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back to the analyst desk. We have a brand new expired. And overall, I just want to start off with, I don't remember who said it. I don't remember why you said it. But I got a bone to pick with whoever said you're not playing Aurelion Sol in this meta. Aurelion Sol versus Aurelion Sol, 1-2. What the heck happened here, guys?
August did it. He was the non-believer of Sol.
I'm surprised that there was... we both agreed that we're surprised that there's double AP carry went out, but
yes,
that's what I was alluding to at the beginning of, or I guess the end of the last game. A lot of creative players in this last lobby here. I'm excited to see a lot of different things come out. Some sub metas sort of emerge from the wreckage of the first 2 lobbies. You got to play what you hit, and you gotta make it work, and they're making it work.
That they are. That was actually incredible to see that happen. The innovation that was going on there. The prankster in the back line on the Aurelion Sol. Would you have done that?
I have no idea.
You can ask Expired.
I've played some pretty unique boards. I found myself in some pretty interesting spots. It's a word. So maybe, but maybe not. I don't know.
Definitely. Now, talk to me kind of about the rest of the game. What did you guys see? Did you see anything that kind of stood out besides the AP lines coming through? We also had that Soraka come through that seemed pretty good.
Soraka seems like the premier AP carry at the moment. If you can hit the conditions for her, that's definitely my take.
You guys are using that phrase again, that oxymoronic combination.
What do you mean? We're breaking August over here.
August is broken, man.
I'm actually really glad to see the lobby shake up like this. Xanazurge went from, I believe it was last to first, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. These are some really good players, and they're not letting go. No one is out, and they're not letting it go no matter what.
They are holding on for dear life.
Every single point is going to matter. Every single placement, every single decision, right? These item slams, I thought it was going to be a triple gold lobby, and that is frustrating just because all of them, you could tell all of them were playing around a specific out for 4-5 hero augment, and getting triple gold there would have been a huge cooler for like more than half those players.
The augments have been so crazy, by the way.
Yeah, they've been insane.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, explain.
No, I mean, we should talk about that. Is what I was saying. I think that like a fun lobby and then gold, hero gold. Like we've just seen some insane augments and opening carousels today.
Yeah, this being a fun game to start into gold, into making us all sweat and think it's gonna be triple gold. This has been. I wish I could get the player perspectives on this, just because this has got to be stressful. This is your last chance to make it into week 2 playoffs, and the game. I mean, I asked Lawrence, how much did it cost you to make this deal with Mordog to make this the spiciest lobby C ever?
You remember his answer?
He said quite a few hundred.
This guy's got Mordog on his line. He's got Mordog hot dial on his phone.
Yeah, no. Right. My gosh, I feel like these games are are all sliding together. Was this the MF3 game? No, that was last game, wasn't
No,
it?
that was last.
No, that
game.
was,
Yeah, that was
last game. Last game.
These games are coming together for me right now. But yet another AP carry that could have been MF3 meld sports.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, looking ahead a little bit. What are you guys thinking the meta is going to kind of transition to? Do you think it's going to continue to stay these AP builds, or do you think it's actually just true flex for them, and they're playing anything that comes their way in whatever aspect they can?
I think the top 4 players are definitely going to be the most flex players that are going to be able to take what comes. I think this last lobby is going to be triple prismatic. I think that everything is up in the air. Yeah, everything is. Look at the point spread: 14-14, 11-10, 10-10. It's a triple prismatic.
Don't put that evil out there.
And who knows who's going to win out? It's impossible to tell.
You can't put that evil out there, August.
I'm big down.
It's
I mean, truly, if you are a lover of TFT, though, you want like triple silver. Like, in all honesty, because that just I think so, because that really sets the tone of like, you gotta know your board. If you don't know your board and it's triple silver, you're in trouble.
Bench.
Okay, just to further
go ahead.
Just to further iterate how close this has been, the only person to top 4 both of these games was aggro. Everyone else top 4, bottom 4 both these games. One and the other. This is the epitome of like these are actually close games. Like that's how you know that this bracket really has been, people playing to their best, and their best is so close. And it's just I want to say that my favorite's going to win, but
and I'll put it out there.
Yeah,
Honeybird, to answer your question, I think it is pure flex. I think these guys are just playing what they. Everyone's lobby is just playing what they're hitting because they know it's game time.
How else do you end up with Soraka Acel?
Exactly.
Talk to me about these results real fast before we try to get into the next game. What are we seeing up here?
I mean, it's a top 6 free for all, right?
100%.
Like whoever in the top 6, right? If Zanzor goes first, they're in the top 4.
Yep.
And so the top 6 is just straight up in the air. It is. I mean, honestly, technically, even Fiendfire could still take it first and take a
bring it back.
Spot. Yeah. This is unbelievably close. And all of these players have proved that they can clutch, that they know how to adapt on the fly, that they're not afraid of these augments, however ridiculous they bring. They don't care that it's a
fawn lobby,
a spat lobby, a fawn lobby. Honestly, we should just change this last game, throw it in to Favors Fortune for game 3.
Favors Fortune. Let's go. Switching it on up.
Bring it.
That's going to do it for us here at the analyst desk. We're going to pass it back over to Z-Boy and Sir Black P for the final game of the day. Okay, send it on over. My words. Holy cow.
Yeah, final game of the night. It's the 3rd game in this best of 3 by Wonder. These games are getting wilder and wilder. Hyped up for this 3rd game?
Oh, I am so hyped, dude. I'm shaking. I'm shaking right now, Sir Black. I cannot believe the games that we've already seen. We're going to continue to see next level plays here. Everyone's going to be going for that W because it's anyone's game. Top 4 advance, bot 4 don't. Anyone could bot 4. Anyone can still bot 4. All right, I'm expecting Fiendfire to put their best game forward here, and they're going to pop off. I'm seeing it right now. I'm calling right now. Fiendfire and not going down.
Okay, let's really hope this is not Caster Curse. Let's see some wild things for the 3rd game. Fiendfire can still pull it off. We have 3 people tied and Plop with just 1 point ahead, so every one of them will be looking to the other one. It's a direct face-off between them. Aggro and Nada have a little bit of an advantage there, but they cannot sleep on it because they could still be passed by everybody else. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Let's see how it goes. 3rd game could really be, as the analyst desks say, fortune favor there, but yeah, still things are going crazy. We had a tactician's crown start on the 2nd game. I don't even know what to expect anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about doing a Fortune Favors game as a meme. I feel like we've been watching Fortune's Favor games almost. The only thing that hasn't happened yet that would be Fortune Favor style would be a 3-star 5-cost unit. And if we see one of those, my voice won't be here.
Yeah, exactly. So just a little bit of a delay before we go into the third game. But yeah, we're expecting Nada and Negro to just keep up the performance. Having a 7th or a 6th place there already might be enough to just guarantee that pass to the next round. Remembering we have currently the 8 top players from the league system qualified for round 2. We have 4 more from earlier in the night, and then 4 more from here, the top 4. So 16 players will still be playing on week 2 next weekend. And yeah, now we are finally popping into the third game of the night, and it's a pretty regular carousel, boy wonder.
We have actually the spread finally. Instead of it being only, items that you're using for aggression, we have tank items here. We have utility items with glove being there even. And a glove did get picked up. I always love seeing an early glove. I think glove's very versatile in this set, especially with all the things that you can do with JG, that you can do with Thieves Glove even. And obviously that last whisper being the prized possession of what glove can become.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's pretty fitting to have a regular carousel, regular game, if you will, for the last game, because it all comes down to every player facing off against each other there, the ones I mentioned. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see a more chill game where it's going to come down to their abilities, let's put it this way.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to come down to skill here when we have those kinds of carousels. We're not seeing so much of like a huge not as much contention between each player. You start to see a little bit more flex on the boards from everyone. People are doing different things. But then again, out of nowhere, you could have that augment. Now with these 4 augments, you start to see people get contested a lot more.
Yeah. So, okay. Lots of pairs. Nothing much for now, but I'm not always with the duelist start. It seems, pretty fun.
That's the last whisper. That's the last whisper, so that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Do the last whisper, pretty fine there. Well, let's see what we're going for the first augment then. It's gonna be very soon. It's gold or it's a third item. It's a third item. It's a bow. So very fitting for his current board. Sorry. And now we're going for the augment, which is gold. Prankster maybe threw off the hunt really good.
Prankster.
No, doesn't even think about it.
Nope, not even a question. Just says this is busted. I know that. I'm gonna take it. Has super high statistics right now. I think it's around a 60 or even higher than that percent at top 4ing. And that's all Dot really needs with how many points Dot has. Dot can play safe this game, take solid augments, and just make sure they secure a top 4. That's where you start to see that happen in the tournament play.
Yeah, definitely. So PH Dam with the Get Reacher, sorry. So 2-star Gangplank there, and the NASA as well. Decent board to just save some HP up with the 20 gold already. We're going to greed a little bit here for the level 5 or 6. So for now, it's going to be a lose streak probably. That's what we're hoping for. And against Pajaro, it's definitely going to be. Also Get Reacher there, but with a little bit of a stronger board and a little bit less econ with the Blitzcrank on the front line and a Vayne already.
Yes, we are starting to see that really strong early game struggle that you see, early game surge that you see when you have the early Vayne. Vayne is just a really, really strong unit here in stage 2. Kind of how we talked about Bel'Veth being a strong stage 3 unit. Vayne does something similar in stage 2, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Vayne is insane on stage 2, then the Bel'Veth on 3. Let's see whether that happens or not. We got a Draven here, but we don't really care for it. Okay, switching things up, getting Edma squad in to maybe farm some HP, but might be just a tad bit weak of a board to even kill anything.
Yeah.
And we level.
Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that play. We're on Rich Get Richer. Yeah. Instead of trying, like we already lost the first round. Let's lost streak here. Go for Krugs. Get our Rich Get Richer. Get to 70 gold. Lost streak out of it. Maybe kill a unit or 2. Hopefully, I don't know if we're killing a unit here.
So,
I guess we kill a unit.
Yeah, like I get the mentality. You want to kill some things. because of the anime squad, and you wouldn't with those 3 units, just those 3 units. It was kind of risky. Maybe you would end up beating someone, but with no items left, it gets kind of hard. So it's fine. It's fine. I think
Small
it was.
loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say whether it paid off or not after it happens, but it was a risk. It worked.
Yeah, because we had 6 gold, right? So we could have just went straight to 30 gold there. Now we're on 40 gold here, or close to it. Yeah, because then we sell Kale. Yeah, then we're at 40 gold here. We're getting closer to that mystical number of rich get richer, which is 70 gold. You're no longer looking at just the big term effects of what 50 gold gets you. But the interesting thing about set 8 that I will say, econ is not everything.
Yeah, for sure. Econ is not everything, and stage 3 and 4 seem to be just a little bit more punishing than they used to be in the past. So people tend to sack a little bit of econ nowadays to save some HP, which is in its own way a form of econ as well. So yeah, the game is a little bit different. Anyone returning only now from past sets would feel it.
What did really pay off huge for this level up here was the fact that Dan was able to find a Jinx 2. Jinx 2 actually carried this fight so hard, and now we're on 30 gold. Hopefully Dan can continue this win streak. That's what they're looking for here. And the first carousel for him, what item is the best that he can possibly get? Maybe I would have went for Sunfire here, probably, personally.
Maybe.
Looks like Last Whisper.
So we get the BF Sword on the Raven.
Or I meant not Last Whisper, I misspoke there. I meant to say a Giant Slayer. That's what they might be building now. Yeah.
Yeah, like I like picking up the 3 costs, and I like because like obviously you want as much as possible to reach the econ thresholds, and the BF Sword is really good as well. But yeah, okay, so that's fine.
Build diff.
Now we're going. Yeah, Fiendfire with the build diff. Do you like it?
I think it's insane. I think build diff is so good.
Well, I gotta say, I like it, and it's really insane on stage 2 and 3, and it's gonna get you really far. Then you might need a very big amount of econ because you will need a lot of high-cost units. And in my experience, I have done very poorly with it, but maybe it's just me because I know some people love it.
So built different in this set is more about turning off Ace than anything.
Yeah.
Because you want to get those strong 4-cost units, Samira, Misfortune, that really start to make your board hit these crazy power spikes. But this early tier 2 Ashe with a Last Whisper is one of the best units you can have for a 2-1 built different.
Yeah, for sure. Ashe is insanely powerful. And we are actually even sacking a little bit of the build different, getting the 2 Aegis there for the front line, but we don't really care because it's an Alistar and a Vi really tanky, and it was the best that we could get. So yeah, it's fine. Now, no one on a 4-win streak, which is pretty curious.
Yeah, this is a very interesting lobby for us. We've been seeing so many hot streaking players out the gate on a 4 streak these last 2 games, but now we're actually starting to see this, maybe the nerves are starting to set in a little bit. Maybe we're starting to see the less eagerness to try to push levels, to try to save econ more with the tournament, life on the line for some of these players.
Yeah. Now we get PH10 on the other side, with the Rage Get Richer. Let's see whether it's going to be the 3rd win for Fiendfire here. It's looking kind of scary there, but now the Ashe starts to ramp up, starts to kill everything. The Wukong just tanked a little bit more there on the front line, so impossible to go through. The Jinx tries. Yeah, the stun there, which you mentioned before. Now we see it's for effect. And yeah, Fiendfire gets the win.
Dan did pay off with that 3 cost, like you had said, though, almost up to that full eco charge to 50 on their way to 70 there. Built diff, like I said, I think it's one of the best augments in TFT. There's a reason they've been balancing it. You used to be able to get 2 of them. That was absurd. Now the fact that you can only get 1 of them and it's still this good, still puts up results where it wins. So this built diff 2 wins at about a 9% rate, which is pretty solid. I know that sounds low if you're not used to looking at statistics in TFT, but 9% win rate, that's quite a bit of wins.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So get a little bit gold here. Remembering that PH Dan, by the way, Xenazurge and Plop are the 4 guys facing off against each other pretty much for those 2 last spots. Obviously, Fiendfire can still make it. Aggro and Nada could still lose it somehow, but mostly it's those 4 guys fighting for it. And right now, nothing too different between them. PH Dan is the worst of them with just 80 HP.
Yep. Dan is getting a little low on HP, but not as low as Aggro here. I think Aggro did elect to sack all of stage 2. So they were on that loss streak. But I don't know exactly what their comp was. We haven't hopped on with Aggro yet, I don't believe. But what we are looking at here is that beautiful underground. Do we know how many locks in Plop is, or did they just activate underground this last round?
Yeah, maybe just this last round we only got Samira now. Who knows? But we leveled to put in a Velcos. I don't know how much I like this level. We broke two econ pretty much because we were above 60. Now we're below 50. But we are gonna keep the win streak at least to going to 3, and we can sell the blitz and make the econ damage a little bit lesser. That's fine.
Pop was able to get back to 50 econ here, so that was pretty big after the level, actually. They are full on gold again. The thing that was big there is Plop is the next closest to a 4 streak now, and going into this augment, just slams the Raiders spoil.
Yeah.
Okay,
chooses to go for frontline item.
I think that's pretty good early. I think later is when you want to start maybe going more, or I guess because you do have Vi 2 here, that's the main reason that I see that going. It's not very good on a no item Samira, and just putting like a gold collector on her potentially is actually kind of bad. Just makes Ace the same. Do they stack? I actually haven't seen that in interaction very much. I haven't had a gold collector to put on my Samira. But does the execute stack, or does Ace check before?
The
make sure I'm right on that.
Threshold for the collector is what, 12, I think?
Yeah.
So it's gonna pop before Ace, or is Ace? How much Ace is 10 now? Right?
Yeah, Ace is 10. Yep. Ace is 10. Ace 1 is 10, and then 12%. So the gold collector is going to pop first, so it's going to proc. So it's kind of like a waste of an Ace. So that's 100% to go with the frontliner.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. So we get the Winters there on the Vi, really tanky. And like really decent board there for Pajaro, going for the Soraka really early. Soraka, but doesn't really matter. It's a squishy board, and Samira just destroys everything. The Zeke's there here as well, giving so much attack speed. And it's already 6 locks. So it's 3 wins with these undergrounds on the board.
Yeah, the underground board here is actually holding it down for Plop. That level up has turned out to pay off huge. The only 4-streaker we have in the lobby right now, that's extra econ. The board is looking strong. Let's see what this first cash out is, or if they continue to stack those vaults up and try to go a little bit deeper.
Wow. I mean, this is going to be a very early level wait by the looks of it, because we are already 7 on 3-2, and we're still with 30 gold. And then we're going to get in 2 rounds likely. I mean, obviously, that's going to be for sure in 2 rounds, an econ bust from underground. If it's the 10 or 11 cash out, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so good. You're not wrong at all there. I see that Black P, and I really, really hope that it is a big fat gold payoff, honestly, for Plop. I for some reason, always get like a tier. And you never want tier. But in this situation, tier wouldn't actually be that bad.
Yeah, and this situation would not be bad. Our rod would be awesome to slam that early gunblade that we all love. But we gotta notice something. Aggro DH is already on 29 HP on 3-3.
Wow.
That's insane.
Is Aggro losing out the whole round right now? Gets a rod? What is Aggro's build? Can we hop on with Aggro?
Yeah, we would love to hop in with Aggro. Okay, so we are full stacking undergrounds like crazy. That's what we're going for. 5 undergrounds on the board. Would be 6 if we had found a Samira. Unfortunately not. So we take the cash out. We are not going for a too crazy of a cash out. Are we rolling on 6 yet? What's happening? Supers. Okay, so this is
Ezreal build. Yeah. Chooses to not
with
take.
29 HP. This is looking really grim.
Yeah, just not enough rerolling, I don't think, early enough here.
Yeah. Oh, anyways, now we pop in against this prankster build with the early Sejuani there with the declaw. It's going to be really tanky against this Ezreal. Already popped the prankster on the Jinx there. Ezreal kills some things now. Is going to be able to kill the Sejuani though? That is the question. Yes, the Sejuani jumps back a little bit because of the prankster, but it doesn't really matter. Ezreal really, really powerful so far, but it's just stage 3. On stage 4, it's going to become the face check, the reality check for the Ezreal, sorry. Okay, so this is a win. It might get another one after, but it's still so far away from any 3-star.
Yeah, that's the thing that has me a little worried right now. The supers are some are even 1-star out there, but ultimately, a lot of damage does come down from the EZ with the EZ carry, and
yeah,
that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. The thing that I'm just having trouble with is they look under item too. Aggro's just kind of low rolling. I know we've talked about that today, but we've kind of had that happen more often than we've had like crazy high rolls. I feel we've seen like one person in the lobby have a rough low roll, and I don't know if they really could have done anything about it.
Yeah, like maybe not. We weren't really seeing too much of their game back then, but who knows? On the other side, we get Plop here, who we were accompanying before, so we gonna see whether Plop keeps its win streak or not. Level 7 with that Anima Visage Vi, who is really, really tanky, really hard to kill. Maybe the Ezreal is going to finally take it down now, but it doesn't matter. It's still a massive win for Plop. Aggro DH loses on a lot of health, and that's something that we were talking about before we came into Castor's last game. Aggro and Nada were very, very safe, 3 points ahead of the next guy, but taking an 8th, it gets risky. They could lose out their spot.
That's just what I was looking at. I was like, I don't know exactly where they're going to be at now with the points. That's kind of scary for Aggro. Aggro was sitting at 14 points. I think Aggro might need a little bit higher than an 8th place finish to guarantee that top 4.
Yeah, it could end up badly for them. Who knows? But yeah. So it still needs a very decent placement by PH10, Amdot, and Xanazard. At least 2 of them need to place well, Plop as well, to go above Aggro. So still has a little bit of a safety, but 8 places is just not what you want, definitely. If he can save at least 1 position here, it's already going to be gigabyte for him.
So here's the roll down. Getting close to a tier 3 unit, a 3-star unit, I mean, here. Maybe Sona, that was gutsy. I think the Sona... Going in on the Sona there on level 6 was a little gutsy for Aggro here. I would have liked to see Aggro keep rolling for that EZ and fully committing to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw it wrong, but I'm pretty sure he skipped an Ezreal too, so...
Feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, that's bad, but not that bad. I mean, we're still surviving a little bit here. Let's see if we can at least get a win or not. Ezreal, fizzled his OT, but still gets the kill on the Samira, so it's fine. And now it's gonna get the kill on the Talia as well. Okay, so a little bit of a breather here for Aggro, and now it's augment time, and we are on silver.
Ooh, this is like you said at the start of the game, Sir Black. We are having a more skill-based lobby due to the fact that the augments aren't anything crazy. No prismatic, single gold, low-cost hero augments.
Yes, and I would say way less damaging for Aggro's situation, because had we had a prismatic here or anything more accelerating, wouldn't look too good for him. But with the silver, and this silver specifically, which is pretty good as well, comboing with Vice and Lee Sin's shields, the healing on Sona and Ezreal because of the Gunblade, so pretty fine, pretty fine.
I'm sad for Aggro. Aggro should have a 3-star EZ right now.
Yeah. Skip 1. Well, It
Definitely
happens.
came back to haunt them. It's all right though. It's all right. They were able to find the 3-star Lee Sin, which does add a lot of tankiness to the front line.
3-star Lee Sin, really powerful there on the front line. Ezreal, really good. So this Lee Sin is gonna get so much shielding and healing because of the first aid kit. Ezreal, really powerful here. Sona also helps a lot with a little bit of healing every third cast. But the enemy Lee Sin just seems throwback to the Lee Sin we saw before. Really, really hard to kill. The overtime kicks in. Lee Sin was not be able to be killed, and it's a loss for aggro DH. 5 HP on 4-2. Yeah, we are doomed.
This is a tough spot to be in. Not enough gold to really go anywhere crazy. We need to find this easy 3 really, really bad here. Roll it down. Find the easy 3. I believe you can do it. You can do it. More dog.
Okay, the last time you said that, the MF didn't come, and now the Ezra. Oh, okay, we sell them up. Okay, so yeah, we're throwing the towel. We tried, it didn't come, so we are screwed. We accept it. Didn't pay off. It's 8th place for aggro DH, almost likely. Let's just see to make sure. But an MF with the Giant Slayer on the other side is really scary. The Ziggs Herald Vayne as well, popping its attack speed up, and the MF as well. Maybe we're gonna actually survive one more round here to tell the story. Okay, it's fine. We survived, but things are. Well, if we get 7th place, it's gonna be great already. So
7th is big.
Try.
With the points right now, aggro would be at 15, and where Fiend is at right now, where Nada is. Nada's in a pretty good position. I think they could actually also, like, they're not going to fall down below here right now. Like, top 4 is looking pretty strong life wise compared to bot 4. So we kind of need to see one of these bot 4 go on fire, which could actually happen with an easy 3. I mean, easy 3 will bring a huge power spike for aggro. Is able to pick up a cloak here. Does that find the spark for their team?
Maybe. I don't think there is rod there, but at least it's a 5 cost, so just a little bit more gold to roll for the Ezra.
Yeah.
And let's check whether it's gonna come or not. And we do not get an Ezra. Last row.
So sad. Nope. My heart is broken for our friend Aggro.
And Dr. Celising, pretty good. It combos very well with first aid kits. And remember, Lising has very high base AD as well. So uses the bonus buff from the BF sword as well. Really well. So 3-star Jinx on the other side for Amda, by the way, jumps onto the backline. It's a hacker Jinx. It's gonna CC the enemy backline. It's gonna kill the Ezreal so easily, and the Ezreal is not gonna turn. The Jinx destroys. We did not kill. Maybe the story. Ezreal is gonna survive.
The hero?
The ulti goes on the Ezreal. The Ezreal is gonna cast on the enemy Jinx. Lee Sin still really tanky. He switches targets, goes back onto the Jinx, switches again because there is a dummy, and it's not gonna be enough. Aggro DH goes down.
I was on the fringe of my seat the whole time. Aggro, good try. GG's.
Okay, so aggro goes to build diff here. Finds the Samir and the MF, or the MF at least, so that's fine. So aggro goes to 15 points. Now he's just gotta hope for results in his favor, so not 4 people go over him in points. Nada consuming the points here for himself is really good for aggro as well, because he takes points away from everybody else. So aggro pretty much rooting for Nada here, and Nada has what? It's Renegade Mordekaiser again.
That is one of the things we've been seeing here be so successful for Nada in their climb right now on this final 3 lobby group. The thing that is really hurting this built diff comp was they found a lot of pairs. Fiend found so many pairs, but was not able to find a pair for the carry, and that's going to be all it wrote for Fiend, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fiend is done, unfortunately. Pajaro is done as well, because even if it's a first place, it's only 11, but everybody else is going to go above. So we get 2 eliminated people so far with Pajaro and Fiend. And we have Aggro still rooting for results. Gotta root for Nada because it takes points away from everyone else, and Nada doesn't need it. And also gotta root for Pajaro because Pajaro is already eliminated, so taking points away from the direct opponents of Aggro is really good as well.
Yeah, 100%. Aggro is really enjoying seeing more points being spoilered, helping their case here with that 15 points. And I think the 15 points might just be exactly good enough no matter what. Aggro might have been limit testing. I think I saw them do that earlier in their lobbies when they knew that they were guaranteed to make the next day, or the next lobby for today, that would be. But it was very interesting to see how Aggro likes to try to figure things out in these lobbies, test these players, and see if lines can be very strong in different perspectives.
For sure. And we get an R changes here for this Jinx. Really cool, throwing it on the enemy backline, tries to CC and demolish the enemy carries really early. It also has the safety of the Prankster synergy, deletes the enemy Ezreal, did not get any damage on the Kai'Sa whatsoever, so that was bad. Now jumps away, but it's very low. The Kai'Sa might end up hitting it. The Jinx destroys everything it hits. It's insane amount of damage, and now it's gonna kill the enemy Kai'Sa. And yeah, so we are only 1 Riven away from the Riven 3, and this board is gonna look very poised for a top 4.
Yeah, Dot is actually putting together another crazy board here. Like we were talking about earlier, the Anima Squad and Prankster combo is very strong in this patch.
Yeah, and this goes to show to what the analyst desk was talking out just before we came in. Versatility is the name of the game for these lobbies. All these players looking very versatile in their boards, in their game. And we think about throwing an admin here. That is not good, so we changed back to 2 Sejuanis.
I think I would actually pick up the Aurelion Soul and play it for the anti-heal at this point on some of these boards.
Yeah, could be a great choice. Maybe not wanting to sack frontline. Chooses not to throw the Jinx onto the backline this time. Let's see whether it's going to be a wise decision or not. It's about to kill the Zac already, but it might get a little bit stuck on that Dragon Claw Sejuani. It may be on the backline, killing something like that Vel'Koz to not stop his own team would be good. Jinx still safe for now. The Riven seems really tanky, but the Sejuani seems pretty unkillable cast for the 2nd time already. So much CC. The Jinx jumps away because of the Prankster, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be killed, and maybe not the wisest of choices to not throw this Jinx this time.
Yeah, that Jinx being hacker to the backline would have actually stunned that entire left corner multiple times. They had a stack up and they weren't going anywhere. They were just stuck there. Unfortunately, I think Dot tried to get a little too clever with the movement there and might not have actually meant to take it out the hacker, if I'm not mistaken. Was trying to move Hackerum and wasn't able to get it over there.
Could be. Maybe
that was a clump in that left corner.
Yeah. Maybe moved wrong, picked up the Jinx instead of picking up the Hackering, which would be better.
Wait.
And we have Plop in first place with 6-3 health and 102 gold. What?
That's generational wealth. Plop is taking this to the next tournament.
Yeah.
Forget about the next game.
Yeah, let's take it to the next round or next week. But yeah, Renegade Soraka on the other side. Really tanky team for that Soraka to do some work. But the Soraka doesn't really have much damage besides the Renegade itself. Does it matter though? It looked like it doesn't because the Lee Sin is really tanky. The Soraka is killing everybody. 1-star Samira is not going to be enough. Plop loses here to the Soraka. But it's fine. I mean, you have 102 gold. You have guaranteed level 9, so you're pretty safe. And Pajaro seems to be going down here.
Getting chunked on. Dies of chunk. Happens to the best of us. GG's to Pajaro. Rough last 3 lobbies, but, they kept playing. We appreciate them continuing to try to play spoiler. And now we're going to see that there is a Shroud here on this carousel. I'm surprised not everybody ran at the Shroud at this point.
Yeah, I agree. So, going back to the points, okay? We were talking about this before the game came in. If Aggro or Nada took 8th place, and it happened here, Aggro took 8th place, they would need, in order to lose their position and their qualification for the next round, for Zana, PH10, Plop, and I'm Dot, by the way, all be top 1, 2, and 3 together, and it's happening.
It's a possibility.
Looking really. It's a very big possibility. It's looking really green for Aggro here.
Did Dot lose this last round though to go down to 2? They were on a win streak, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
So I wonder where Dot. Oh, Dot might have lost to Plop.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said before, it's a direct competition between all of them. So if Dot loses out here, he will not qualify for next round. He needs to survive. He needs to beat Nada as well. Don't know who they're fighting against with though, because it's Plop versus PH10 here on our screen right now. But check the right side, because if Dot goes down, it's over. Win here for Plop, and Nada loses, and Dot is still alive. So no one is still lost. Okay. Very close. Everything going on very close here on the points.
So it looks like Aggro has a pretty good chance of advancing from what I'm seeing with tiebreakers being involved. Dot, Dan, or Xana need to go 4th, 5th for Aggro to advance.
Yes.
So if Dot and Dan, or Dot and Xana, or Dan and Xana, any combination of those two going 4th, 5th, Aggro advances.
Otherwise, it's gonna win on the tiebreaker and still be alive on the competition. So keep an eye out for those placements. Jinx there on the side, killing everybody, but it's not on the enemy Misfortune. That's scary. That's a 2-star. Fiddlesticks there as well with the Rabbit on the static shift. Xana lost. But it did not die. Apparently, it's gonna be the win here for Dot. Maybe no, the Riven wasn't enough. Dot, by the way, is done. Nada is done, and we are actually set with this. The combination did not happen, so Aggro is gonna win and qualify, and our qualified players will be Nada, Aggro, and whoever loses out of these 3 will be the one who doesn't qualify.
They're all tied, if I'm not mistaken, for Plop's on. No,
Actually,
Plop has a point ahead, right?
Yeah,
it's on 11. This is crazy. This is actually insane. It is so close in points.
Yeah, but it's a fight between the 3 of them. Whoever takes 3rd place doesn't qualify for next round. The other 2 do, and looking bad for Xenazurge there, but 5 HP, who knows? HP. 1 HP and 1 dream.
Nothing stops you when you have the 1 dream, 1 HP plays, right? Xana's trying to probably find whatever unit they can to progress their board to being that extra juicy board that they need to stay alive against Plop found Mordekaiser too. That's Renegade, right? Or is that not at it?
I'm not sure. Can we hop into Xana's POV? Do we have it? I don't remember. Would be awesome to see it, but it doesn't. Okay, we don't have it, but it doesn't really matter because we are seeing PH10 going against Xana here. It's the Ghost or it's the real Xana? It's the real Xana. So we are gonna see whether Xana goes down or PH10 loses this one. Plop is very safe, facing off against a Ghost and 1st place. So Xana versus PH10. The Kai'Sa doing a lot of work there. We have a 2-star Fiddlesticks. So PH10 looks really strong. The D-Claw also gonna make it really impossible to kill the Fiddlesticks. The Kai'Sa stacked so much attack speed there with the Shiv as well. Fiddlesticks seems to be the last one coming, but when it does, it kills everything. Xana goes down in 3rd place. And that's it. We have our 4 qualified players for next week.
Yeah, I was about to say the Fiddlesticks items on the Thieves Gloves were perfect. They couldn't have been rolled better for Dan. I was over here just waiting. I was like, I'm going to get the breath in. Look at these items, Sir Black. Look, again, his Thieves Gloves are cracked. Does he have Lucky Gloves over there? I don't know.
Yeah, but it certainly looks like it because it's insane. Now let's see, PH10 versus Plop, pretty much playing just for bragging rights. See who takes the 1st place on this one. We're still doing some math out to make sure who are the 4 qualified players, but For now, it's a fight between Plop and PH10. Zephyr goes on, no one too relevant. We have 3 Ziggs Heralds there on the backline buffing up that Samira, but it's just a 2-item Samira. It's Mordekaiser 2, but no Renegade here because it was somebody else. The Mordekaiser does a nice job though with the building there, but Fiddlesticks now demolishing everybody, stops on the declaw from the Sejuani. Is not maybe he's gonna cast, no, Sejuani not able to be killed, but now the Misfortune survives. Jen and Sejuani will not be enough. PH Dam might get the top 1 still.
Yeah, Dan's board is looking very, very juicy. I said it earlier. I'm saying it again. The Anima squad line is so broken right now. So many people are sleeping. Look at how much HP they all have.
Okay, so we have a confirmation on the 4 that advanced. It's Nada, Xanazurge, PH10, and Plop. So the 4 that got top 4 in the last game, Aggro is actually out with an 8th place. Oh, that sucks.
That is so sad for Aggro. I think, I don't know, I was looking at the all chat just as quickly as I possibly could, and someone was saying that 15 looks like it was good enough, but apparently it was not. Heartbreaker for Aggro.
Yes. Definite heartbreaker here because both Plop and PH10 are gonna go above Aggro, and Aggro is gonna be just on 5th place with the 15 points. Zena got 1 more point than Aggro because of this 3rd place, so Zena actually qualify for next round, and now it's just PH10 and Plop for the bragging rights. PH10 seems to be the one getting the wins here. Well, gotta say, it was an insane best of 3.
It truly was. We've had some wild, wild games, some next level plays, some very, very unique lines. And the thing that stands out to me the most so far is we didn't see a whole lot of MF earlier today, but it seems like everyone has been kind of ready to jump on the MF train as soon as they have a Spear of Sojin.
Yeah, for sure. And a really good read here on the board.
Dan just cut off Plot from being able to get Sedge 3. The beautiful, the rat play, the XDD that we all want to be. That is PH Dan.
Yeah, but he takes the Shroud on the MF. Let's see whether that's going to be enough to stop the Misfortune. Now we get 3 items. Samir on the other side with the Gunblades. The Winter there stopping the enemy units a little bit, but not too much. The Misfortune is finally going to cast. The Riven is really, really tanky. The CC from the Fiddle, not enough. The Bullet Rain goes over the Fiddlestick, CCs everybody, and heals itself. Misfortune casting once again, but this time the Samira wins. Close fight, 10 HP to either side. It's a final fight between the 2 of them.
I think that Plop figured it out. They got to Aphelios too. They are destroying backlines, but it might have been only because they hit that Shroud. So if Dan can avoid the Shroud and the MF gets that extra cast, it might have been a different fight. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's coming down to a Shroud placement here. Look at all of those Zeeks. Aphelios basically has items.
Oh, and we rolled for 3-star Sejuani here, but it did not happen. So it's time for the final fight. Zephyr, Shroud, positioning. The Zephyr is going to go on the enemy Fiddlesticks. It looks like... Yes, the Shroud was bad, but the Zephyr was good. The hook there pulling the enemy carry, apparently, I'm not sure. No, actually not, but the Misfortune there doing so much work. The Samir is safe here on the back line, though. It's finally gonna be able to kill the Riven there, but the Fiddlesticks just too much to deal with for now. The Samir is trying, but this time PH10, it gets the win again. The 1 win before.
God, Samir!
Oh my God, Samir! Samir gets the win, Plop! Okay, what a wonderful finish to the last game.
Holy cow! What just happened? I was sure Dan was winning right there. We were saying it. And then I saw the charge up. The crit came out of one of those extra ace casts, and Samira went back to almost a full bar of HP.
Yeah, okay, so insane night of games, insane BO3. We have our 4 qualified players. But that's it. Anything else you want to say? Anything else you want to add?
Man, just how amazing Aegis has put together these tournaments. It's amazing to be a part of it, to see games played at this level, to cast games played at this level is an absolute pleasure. I hope everybody watching at home got to enjoy it as much as I did. That was epic. And now we get to hear the analysts go a little deeper. I am ZBoyWonder, guys. I want you to be able to find me over on Twitch and Twitter at ZBoyWonder, or any other socials that you use as well. Thank you so much, Sir Black, for joining me on the cast, dude. I really appreciate everything you bring to these. So much hype, so much luck for you and I. I can't wait for the next time we get to cast together, my dude.
I can't wait it as well. Thank you. When I make every word that you said it mine as well. This was insane. That was great. Thank you for everything. And now we're hopping into the analyst desk, which this time I'll be staying in.
Ooh, good.
And we are back at the analyst desk. Welcome on in, everybody. We got some new faces over here.
Yeah, Honeybear, you muted.
Honeybear, you're muted.
I'm muted. I'm not muted on the actual stream. I'm good. I don't care about you guys. The stream heard me. We got some new faces. We got Sir Blackpea join us on the analyst desk. We got Expired Lawrence, and August is back to join us. Welcome on in, guys. Lawrence, I want to go to you first here because we haven't got to hear from you. How are you feeling, man?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure I am expired.
Expired Lawrence, how you feeling?
I am feeling great after being on the analyst desk all day today. I've been letting things out all day, but I feel as if I haven't been able to say anything at all. That makes sense. These games are incredibly tense. I'm happy they're over, I guess. There's a lot of tensions running high as we're going into the last game. It's just rough, getting into 7 total games in one day that you put a lot of effort into, and to have it come down to that and potentially make or break it. You saw that right away. I'll bring it up. Unfortunate, Aggro DH got that 8th. It was the difference. Yes. They won every single tiebreaker, no matter what, because they had so many good placements from being 3rd in the last time and then having 6th. Third. They won every single tiebreaker, with the first tiebreaker being 1st through 3rds. And then they lost by 1 point. That's just really unfortunate. Have to shout that out. I really appreciate their effort that came in today. Just fell a little bit short. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, Expired Lawrence, the other Lawrence Expired. How you feeling about those games? You here with us?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I'm pretty sure I'm Lawrence.
Yes, Lawrence.
Honestly, I haven't been on the analyst desk all day, and I've been seeing this clown named Expired take my place on the analyst desk. I just think it's kind of absurd. I haven't been able to say anything all day. But truly, these games were just intense, and I'm really glad that they're over. Just kind of rough toward the end there. Pretty crazy day of games.
Definitely. August, how you feeling, man?
I'm a little tired, but I can only imagine how the players feel actually going through those crazy games. It's so much fun to watch. And these games, in particular, Group C, were so tense. They were so close. They were so high roll, low roll, whatever you want to call it, back and forth. Just love. But I'd love to be a part of it, though.
For sure. Blackpea, last but not least, you got to cast the last 2, man. Well, what are you thinking here, especially going into those final fights? What was going through your head?
Yeah, these last 3 games were just insane and so much emotion coming in. And talk about emotions, I gotta say, so sad story about Aggro here. Not to take away from his game, insane performance all night, really good, but this low roll, if you will, on the last game, just too bad.
Yeah, let's bring up those results real fast for us so everybody can see them. These are the final results, top to bottom. And it does look like it was a top 6 lobby. It feels like I'm Dot, by the way, getting the 14 all the way up to Nada at the 19. Nada and Plop, at the 19. But what a close fight there, and even showing a lot of firepower, if you will, from Fiendfire and Baharo down there at the bottom. But starting at the bottom, if you guys will, and anybody can chime in first here, but what do you guys think of some of the players that we're going to have to say goodbye to?
I'm actually going to be a little sad to see Haro drop out. As much fun as I have ribbing at them for always knocking me out, they're a good player. We don't see them. I don't see them talk much in the Discord, but they play well. Fiendfire also, I like to call them a really clutch player because they play from some pretty interesting spots, and it's and of course Dot is a good friend, and always sad to see these people drop out. But I mean, if it makes the competition tighter moving forward, it's just the way the chips fall, and looking forward to next week just as much.
I'm very surprised to see Dot just fall like that. Testament to how tight these lobbies are, right?
Yeah.
14 points, where first and second are tied at 19, and that doesn't get you into the top 4. Absolutely insane. Not to mention Xanazurge coming in after definitely starting the day low, and then the tragedy that happened to Aggro right at the end. Like, what an entertaining day.
Yeah, definitely entertainment was the name of the game. Like 3 very, very entertaining games that we had to watch. And truly a tragedy for Aggro. I got to give a shout out to Pajaro. It's a Latin player, being from Brazil, pretty much my neighbor here. So would love to see more of him, but didn't happen. Fiendfire as well was showing so much versatility overall. I like to see the gameplay. Unfortunately, didn't go through. So yeah, it happens. But many crazy things and many emotions tonight.
Lawrence, final thoughts on the bottom 4 here?
Yeah, I want to shout out one thing real quick. I am a competitor myself in a lot of games. It's really, really tough to compete after playing 6 games and having to know that your last game doesn't matter. Pajaro admittedly was mulling like, man, it's just almost not worth the time. But they came back and finished it out strong, and actually were looking like they were competing for a good portion of it. They obviously took a bot 4 in that game in a 6th place, but they were looking like they could actually play upset. If they had placed in the 5th or 4th, I believe that alone would have kicked out Aggro. Like that's something I love shouting out is the drive to end up, hey, I'm also here for the other players, to make sure that they have a competitive environment through all of their games. I really like shouting out players like that come by and continue to play even though they're eliminated.
Definitely. Now, kind of looking forward at the top of this lobby, any shockers up there? Anybody you thought, man, they had a really rough time, maybe in lobby A or B, but really found their fitting coming into lobby C?
I don't want to malign any of the players. Because again, everyone played out of their mind today. They played their hardest, knowing that this was their last shot to make it to Week 2 playoffs. But I gotta say, I didn't see them much during the regular season, and I don't know much about them, coming into today. So I kind of had written off Xanazurge because I'd seen they kind of rolled low all day. Like, they made it to Group C, but I didn't expect them to make it this far, and I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, I actually think that that's who I also would have liked to point out. They made it into the lobby B that we got to have on our broadcast was really difficult to make it out of, and they had pulled out after 2 7s in a row to start it off. They pulled out some really strong placements of a 2nd and then a 3rd to guarantee basically that they were in lobby C, and then they pulled it out here. Sometimes consistency is the name of the game. They made it in 4th here by 1 point due to some unfortunates from Aggro, of course, and from the other bot 4 players. But that's another player that I like to also shout out is Xanazurge. You just never quit, right? You get that last little extra point, and it mattered here. It absolutely mattered.
Yeah, it definitely mattered. And truly, as you said, consistency is the name of the game. The most consistent players made it through. This point system that goes from 1 to 8th doesn't give any massive advantage to a top 4 to 5th placement, a top 1 placement as well. So you got to really strive for consistency above all else. And the ones who did it better are the ones going through. Well deserved it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think overall our sentiments are pretty much the same. It's tough to see people go, but the people at the top really showed up. They were consistent. They played strong. They came back. These are all people who did not top 2 in their first lobbies, and pretty encouraging to see them step back up and play through. As we have the 4-man expired going through here now. Talk to me a little bit about just kind of moving forward as we are stepping away from this. We're going into the second round of playoffs, week 2 of playoffs, and we're gonna find ourselves with much stiffer competition. Is there anybody on the list moving forward, and give me one person each that you guys really think has a shot to move forward to the final 8 lobby?
To the final 8 lobby.
From today or from the whole rest of the list?
From today. Yeah,
today?
who on this list? Who are these top 4 could you see and make it to the finals?
Owen, for sure.
Owen, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to agree.
You guys both
Dan's got
Owen?
it in him.
Yeah.
I think it's what's difficult here is a lot of these are actually pretty close. Obviously they're the Owen and Coach Mac kind of showed up, but like even in that lobby, which is another part of the tragedy of Aggro's placements today, was they got 22 points, which is almost enough for first in the lobby A. Yes. That's rough. Again. But these are like very highly competitive lobbies where I don't really look at someone, maybe other than Owen, at least off of their placements today, that's like, this player is going to wreck everyone. So I kind of have to say almost the same thing. I'm looking forward to see how Owen shows up and does it again, perhaps. Or perhaps doesn't. I think that's some of the beauty of this is one good week doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do it again. I'm excited to see him to come back.
I hate to...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, for sure, I agree with you guys. Owen is showed off massively, but I look out for 4-Yard Born as well. I've casted him so many times; it just happened to be on the games that I was casting, and I like his flexibility. I like his gameplay a lot, and it was the top one here on a little bit of a more contested lobby than the lobby 2. So yeah, I root for him on week 2.
No Gagamo fans? Who's jumping on the bandwagon with me? Who's
I don't want to get called a bandwagoner by you, man.
This is it. Jump on, or you're off
I
forever.
refuse.
No.
Okay. I will run the train. I'll shovel the coal in. I'll get it all set up. I'm driving that sucker. Gagamo's taking me to the finals.
No, at this point, Honey Bear,
I don't know.
if any of us dropped on that bandwagon, you would call us bandwagoner.
No,
it's too late.
I'm giving you
it's
one
too
last
late.
chance.
Nah, Honey Bear, I don't believe it. It's bait.
That was
it's
it.
Bait.
That was it.
Honestly,
it's
because
over.
you're the one running the train, I don't want to get onto it. What do you think
if
about
anybody
that?
steps on next weekend, bandwagon fan. Stamp it on you. I gotta find some image that I can slap on you and just be like, this person's a bandwagon.
I'm definitely not jumping on the bandwagon, and I'll say it's because of this reason. If anything from today that we learned, it's that you just got to show up on the day, right? Gargamel themselves started, kind of low rolling with a 4 and a 2, comes back to back first for a top 2 to not have to play in Group C, and then I hate to make it out like we're beating a dead horse, but it is, like you said, Lawrence, a tragedy. Aggro in Group C, the only player in the first 2 games of Group C to top 4 both games. Everyone else, all other 7 players, top 4, top bot 4, flopped. And then he has one bad game, doesn't make it out. If anything I learned from these games today, anyone can take a game, anyone can lose a game. It's not analytical. I have no idea who's going to come out on top next week. It's so hard. These players are so good. Yeah.
Time travel time.
Time travel time.
All right, guys, we are coming to the end of it here. We've kind of had our time. Let's go. Last final thoughts on the day on any specific player, anything you guys want to shout out. Black P, I'm gonna come to you first, man.
Again, just gotta give a shout out to everyone who qualified, because as August said, it's whether you show up on the day or not. Tournament setting is really different from the other competitive setting where you have the ladder, the ranking. So yeah, just great games, great night. Really tough. It's not only the showing up in terms of gameplay, but also resilience, because you gotta play 7 games straight. Not for everyone, but for the ones on the Group C. So yeah, it's insane.
Definitely. Expired, whichever one of the 4 you want to bring up. Go ahead and give your final thoughts, shout outs, wherever you got, man.
All four of us at the same time. I'm looking forward to the rest of playoffs. It's going to be absolutely sick. Big shout out. Just a lot of the players we saw today, like too many to name, truth be told. A lot of them that I counted kind of wrote off early, if I can use English. Ended up coming back and top fouring in the last lot of Group C. So I want to see more of that. I like being proven wrong. It's way more fun to watch.
For sure is. August?
All the players deserve shout outs for playing through this slog of games for sure. But I want to shout out broadcast team here. I really appreciate the invite. This has been a ton of fun. It's a lot of work. I didn't realize, it's a lot of work, but you don't always have the perspective until you're on the other side. Super appreciate the opportunity to be talking with you guys today. And I can't wait for any future opportunities or just next week in general. You guys put on a great show.
For sure. Sad expired Lawrence.
That's not me. My first shout out is who the heck is in charge here and who put this over my face?
I would blame Ivar. That's
Ivar, you done.
That's what I'm blaming. I just go straight to the top.
That's got to be from there. Everything
gotta be the top. Yep. Just go all the way up there. Ivar's gonna see this. Somebody's gonna clip it and send it to him. He's gonna be like, "Fire that guy."
That guy is gone.
Fire that
I don't
guy.
care how much he does. Speaking of how much people do, I'm immediately going to say everyone needs to shout out Honey Bear whenever you see him. This guy is the lifeblood behind all this. He's produced. He's on right now on the analyst desk. He just had a baby with his beautiful wife, and like they are going through so much right now, and he's putting in all this work for us. This would not be possible without this guy putting in the hard work he does. I know the players are everything, but I want to shout him out today. So that's my
thanks,
shout.
man. Appreciate that. Well, I am going to end us off. I'm going to shout out the ACL that will be on tomorrow, the exact same time, 3:30 EST. Come hang out with us there. We got all our challenger players. We got some familiar faces coming back for the cast, for the analyst desk. It's going to be a fun time. Make sure you guys stop in, say hello, check us out, and watch some extremely high gameplay. This might be some of the highest gameplay you have ever seen. You have absolutely, that's 100% true. We are better than the Defender Cup. We are better than the Corrupting Cup. We are better than the Golden Spatulas. I'll say it right now. We got stronger players than over there. Why? Because we have LATAM. Take that, everyone else.
Let's go. Let's go.
Shout out LATAM. But guys, make sure you're around ACL tomorrow. Right after that, we'll be on the podcast. No clue what we're doing. We have a special guest, though, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But that'll be it for us. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night, and we will see you guys tomorrow afternoon. Peace out, everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
Bye.
And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this tea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. And when we're gone, everything goes on. time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.